Spirit Child, Book 3 of the Tessa Lamar novels written by Kathryn M. Hearst, narrated by Holly Adams. Chapter 1. They say daughters soften their fathers' hearts, but this little girl had buried a pair of scissors in her daddy's chest. What in heaven's name could turn a 9-year-old pageant queen into a serial killer? The child moved her tongue in and out of her mouth as she made red slashes across the paper. I leaned closer to the glass to get a better look at the drawing. As if she sensed me watching, she stood and pressed the drawing to the observation window. Well, that's gruesome. I couldn't tear my eyes from the image of a man with large gashes across his torso. The subject matter came as little surprise, but the quality of the drawing shocked me. The group home manager tells me she spends most of her free time drawing. Haley, my best friend and the girl's lead therapist, tapped her pen on the desk. She's obviously advanced. Most kids don't have that level of realism in their drawings until their early teens. I turned to Haley. She's small for her age. Any underlying medical issues? None noted, but the information came from a next-door neighbor. We're still waiting on her school records. I turned my back to the glass. She's nonverbal? As far as we know, she hasn't said a word since confessing to the police. Haley ran a hand over her swollen belly and turned to the intern. Go encourage her to draw another picture. The young man, who didn't look old enough to have graduated high school, let alone a 4-year university, hurried from the room. I couldn't help but wonder if his eagerness had more to do with working with the patient or escaping before Haley went into labor. With 4 weeks until her due date, she already looked like she'd pop if she bumped into a sharp object. Will you do it? She turned to me with a hand on her back. I glanced at the little girl. Do you think she did it? Does it matter? Haley dipped her chin and pushed her lower lip out. She needs someone to stand up for her either way. I'd met Haley during our freshman year of college and had bonded over ice cream and late-night study sessions. I thought I'd developed an immunity to her pouty puppy face. I was wrong. Haley, you know I don't treat kids. She's the only one on my caseload I haven't been able to transfer. I wouldn't ask, but I'm desperate. Her free hand moved to her lower back. Maybe it's my hormones, but I care more than I should about this one. Her candor surprised me. Haley's caseload consisted of mostly children. What was it about this one that had drawn her in? I have my hands full between the police department and the guys. There's 6 other therapists here. Why can't one of them see her? The mention of Orange County PD reminded me of the stack of paperwork waiting at the station. Officially, I worked part-time as a victim's advocate. Unofficially, I provided special services, aka psychic readings, on an as-needed basis. Lately, they'd needed me enough to provide a benefits package. They've all seen her, but Haley hung her head. She freaks them out. My mouth fell open. That's unprofessional to say the least. Normally, I'd agree. She frowned and turned back to the glass. What aren't you telling me? I grabbed the girl's chart and flipped through the pages. Jolene Parks, only child. No known psychological trauma until her stepfather murdered her mother in the next room, and she allegedly took justice into her own hands. As you said, she's quite the artist. I nodded, waiting for her to get on with the explanation. 3 of my colleagues claim she drew pictures of their dead family members. Jolene wrote a letter from one of the therapist's recently deceased husband. She's caused quite a stir in the office. I narrowed my eyes. Haley, a self-proclaimed agnostic, worshipped at the altar of scientific research. She'd dismissed my gifts as intuition, although, since a couple of the murder investigations I'd worked hit national news, she'd shown more interest. She's a medium? Haley shrugged. At the very least, she's very intuitive. Well, crap. How am I supposed to walk away from the case now? Tessa, I know how you feel about kids, but spend some time with her. If you don't establish a therapeutic bond, I'll transfer the case to county. I'd completed my graduate internship and spent the first 2 years of my career at the county mental health facility. The people there did the best they could with too many patients and too little funding. Where's her biological father? Haley smiled like she'd already won. Not involved. Somewhere in Afghanistan. The army tracked him down, but he demanded a DNA test. The neighbor told the cops he left before she was born. Sounds like a hell of a father. A familiar pain tightened my chest. I had first-hand experience growing up without a dad. We don't know the circumstances. He could be in the military to support his daughter and miss her terribly. Or he could be just another sperm donor that walked out on his kid. She cocked her head to the side and gave me her practiced therapist smile. Closed-mouthed, patient, waiting for me to realize I'd revealed something important. I waggled my finger. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not the client here. I know I have abandonment issues. You're right. He could be up for Father of the Year award, a regular stand-up kind of guy. Haley nudged me. Speaking of guys, how are yours? I glanced at the 2-stoned engagement ring on my finger and didn't bother to hide my goofy smile. They're good. Aaron's working a lot these days. There's a rumor he's being considered for a promotion. Brasson's building an addition onto Charlie's house with the insurance money from the fire. A second bath, I hope, along with a huge master bedroom. Bryson and I had moved into my grandfather's house after I'd inadvertently burned my apartment building to the ground. I'd always think of it as Charlie's house, but we'd decided to make it our own. She smirked. Yeah, I don't see how a king-sized bed would fit in Charlie and Dottie's old room. My cheeks heated. I still hadn't gotten used to discussing my unusual domestic situation with anyone but my guys. It's just me and Bryson in the house. For now. She tilted her head. Are you two still running the medicine shop out of your living room? Bryson and I decided to close up for a while when Aaron and I were working on the serial killer case at Christmas. Every once in a while, someone shows up begging for help. Bryson says he'd be content sprucing up the house and sculpting, but I'm not sure I believe him. I think he misses the shop. Haley knew Bryson and I served as medicine people for local members of the Cherokee tribe. However, she didn't know that our practice included actual magic, shifting into our spirit animals, or that we were Nunnehi, the Cherokee equivalent to fairies. Some things were private, even between besties. So you do have extra time? She gave me a playful nudge. Come on, Tessa. Maybe it'll do you some good. How so? She rubbed a wide circle over her baby bump. You're engaged to 2 studly guys. Surely one or both of them will want kids one day. You know that's a deal breaker. The very idea of having kids put the fear of God into me. Not that I minded other people's children. I'd happily babysit. But I hadn't exactly had a healthy maternal role model growing up. Haley frowned. You're not your mother. I winced and turned back to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl in the other room. I'd worked hard to squash any behaviors that remotely resembled Darlene, but I had no doubt some of her influence remained. I wouldn't risk a child grown up the way I had, but I would risk my no minors policy to end the conversation. I'll sit with her for a bit and let you know if I think I can work with her. Haley sprang to her feet and gave me a hug, which proved challenging with the baby in the middle. Thanks, Tessa. You're the best. She has 15 minutes left in her session, but you can go long today. Uh-huh. I haven't agreed to see her. My very pregnant friend bounced on the balls of her feet. But you will. I have a good feeling about this. Okay. Stop that, or you'll jiggle the baby loose. I walked into the hall and took a minute to collect my thoughts. Unlike Haley, I hadn't bothered to obtain a certification in play therapy while in grad school. Heck, I'd barely paid attention during the child psychology lectures. Until 5 minutes ago, I was dead set against treating kids. Jolene glanced over her shoulder when I walked into the room. Her eyes narrowed as if to sum me up. Evidently, I hadn't impressed her. She pursed her lips and turned back to her latest drawing. Great! I'm off to a wonderful start. I'll take it from here, I said to the intern. Thanks. He seemed relieved. Too relieved. This guy was either strung tight or the girl freaked him out as much as Haley's pregnant belly. I sat across the table from the child and waited for her to acknowledge me. After several minutes had passed, I turned to the observation window. The tinted glass obscured my view of Haley, but I gave her a dirty look anyway. Jolene slid a blank piece of paper in my direction. Thank you. I chose a green-colored pencil. My name's Tessa. The girl nodded without looking up. Do you go by Jolene, or do you have a nickname? She shrugged without meeting my eyes. I drew the only thing I knew how, 2 palm trees beside a flat ocean, and debated how to go about counseling someone who refused to speak. I'd participated in many one-sided conversations, but this was something entirely different. Curious to see if the girl would notice, I drew my magic to the surface. Heat rose from the center of my being as my spirit animal, the firebird, stretched her wings. Jolene continued to draw, but the scratching of her pencil grew louder. I glanced at the window and sighed. Haley needed me to do this. Lord knows how many times she'd been there for me over the years, but I had a sinking feeling I would let her down. Out of my comfort zone didn't come close to describing how I felt around this child. Jolene pushed her drawing toward me and sat back with her little arms folded. You're very talented. My brain came to a screeching halt when I looked at the paper. The girl had drawn the likeness of my biological mother. I was an infant when she'd died, but I knew every contour of her face. Her spirit had come to me for as long as I could remember. Jolene reached across the table and patted my hand. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is this someone you know? She shook her head and wrote 2 words on the scrap paper. Your mommy. My stomach fell into my shoes. Chapter 2. My cell buzzed for the 5th time in 20 minutes. I ignored it. Normally, I had a compulsive need to answer a ringing phone, but I needed to clear my head before I dealt with my mother and her baby shower. No, not my biological mom. She didn't use a phone to contact me. My other mother, Darlene. A lot of people with messed up childhoods fantasized about being switched at birth, but in my case, it had happened. My grandfather, Charlie, had tried to give me a normal life when he played a magical game of shells with me and Darlene's stillborn infant. I knew his heart was in the right place. I'd lost my mom, and Darlene had lost her daughter. Unfortunately, the woman proved uninterested and ill-equipped to raise a child. The phone rang again. I glanced at the screen and pressed the answer button. Hi, Grandma. Your mama is trying to reach you. I was on the highway. I'm almost home now. Everything okay? My great-grandmother lowered her voice. She's in rare form, craving dinner from a sack when I've been cooking for 3 days straight. Maybe it'll pass? Let's hope so. We won't survive months of this. Grandma laughed. Bye, Tessa. See you soon. 25 years after unknowingly adopting me, Darlene was pregnant with my little brother or sister. Unlike Haley, who handled her impending motherhood with grace, Darlene behaved like carrying a baby was a crisis of monumental proportions. I'm definitely not in the right headspace to deal with her right now. I needed to talk to someone about what had happened with Jolene Parks, someone who understood magic. Lucky for me, I had just the person and knew right where he'd be. I parked in the drive between Charlie's house and my great-grandmother's little pink cottage. My cousins had already set up a large party tent, tables and chairs for the impending baby shower from hell. My contributions to the shindig included decorations and party games. Since Darlene's boyfriend had insisted on a gender-inclusive affair, I was a little nervous about playing Tinkle in the Pot with a bunch of men. Rather than risk screwing it up and hearing about it until Armageddon, I'd delegated the responsibility to my cousin Tank. I followed the sound of hammering to the tent. There, in the afternoon sun, stood a sight that stilled my breath and quickened my pulse. Bryson, my shirtless fiancé, stretched to his full 6 feet too many inches to care height and hung Christmas lights. Bryson glanced from me to the sky and back.
Hey, babe, you're running late?
I have an hour before the festivities. That's plenty of time. I wandered through the yard, admiring his handiwork. This'll look fabulous all lit up. Who says you can't use holiday lights year-round? He wiped his brow with a bandana and stuffed it into his back pocket.
Darlene's been trying to reach you.
I know. I'll talk to her in a bit. I drew a circle in the dirt with my toe. There's something I want to discuss with you first.
Does this have something to do with your meeting with Haley today?
I'm thinking about taking on one of her patients while she's on maternity leave. He reached for another nail.
Yeah?
I met her today. She's 9. I hedged, trying to find the words to tell him about the session with Jolene.
Are you sure you have time? You've been swamped at the station, and we need to make a decision about the medicine shop. I had 3 people come to me for healing today.
Bryson pounded the nail into a 2x4. Maybe we should start locking the gate. I missed using my magic to help people, but I certainly didn't miss the tribal politics that came along with it. As the 2 remaining Nunnehi on Earth, the position should have been mine or Bryson's without a fight. Unfortunately, nothing was simple when dealing with the tribal elders.
Or maybe we should agree to put in office hours at the tribal house and train some others. Nothing says we have to see to everyone ourselves.
Counseling the kid will be 12 weeks tops. I can't see Haley becoming a stay-at-home mother. She loves her work too much. We can stall a decision that long. I snatched the box of nails from the table and walked to his side. Bryson draped the strand of lights over the nail and moved to the next post.
I thought you didn't work with kids?
I don't, normally. This one's different. He kissed the corner of my mouth and took a nail.
It'd be a welcome change of pace from the ghosts and homicidal maniacs.
Oh, boy. I doubted I'd get a better opening. Actually, Bryson stopped mid-swing and turned to me. She confessed to killing her stepfather. He set the hammer on the table and gave me his full attention.
Tessa.
Before he could gather his thoughts and make a case against working with Jolene, I pulled the sketch of Achila from my bag. I think she's a psychic or a medium of some sort. She hasn't spoken since losing her parents, but she draws.
A 9-year-old drew that?
Bryson cocked his head.
It looks a little like you.
While I appreciated the compliment, I didn't look anything like the lithe beauty in the drawing. The girl told me it's my mother. It's the spitting image of Achila. He ran his hand over the back of his neck, but his eyes remained fixed on the drawing.
Not many 9-year-olds kill their parents. Could she be trying to manipulate you?
Maybe, but like I said, This is a picture of my mother.
Do you think you can help her?
I don't know, but I think I should try. Haley hasn't been able to transfer her to anyone else. The other therapists are afraid of her.
I'll stand behind whatever you decide, but it seems to me that you've already made up your mind.
He slung an arm around my shoulder.
You surprise me.
Surprise you? I wrinkled my nose and stepped away. You're all sweaty.
It's not like you to look before you leap.
His eyes darkened as he moved closer. I put my hands up and skittered behind a table. Stop right there, mister. We're already running late. I have to finish the shower decorations. The corner of his lips curled.
I have a different kind of shower in mind.
My stomach did a cartwheel. We both won't fit in our tiny bathroom, remember? He lunged and drew me into a tight embrace.
We've managed before.
I met his deep brown eyes and melted. Let's go, before someone sees us. Tessa Marie, there you are. I've been calling you for hours. Darlene made a show of waddling down the front steps. She set her hand on her cantaloupe-sized belly. I'm craving one of those little square hamburgers from Crystal's. I'd passed the restaurant on my way home, but refused to feel guilty about depriving my pregnant mother of fast food. I must have forgotten to turn my phone off silent after my meeting. I'm sure Grandma has enough to feed a small army in there. Darlene sniffed her disapproval and wandered into the tent. Honestly, Tessa, how is everything going to be done in time? We can't have people showing up with naked tables, and I thought you said we'd have balloons. I plastered a smile on my face and counted to 10. It'll be ready in time, and Erin's bringing the balloons. She patted her teased and shellacked hair. What were you thinking having this outside? I'm turning into a puddle already.
It'll cool off when the sun sets.
Bryson set his hand on the small of my back.
You look lovely. Pregnancy agrees with you.
I dipped my chin to hide my grin. Aren't you sweet? Darlene winked. Swinging her hips far enough to dislocate her fanny, she walked inside. Promise me you'll never let me become my mother?
Daughters are their mother's worst critics. I think we do the best we can for our kids with what we're given.
Well, some of us weren't given much, I smirked. He drew me against his chest and swatted my backside. Hey, what was that for?
I think you know.
He brushed his lips across my ear.
Where were we?
I don't recall. Why don't you kiss me until I remember? And that's exactly what he did. Chapter 3. My extended family descended on us as Erin and I tied the last of the helium balloons to the tent poles. Vehicle after vehicle bumped their way down the uneven drive. Cousins I hadn't seen since Charlie's funeral poured out of cars and pickup trucks.
You're related to all of them?
Erin watched the redneck parade with wide eyes. Could it be the prospect of facing the entire family worried my unflappable police detective? Most of them. Some aren't blood. Grandma has a way of picking up strays. He slipped his arms around me and whispered,
Just like her great-granddaughter.
I nuzzled into his chest and breathed in his cologne, a spicy wood scent that curled my toes.
Tessa Marie, where do you want this?
My cousin Tank hoisted a cornhole board in the air. I eased from Erin's embrace and squinted at the freshly painted image of a large pink vagina on plywood. What in the nine hells is that? Tommy, a.k.a. Tank Jr. or TJ, ran to me with his hands full of beanbags and flashed me a toothless grin. It's called making babies cornhole. These here are the tadpoles. Oh, dear Lord. I had to give Tank points for creativity, but the sperm-shaped beanbags gave me the willies. Better put that over by Charlie's house. I don't think Grandma will approve. Why? The boy scrunched his face and looked from me to the tadpoles. I repressed a groan, patted the boy on the back, and motioned to his father. "Go ask your daddy."
Nice dodge, Aaron chuckled. I have to say, this is my first baby shower. I wasn't sure what to expect.
This is my first with men. From the looks of it, it's going to be interesting. Grandma walked down the porch steps with enough banana pudding to serve 2 counties.
It's as wrong as hot pants and Sunday service. Men don't belong at baby showers. Let me get that for you.
Aaron took the dish from her and moved to the food table.
Put it over beside the strawberry cake and blueberry pie,
Grandma called after him. She glanced around the tent.
You did a fine job setting up. It looks real nice out here.
Thanks, Gram. I bent to hug her. Bryson's tending the grill. The chicken will be ready in about 15 minutes. Aaron returned empty-handed.
Anything else need to come outside? If it's not too much trouble, we could use some more ice. I'm all out, but there's some in the freezer at Charlie's.
We watched Aaron walk away like a couple of lovesick girls. Grandma sighed and patted my shoulder.
I guess I should call it Tessa's now.
It'll always be Charlie's house to me, no matter what we do to it or who lives there. I caught a glimpse of my cousin Tank carrying another piece of plywood and cringed. Grandma set her hands on her hips.
What in tarnation is that?
Tank's tanned skin turned an odd shade of red.
It's pinned a tail on the donkey. That ain't no donkey, and those ain't tails.
She thrust her chin forward and ground her dentures. Put it over with the cornhole. I covered my mouth to keep from giggling. Tank had decided to stick to the baby-making theme for both his games. Grandma, you might want to steer clear of that part of the yard tonight. She shook her head in disgust.
This is what happens when you invite men to women's parties. Thank goodness you found the only 2 boys around these parts with any common sense.
I take exception to that comment. Darlene sidled up to Grandma. Stone's got plenty of sense. I took in my mother's stretchy black leggings and tight leopard print shirt and doubted the truth in her words. My little brother or sister didn't stand a fighting chance with what nature would give them, but I intended to make sure my sibling had all the nurture I could give. Mama, maybe it's time for maternity clothes? Darlene set her hands on her hips. All the fashion magazines say a baby bump is the latest accessory in Hollywood.
All that spandex isn't good for the little one. He needs room to grow.
Grandma shook her head as she wandered off, muttering under her breath. Stone, Darlene's beau, carried a tray of burgers into the tent. His careful steps contrasted his green complexion and wrinkled nose. The poor man could barely see over the top of the piles of charred meat and buns. I motioned to my mother. The vegan looks like he's going to hurl all over Bryson's burgers. You might want to go help. What? Why me? I'm the guest of honor. I don't have to work. She huffed and planted her widening backside into a chair. Aaron appeared in the nick of time and took the platter from Stone. I hurried to the food table and cleared a spot for the hamburgers. Having fun yet? Aaron scratched the stubble on his jaw.
Did you see the pin the sperm?
Yep, and so did Grandma. Promise you'll shoot me if I turn into my mother?
Shoot you? No. Run for the hills? Yes.
Needing a break from the insanity of my family, I slid my arms around his waist. Are you sleeping over tonight?
I could do that. I'm off tomorrow. Besides, that party game got me thinking.
His blue eyes met mine, and he kissed me. TJ popped out from beneath the tablecloth and grinned like he'd heard tomorrow's winning lottery numbers. Is that your boyfriend?
Yep.
Aaron winked. My mama says you got two. Says you're a hussy. TJ stared, waiting for an answer. I made a mental note to thank my cousin Lulu Rose. Aaron squatted to eye level with the kid.
Tessa isn't a hussy. She has two boyfriends because she's too smart and beautiful to only have one.
TJ narrowed his eyes. Where's the other one? I rested my hand on Aaron's shoulder. The man never ceased to amaze me. He's the guy with the long hair grilling the chicken. TJ glanced over his shoulder at Bryson, then turned back and noticed Aaron's badge. You're a cop?
I am.
Cool. TJ leaned closer. My daddy don't like cops, but I do. Do you have a gun? Before Aaron could go any further down that road, Bryson approached the table with a platter of barbecued chicken. TJ's eyes widened. You're the other boyfriend. Bryson glanced between Aaron and me.
What am I missing?
TJ, this is Bryson. Bryson, meet my little cousin TJ. His father's the one who brought the interesting shower games. Bryson chuckled and extended his hand.
Nice to meet you.
The kid slapped Bryson's palm high-five style and took off toward his mother. Mama, Tess ain't no hussy. She's beautiful. Oh, God. Can we leave now? I pressed my fingers to my temples.
Not until we eat. I've been smelling that chicken since I got here.
Aaron grabbed a plastic plate and walked to the end of the line.
It'll get better once the alcohol starts flowing.
Bryson swung his arm around my shoulder and guided me behind Aaron. As if on cue, my cousin DeWitt walked by with a baby bottle in each hand. We watched with quiet fascination as he sucked on one, then the other, in rapid succession.
Do I want to know?
Aaron stared until the line moved and gave him access to the potato salad. It looks like Coke in one and whiskey in the other. I skipped the carbs and went for plain old salad. Bryson eyed my plate.
Would that be considered double fisting?
Only if they both contain alcohol. I speared the chicken breast with the least amount of sauce and moved to an empty table. My men joined me, each with a plate overflowing with food. With a pang of jealousy for their metabolisms, I shoveled a bite of lettuce into my mouth. Life wasn't fair.
Are you dieting?
Bryson ate a forkful of Dottie's macaroni and cheese. Since moving in with you, my jeans are a little snug. I'm trying to nip it in the bud. Aaron held an overloaded cheeseburger in one hand and a beer in the other.
The trick is exercise in moderation.
I can see that. I smiled, but internally I squirmed. I did not want to have this conversation. All righty, everyone. It's time for some party games. My cousin Lulu Rose shouted from the center of the tent. Each table will get one set of messy diapers. You'll have 5 minutes to identify the poop. The table who gets all 5 right in the shortest time gets first dibs at the desserts. Tank walked over and unceremoniously dropped a plastic bag of rolled-up diapers in the center of our table. Bryson wore an expression of pure confusion. Aaron dropped his burger and pushed his plate away.
Tell me that he didn't take a dump in those.
I grabbed the bag, unfolded the first diaper, brought it to my face, and sniffed. Stop goofing around and help me. What kind of candy bar made this? Bryson's brows climbed into his hairline.
Excuse me?
Realizing they had no idea how to play the game, I licked the poop smear inside the diaper. Aaron turned his head and gagged. It's a candy bar. Come on, help me. I'm not eating lettuce and chicken so I can get leftover brownie crumbs for dessert. 2 tables over, Uncle Cecil called out,
We have it. Snickers, Baby Ruths, Zero Bars, Kit Kats, and Rolos.
Oh, so close. You have one wrong. Lulu Rose glanced over the crowd. I knew my chocolate. I also knew my cousin's wife loved to stump people. I rummaged through the brown-streaked diapers and jumped to my feet. Baby Ruth, Zero, Kit Kat, Rolos, and O. Henry's. Lulu Rose's eyes narrowed. We have a winner! Bryson and Aaron stared as I did a jig and took a victory lap to the dessert table, but I didn't care. I had a piece of strawberry cake calling my name. When I stopped celebrating, several of my family members stared with stunned expressions, while others whispered words like shameless and hussy. Bryson and Aaron both stood to come to my aid, but Aaron's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, held up a finger, and stepped away from the crowd. After becoming engaged to both of them on Christmas Eve, the family rumor mill had spun with the centrifugal force of a carnival ride. Bryson took my hand and whispered,
Don't let them get to you.
Before I could reply, Darlene's voice rang out over the whispered accusations. Y'all need to shut the hell up and leave her alone. Tessa, Marie, and those boys aren't hurting nobody. They're happy. Besides, if Grandma don't have a problem with it, I don't suppose the good Lord does either. I turned in time to see my great-grandmother nod. Lulu Rose whispered something to Tank, and he smirked. Darlene's face heated as she pointed at my cousin's wife. People in glass houses shouldn't talk, Lulu Rose. I may be pregnant, but that don't mean I haven't been at the bar lately. In fact, Stone and I were there last weekend. We saw you rubbing up on what's-his-name. Tank turned and stared at his wife, who resembled a fish gasping for air. Stone squeezed my mother's shoulder.
Relax, sweetheart. Getting upset isn't good for the baby.
Now see what y'all hypocrites made me do. Darlene burst into tears and marched toward the house. Oh, boy. I tugged Bryson's arm. I should go after her. He drew me close.
Stone can handle it.
I can't believe she stood up for me. Not only had she defended me, she'd likely caused some hefty marital strife between Tank and Lulu Rose. Aaron cleared his throat.
Hey, Tessa. Sorry to ask. Any chance I can get you to do a walkthrough on a death scene tonight?
Normally, I'd ask for more information. However, tonight the details didn't matter. Not when he'd handed me a legitimate reason to run away from the prying eyes of my extended family. I turned to Bryson. Want to come?
You two go. I'll stay and help clean up.
He yanked me against him and kissed me like he meant it, right there in front of my entire family and Grandma and God. Chapter 4. Aaron held my hand as he navigated the car down the back roads. He hadn't said much since leaving the baby shower, but I didn't need my psychic abilities to know what was on his mind. He turned right, heading west. Where are we going? I studied his profile.
Okoy. Normally, I wouldn't ask you to come out this time of night, but this case isn't adding up.
I don't mind. It gave me an excuse to get the heck out of there.
This one's off the record. We slip in, you do your thing, and we leave.
Sure thing. I dipped my chin and replayed the horror show of a baby shower. He glanced at me and frowned.
Are you okay?
I pondered the question and surprised myself with the answer. You know what? I am. I haven't been close with my extended family since Charlie's funeral. The ones who matter accept us and our relationship. Aaron brought my hand to his lips.
I love you.
I love you too. A warm, fuzzy feeling similar to a wine buzz settled into my bones.
I have news.
He turned off the country road and into a trailer park.
It's official. I'm up for that promotion.
That's great! Congratulations! I squeezed his hand. The chief had hinted about a promotion after Aaron and his partner had solved the Christmas killer case. Of course, they had a little help from a ghost, Bryson and me, but Aaron had busted his butt.
I couldn't have done it without you.
You'll get it. I smiled bright until he parked in front of the saddest trailer I'd ever seen. He shrugged and glanced out the window.
Solving this case will help.
Are you going to give me details, or am I walking in cold?
Cold? This one has me perplexed.
He turned.
Tessa, listen. I couldn't get clearance for you to be on this case. I'm breaking the rules, but everything I do after tonight has to be by the book.
I understand. He shot me a dubious look and opened his door. I followed him. I mean it. The promotion's a big deal. I can play by the rules, too.
I hope so.
He entered a code into the lockbox.
Ready?
As I'll ever be. The moment I entered the trailer, my lungs rebelled. Stale cigarette smoke and the presence of at least one restless spirit made it difficult to draw a breath. I took a moment and reinforced my metaphysical shields. They'd help keep the ghosts out of my head until I was ready to reach out to them. A threadbare couch sat in front of the window. Stains, too light to be blood, covered the avocado green upholstery. A basket with more toys sat in the corner. The Barbie dolls scattered across the beat-up coffee table reminded me of miniature murder victims. Aaron folded his arms and watched as I wandered into the kitchen.
Scene's been cleared. Touch whatever you like.
I nodded and ran my fingers over the dirty window. Nothing came. I lowered my shields a fraction and tried again. This time I caught an image of a blonde woman washing dishes. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, but she smiled as she chatted to another female. Aaron, arms folded and spine stiff, studied a framed photograph on the wall. Are you okay? He startled and ran his hands over his arms.
I'm good. Get anything?
Not yet. The spectral energy in the trailer beckoned me to the end of the hall. I pushed the door open and took a step back. Though the authorities had removed the body, no one had bothered to clean the blood from the room. A gentle hand rested on my shoulder. I turned, expecting to find Aaron, but came face to face with the spirit of the blonde woman. Her energy surrounded me like a warm blanket. I'm Tessa Lamar. I'm here to help find the person who hurt you. I know who you are. The ghost held my gaze. I don't need justice, Miss Lamar. I need you to save my daughter. Stunned, I searched my mind for a reason she'd know my name. Is she in danger? Before she could answer, a dark energy slammed into my back. I stumbled forward, catching the edge of the bed to break my fall. Aaron pulled me to my feet.
Are you okay?
Wounded pride. I didn't feel it coming until it was too late. I caught movement from the corner of my eye and followed the dark energy.
I think I saw it.
Aaron trailed behind me. Aaron couldn't see spirits, or he hadn't up until now. The ghost?
Yeah.
I would have come had you asked nicely, I yelled, following the spirit down the hall to another room. I stood in the doorway, rooted in place. Not from the dried bloodstains on the floor, wall, and dresser. I'd expected those. My brain refused to make sense of the pink ruffled drapes hanging over a small window, or the mismatched purple comforter covering a twin-sized bed, the pageant trophies and rhinestone crowns covering several shelves. I couldn't wrap my mind around the photo of the blonde, alive and well, hugging an equally beautiful child. The bedroom belonged to a little girl, but not just any little girl. This room belonged to Jolene Parks. The malignant energy slammed into me a second time. I lost my balance and fell against the trophies, several of which tumbled around me. Enough! I motioned for Aaron to stay in the hall as I pushed myself to my feet. Since I'm likely the only one who can help you, you might want to keep me conscious.
What can I do?
Aaron's hand hovered over his Glock. Stay there. The energy congealed into the shadow of a man. A very angry man. The thing gave me the creeps. Something was desperately wrong with him in his life for his spirit to be so hateful. Try to use your words.
Scissors!
The voice exploded through the room.
Little bitch!
I didn't dare ask if he referred to me or his stepdaughter. Are you Mr. Parks? He charged me again, only this time I saw him coming and slammed my shields in place.
The male vic's name was Benjamin Wagner,
Aaron said from the door.
Let me help you.
No! Stay there! I struggled to keep the angry spirit from breaking through my defenses. His energy pounded away until the attack took on a physical nature. Pain shot through my head and brought me to my knees. Aaron rushed forward and took my face in his hands. The contact allowed me to draw upon his energy. Benjamin Wagner, however, refused to be deterred. The spirit surrounded us and drew in as if trying to wad us up like a sheet of aluminum foil. Aaron's back bowed from the pressure.
Son of a bitch!
We need to bind him. I met his eyes. We can't leave him here where he can attack someone else. Aaron nodded.
Tell me what to do.
Repeat after me. I drew a breath and opened my connection to my mother and Charlie. A spell whispered in my subconscious and fell from my lips. Black Crow, come now for this restless soul. Take him to his ancestors far from here. Black Crow, show him peace. We beseech you. Come. As Aaron said the spell, Mr. Wagner's spirit vanished.
I don't see it. Is it gone?
Yes, but I doubt he's gone for good. We might need to bring Bryson along next time.
I shouldn't have brought you here.
Aaron leaned against the wall. From the looks of it, the brief exchange with the spirit had zapped his energy.
We can't come back.
I'm guessing this is a rental. He could be a real problem for the next tenants. I've not encountered a ghost with that much strength. I turned to the photo of Jolene and her mother, wondering what they'd endured.
I thought I could get you in and out tonight. No more bending the rules.
He pulled me to my feet.
I mean it, Tessa. I have a lot on the line with the promotion. Internal affairs won't hesitate to fry me after the incident at the ballet.
The media had caught Aaron and I kissing on duty a few minutes before a serial killer blew up the building. I understand, but
no buts. Unless the chief clears you, you aren't to be within 100 miles of this investigation. I've received multiple calls from reporters about this case.
I shoved my hair behind my ears. Vultures, all of them.
One of the neighbors tipped them off. Like it or not, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed little Miss Orlando confessing to murder is a news story.
I had to come back and permanently deal with Mr. Wagner. Aaron would have a fit, but he was already going to throttle me when he found out I'd agreed to treat Jolene Parks. After seeing the trailer and meeting her parents, I couldn't turn my back on her. She needed the kind of help only Bryson and I could provide. I knew that now more than ever.
We should go.
He turned for the door. What did forensics say about the stab wounds? Is the girl a suspect? He shook his head.
It's possible, but unlikely she did it. The angle was off, unless he happened to be on his knees. Even so, I doubt she had the strength to drive scissors through his sternum. The state appointed a psychologist to work with her. Maybe they'll be able to figure out what happened.
I knew exactly who the state appointed. What I'd yet to decide is how to tell Aaron, or if I should keep my mouth closed. Chapter 5. 2 days had passed since I'd met with Haley, but she appeared to have aged 10 years. Her normally tanned skin had taken on a sickly pallor, and sweat dotted her upper lip. Her entire body had swollen to the point her fingers resembled sausages as they moved across the keyboard. "What did the doctor say?" I broached the subject for the 4th time. Haley's gaze remained on the computer screen. "I told you. My blood pressure is high and I'm holding water. I'll be fine once the baby is born." "Right, but shouldn't you be on bed rest?" She turned and gave me a death stare. "It's my last day." I held my hands up and glanced at the clock. "Are the people from the group home usually this late bringing Jolene?" Haley hit save on the case file and turned. "They're responsible for 10 kids and are notoriously understaffed. Word to the wise, make her appointments for the last of the day. It'll give you some flexibility without pushing other patients back." I wanted to argue, to tell her I hadn't made up my mind, but one look at her exhausted face and I couldn't do it. "I don't plan to take on more patients." "You're accepting the case?" She grinned like she'd checkmated my king. "As if I could say no to you." I smiled, though inside I debated telling her that I had a potential conflict of interest. The visit to Jolene's trailer wouldn't impact my ability to help her. In fact, the glimpse into the girl's home life might prove useful. However, it could be problematic if I was assigned to work with Aaron on the criminal investigation. "Haley, I should tell you—" The arrival of Jolene and her guardian interrupted my confession. The social worker looked as if she'd carried the child 3 miles uphill. Her hair stood at odd angles, and her wrinkled clothing was splattered with something brown. She released Jolene's hand and ushered the girl into the therapy room. "Miss Haley, I need a moment of your time. There's been an incident." "I'll start the session." I left her to it and joined Jolene. The child slumped into a chair with her chin on her chest. It didn't take an advanced degree to figure out that the bee in the social worker's bonnet had come from the little darling in front of me. "Looks like you're having a rough day." She shrugged. "Can you tell me what happened?" I took a seat across from her. The girl sniffled. I waited a few minutes and changed tactics. "Would you like to draw a picture of your day?" Jolene shook her head. "Okay." I stood and moved to the shelves of toys, hoping to find inspiration. "How about Play-Doh?" She crinkled her nose but watched as I moved to the shelf containing games. I had her attention. I always hated the way that stuff smelled. My cousin Tank used to eat it like it was cookie dough. The little girl bit her lip to hide her smile. "Let's play a game. You pick." With adults, the first session generally involved paperwork and discussing goals. The real work started after a therapeutic relationship formed. When treating kids, especially ones with a violent history, creating trust was the first step. Jolene walked to the shelves and ran her hand over the Candyland box, but her gaze remained on me. Watching my reactions, she moved to Jenga. Therapeutic games with titles like Bad Choices/Good Choices and The Angry Chimp were skipped altogether. I drew a breath and relaxed to keep my expression neutral. I wanted her to choose, but she appeared more interested in pleasing me. Despite my best efforts, I tensed when she reached the chess box. I knew the basics, but I'd always found it more annoying than fun. Jolene grinned and pulled the game from the shelf. So much for trying to please me. I forced a smile and reclaimed my seat. "I don't remember all of the rules. Will you help me?" She nodded and took her time setting up the board. When the pieces were in place, dead center in the squares and facing forward, Jolene motioned for me to go first. I hovered my hand above the pawn to the far right. She shook her head. I raised a brow and moved to the pawn on the far left. Jolene giggled and pointed to the pawn in front of my queen. I eased the piece 1 square, and she motioned for me to move it forward. "A pawn can move 2 places?" She pantomimed the difference between the first and subsequent pawn moves. I think I have it. 1 or 2 squares on the first move, and only 1 square after its left home plate? Jolene rolled her eyes, but nodded. I laughed. Something told me she'd have plenty to say when she started speaking again. Who taught you how to play? Her grandmother. A voice whispered from the corner of the room. The child smiled and stared in the direction of the sound. I glanced over my shoulder at Jolene's mother, then to the glass separating the play and observation rooms. The sessions were more than likely taped, which meant they could become evidence. I had to be careful or risk causing more trouble for Jolene and losing my counseling license. The powers that be didn't exactly approve of talking to the dead during a therapy session. I faced the child, but spoke to the spirit. Can you tell me what happened today? Jolene's eyes widened and she shook her head. She'll tell you when she's ready. Right, Jojo? The little girl frowned at her mother's spirit and turned her attention back to the chess game. The spirit sighed. She's a good girl. She's been through a lot, Miss Lamar. You have to save her. I leaned forward and made eye contact with the child. I know, and I'm not going to give up. Haley opened the door. Hi, Jolene. This is Maria. She's going to sit with you while I talk to Tessa, okay? Her smile sank into a frown before she slid her blank mask back in place. She nodded once and cleared the pieces from the board. My heart broke for her. No kid should have to hide their emotions. Then again, no child should have to endure the loss of her mother or be involved in or witness a murder. I reached for Jolene's hand and gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. Thanks for the chess lesson. I'd like to play again sometime. She pulled away without meeting my eyes. In the hall, Haley and Jolene's social worker's long faces made my stomach ache. What else could possibly have gone wrong in this child's life? She's being moved out of the group home, Haley said. Did they find a foster family for her? The social worker frowned. Jolene attacked another child with a fork. She will be difficult to place. I tried to imagine that sweet girl chasing another kid around with flatware. What caused her to react so violently? The woman shook her head. It doesn't matter what the other child did. She stabbed him repeatedly. It took 2 of us to pull her off him. So, what now? I turned to Haley. More than likely, she'll be transferred to a state facility. As of today, there aren't any available pediatric psych beds anywhere in the area. Haley ran a hand over her belly. I'm sorry I brought you in, Tessa. You need to take a load off. I put my arm around her shoulder and guided her to the observation room. Once Haley was settled at the desk with her feet propped on a file box, I turned to the social worker. What if there's an approved foster care home with no other children? The woman's face softened into a combination of pity and loss. Our foster care homes are full. I knew of one home that had yet to take in their first child. All I had to do was convince my Aunt Dottie to finalize the application her and Charlie had started before he died. How long does she have before she's moved? The social worker shook her head. She can't go back to the group home. We aren't staffed to provide that level of supervision. The gears in my head spun like an out-of-control train. As her lead therapist, I'm going to Baker Act her. She's expressing suicidal ideations. She requires a 48-hour observation period, longer if her psychiatrist deems it necessary. Exactly how did you come to that conclusion? The woman set her hands on her hips. Haley stared as if I were the one who needed an evaluation. I shrugged. It's like my aunt always says, some people hear with their ears while others listen with their eyes and hearts. Chapter 6. Quite proud of myself for coming up with a solution to the group home situation, I dialed my great-grandmother.
Hello?
Grandma's voice warmed my heart and brought on a case of the nerves. I could never fool her. She'd see straight through me. Hi, Gram. Is Dottie home?
Yes? Would you like to speak to her?
No, but I'd like to call a family meeting. She sucked in a breath, and I could practically hear her rolling her eyes.
Is everything okay?
Yes, everything's fine, but I have something important to discuss with you and Dottie. I'm on my way home now.
We'll be here.
See you soon, Gram. I love you.
Love you too. Be safe.
She'd said the right words, but failed to keep the skepticism out of her voice. Not that I could blame her. Lately, family meetings meant I'd royally screwed up. After stopping at the store for some of Dottie's favorite things, I rehearsed my speech while stuck in Interstate 4 traffic. An hour later, I'd traveled 15 miles and had a plan. I parked between Charlie and May's houses because two cars I didn't recognize blocked my driveway. I figured they belonged to tribe members seeking out Bryson for healing or a quick spell. Good. Hopefully, he'll be tied up for a bit. I went straight to the ladies. Once I had them on board, I'd present the new arrangement to Bryson as a done deal. After all, it was better to ask forgiveness than to beg for permission. Grandma glanced up from the stove and narrowed her eyes.
Last time we had a family meeting, you burnt your apartment down. Should I be worried?
Nothing's caught fire this time, I promise. I kissed her cheek and peeked into the pot. Chicken and rice? Yum.
Biscuits are in the oven.
She hip-checked me when I reached for the spoon.
Set the table.
Yes, ma'am. I grinned and pulled the soup bowls from the cupboard. How was your day? May cast me a dubious look.
You sure nothing burned down?
Tessa, I didn't hear you come in. Aunt Dottie gave me a quick hug. I brought you some peanut brittle and that cherry lime soda you like so much. She opened the silverware drawer and paused. What's wrong? Did you get fired? I laughed and set my hands on my hips. I'm trying to be nice. Why does everyone assume the worst?
Because we know you.
Grandma set dinner on the table.
Why'd you only set 3 places?
I fought the urge to cringe and sent up a silent prayer she hadn't invited Bryson. It's a family meeting.
Bryson's family. So's Aaron, but he had to work tonight.
She gave Dottie a quick wink. My grandma not only assumed the worst, she'd brought in reinforcements to handle my latest disaster. Yes, but
no buts, young lady.
Bryson came in as I filled our glasses with sweet tea. He wore old blue jeans, a black t-shirt, and the same weary expression as the ladies.
Sorry I'm late. Had to treat a case of poison ivy and bless a wedding blanket. Smells good, May.
Thank you. I know it's your favorite.
She winked and motioned to the table.
Everyone sit. Let's eat before it gets cold.
He flashed me his dimpled smile, the one that told me he expected me to complain about tribe members popping in. While I disagreed with his open-door policy, I had a hard time staying mad when he looked at me like that. Not to mention, I planned to lay a doozy on the 3 of them. After Bryson said grace and everyone's bowls were filled, I said, Haley asked me to take over for one of her patients, a little girl. Grandma and Dottie stared, likely wondering why I'd broken my cardinal rule about treating children. Bryson nodded. Come to find out, she's special. I took a sip of tea to calm my nerves. She can see ghosts. Well, ain't that something? Grandma took another bite. Bryson, on the other hand, put his fork down and gave me his full attention. The speech I'd prepared in the car slipped away along with my courage. Rather than laying out the pros of my plan, I vomited out the big fat con. She's the little girl on the news, the one whose mama was murdered. Dottie's eyes widened. They say she told the police she killed her father. Stepfather, and she didn't do it. Grandma pursed her lips. Did she tell you that? I shook my head. Her mother's spirit came to me and begged me to help. I met the stepfather's ghost, too. He's a nasty piece of work. I've never encountered anything so dark, and that's saying a lot, all things considered. Bryson sat back.
Is this the case you helped Aaron with the other night?
I hadn't planned for that question, especially not from him. Yes. He nodded, though his expression grew more troubled. What can we do to help? Dottie patted my hand. Well, I chose my next words carefully. Jolene, the little girl, is in trouble. Something happened at the group home, and they're trying to send her to a state psychiatric hospital. She needs a foster home with no other kids, and all the approved homes are bursting at the seams. Dottie eased her hand from mine and stood. Anyone need more tea? I kept my mouth shut as she moved around the kitchen. She did her best thinking while puttering. My great-grandmother asked, What did the child do to be tossed out of the group home? Grandma, you remember how it was for me when I was little? I was teased to death when I told people I saw spirits. The poor thing probably witnessed her stepdaddy killing her mother. She's so traumatized she doesn't speak. I understand, Tessa Marie. Now answer my question. She stabbed another kid with a fork. I risked a glance at Bryson and wished I hadn't. Thunderstorms moved behind his dark eyes. My great-grandmother tossed her napkin on the table. Where's her family? Her biological father's in Afghanistan. From what Haley can tell, he left before she was born. The army sent word to him, but who knows if he'll come home. Grandma's brows rose. Taking care of a little one is a lot of work, especially one with so many problems. Dottie nodded. I remember Tessa at that age. I'd hate to think what would happen to her if we hadn't stepped up to raise her. The girl needs someone who understands her magic. Bryson folded his arms.
Dottie's right. If the girl has magic, she needs to be with people who can help her learn to control it.
I'd set the hook. All I had to do was reel them in. I'm afraid she'll tell them she speaks to spirits, and the doctors will think she's hearing voices and diagnose her with schizophrenia. Grandma eyed the three of us. Let me play the devil here. She talks to ghosts, stabbed a boy, and maybe killed her stepfather. Is it wise to take her in?
And it's a conflict of interest for you, isn't it?
Bryson turned to me. Wait, what? I thought he was on my side. I'm not even officially on the case. Aaron will have to understand. He frowned and took my hand.
I believe it would constitute a dual relationship, wouldn't it?
Leave it to Bryson to burst my bubble. He had a point. Having my great-aunt foster Jolene would change my relationship with the girl. All sorts of professional boundaries would blur. Potentially, I sighed. Probably. But what am I supposed to do? Turn my back when I may be the only person who can help her? Grandma sat back and lowered her gaze. This is something we should all take some time to consider. Dottie returned to the table with a determined look in her eye. In the meantime, I'll call the lady at the foster care office in the morning. Mine and Charlie's application was approved right before he died. I don't know if they'll let me take in a child now that it's just me. Chapter 7. Music spilled onto the deck as Bryson and I sat nursing our drinks. We'd established a Tuesday night tradition, going out for dinner, stopping in the local hole in the wall for a game of pool, and capping off the night watching a movie at home. Tonight, the third member of our relationship was running late, so we opted for burgers at the sports bar. Bryson set his empty beer bottle on the table.
Have you told Aaron about Jolene?
The conversation with the ladies the day before had left me uncertain. The absolute last thing I wanted to do was to invite another opinion. I was planning to, but he sounded exhausted when he called. I'd rather tell him when he's in a better mood.
The longer you wait, the more upset he'll be.
He motioned for the waitress and turned to me.
Would you like another?
I gulped down the remainder of my vodka cranberry. That depends. Are you driving?
The lady will have another. Make it a double. Club soda for me.
Bryson's grin made the server suck in a breath. She hurried away, blushing as bright as her red tank top. I laughed. Are you trying to get me drunk?
Drunk? No. Tipsy? Yes.
He winked and leaned close to whisper,
Tipsy Tessa kicks off her shoes. Drunk Tessa kicks off her jeans.
I ran my hand over his thigh. I thought you liked me naked.
I do, but not in public.
Bryson nuzzled my cheek and drew my earlobe between his teeth. I rolled my eyes, though he couldn't see the gesture with his face buried in my neck. I'd never once taken my pants off in a bar.
Hey, sorry I'm late.
Aaron kissed my cheek and slid into the chair beside me.
It's been a hell of a day.
Rough case? I squeezed his hand.
Yeah, I can handle almost anything except when the Vics are minors.
Bryson eased back.
Have a drink. I'm designated driver tonight. No can do. I have to head back soon.
Aaron met my eyes.
I hate to ask, but I'd like you in on this one. It's unique.
Unique how?
We found the remains of 4 kids so far. 3 have been there for some time. The other is more recent.
I fought to keep the sinking feeling in my gut from showing on my face. Aaron wasn't the only one who'd never get used to working cases involving dead minors. Sure, I guess.
Thanks, Tessa.
He glanced at Bryson.
You're welcome to come and wait in the car. It shouldn't take long. I'm hoping Tessa will pick up on a spirit or 2 from the perimeter. Unless you need me to drive her home, I'll pass. I have some work to do at the house. She can take my car. I'll have Samuels drop me off when we're done.
I know it's early, but is this a serial killer? I chewed my thumbnail. We'd worked a serial killer case a couple of months earlier, and I, for one, never wanted to do it again.
Probably. But I'd rather wait and see what you pick up on the scene before giving up the details.
Bryson glanced in my direction, then back to Aaron.
Tessa has some things she needs to discuss with you.
The waitress brought my cocktail, but I thought better of drinking it when I'd promised to go on a case. Although, a double shot of vodka might keep me from strangling Bryson for setting me up. Hadn't I just told him I'd rather wait to tell Aaron about Jolene? My blue-eyed detective placed an order for a double bacon cheeseburger with a side of sweet potato fries and turned his attention to me.
What'd you want to talk about?
I shot Bryson a death glare, but he shrugged as if it were no big deal. Aaron sat back and folded his arms.
Oh, boy. This isn't good, is it?
My men locked eyes. They had an annoying way of communicating that had nothing to do with words and everything to do with jaws and eyebrows. Judging by the heavy-duty sigh Aaron exhaled, Their conversation hadn't gone well. I asked Dottie to foster Jolene, the little girl from the Wagner murders. There. I said it. No hemming or hawing, just the facts. Aaron picked up my drink, frowned, and set it back down. She's my patient. Well, she's Haley's patient, but I'm taking over her case because Haley's having pregnancy issues. Anyway, Jolene's in trouble at her group home and needs a place to stay. I thought it'd be best if we took her in. So much for controlling my verbal diarrhea. I couldn't help it. Aaron's jaw tensed more with each word I said. If he didn't unclench soon, he'd crack his molars.
Why, exactly, would it be best?
Bryson swooped in to save me, though his timing was a few minutes too slow.
The girl's a medium.
Aaron smirked.
You're on board with this? I wouldn't say that. More conflicted than on board.
So much for saving me. I shook my head and took Aaron's hand. I have to do this. She's alone and scared. If she's sent to a state hospital, they're going to diagnose her with schizophrenia and pump her full of medications.
When did you start seeing her?
Aaron's voice softened enough to give me hope. The day of Darlene's shower. He turned his head so fast, the other people in the bar might have thought I'd hit him. My pounding pulse drowned out the background noise. I had to explain, to make this right. I didn't know it was her trailer until I saw the pictures in her room.
You should have told me then.
I'd expected his anger, but the hurt in his eyes did me in. You're right. I should have.
How sure are you it's safe to have her around me and Dottie?
I squared my shoulders and raised my chin. I'd prepared myself for this question. 100% sure? They know what they're getting into after raising me. It's the people at the hospital I'm worried about. They won't understand her. May and Dottie can help her feel normal. Aaron sat straighter and spoke in his official cop voice.
I can't have you on the case.
I know. He pulled his hand back when the waitress returned with his dinner. Bryson squeezed my thigh under the table.
It's a complicated situation. Dottie's checking with social services to see if she can foster without Charlie. It all may be a moot point. Tessa has another conflict of interest as the girl's therapist. But if we can, we should help.
Aaron pushed his plate to the side.
Understood. But with the promotion on the table, I can't be at the house with her there. Not until the case is closed. And the way things are going, it could be a while.
I didn't think about that. The last thing I wanted to do was chase him off, not when the three of us were settling into our relationship. Bryson opened his mouth to speak, but his phone chirped. He glanced at the screen and sighed. Bad news? I jumped at the chance to get my fanny out of the hot seat.
Another poison ivy case. Give me a minute.
I dipped my head and chewed my thumbnail while Bryson sent a text.
Second thoughts about Dottie fostering the girl?
Bryson set his phone face down on the table. Feeling like a third grader who'd wet their pants at recess, I shrugged. I may have leapt before I looked. Aaron motioned to the server for the bill.
You'd better be sure about this. She's not a puppy you can return to the pound when things get tough, and Tessa, things will get tough.
Images of Darlene leaving me on Dottie and Charlie's doorstep flashed through my mind. I had no intention of having kids, adopted or the old-fashioned way. I simply didn't trust myself with the life of another human being, which is why I'd asked Dottie to take in the girl temporarily. You don't think I know that? This isn't a permanent situation. It's only until, hell, I don't know, until she gets a handle on her gift. Bryson and Aaron exchanged glances. Chapter 8. Aaron drove while I stared out the window, considering and reconsidering the situation with Jolene.
I can hear your gears grinding. Talk to me.
He tucked my hair behind my ear. I shifted closer to him. I'm sure I want to help her, but only if you're on board with it. Nothing comes before you and Bryson.
I'll support your decision.
Aaron had said the right thing, but his voice lacked conviction. Thanks. He brought my hand to his lips.
We'll make it work, but I'm going to miss you on the Wagner case. I think I could talk Chief into bringing you on. We have no leads.
Maybe being in a stable environment will help Jolene feel safe enough to talk about what happened. She had to have seen something.
Maybe.
Aaron turned onto a dirt road on the outskirts of Orlando and parked next to a squad car.
I doubt you'll find any reflective surfaces, but I'm hoping you'll pick up on something.
My magic had limits. Big ones. Sometimes I could see the past by reading the imprints of energy on shiny objects. Other times, I got diddly squat. Once in a great while, like the other night at Jolene's trailer, the spirit of the deceased came to me. But none of it was a given. I'll do my best. I reached for the door handle.
Tessa, wait. I don't see the medical examiner's van. The bodies may still be there. Stay on the perimeter. Promise me you won't get too close.
I stared, unsure if he thought I'd trample the evidence or if the concern in his voice was for my well-being. This isn't my first time on a death scene. Aaron ran a hand through his dark hair.
Not like this. It's awful. Promise me you won't look at her.
Crap. Okay. I stepped out of the car and squinted toward the glow of lights in the wooded field. The hum of generators replaced the chirps of crickets. A handful of CSI techs huddled over their coffee beside the mobile command post, a rolling miniature headquarters usually reserved for large-scale cases. Their haunted expressions told me Aaron hadn't exaggerated about the scene. I leaned close to Aaron and lowered my voice. How long before the press gets wind of this with the Moby sitting here?
Not long enough.
He led me under the awning where another CSI tech was suiting up in personal protective equipment. Samuels, Aaron's partner, exited the vehicle.
Nice of you to join us, Lamar.
I ignored the salty old detective's gruff tone. He used it for the benefit of the uniformed officers and techs. Beneath that crunchy outer shell beat the heart of a good guy. Hello to you too, Samuels. The techs looked up from their coffee. I'd earned myself quite the reputation in the Orange County Police Department, both for helping to solve cases and for other, less savory events involving Detective Blue Eyes and Bryson. Aaron nodded to Samuels.
Is she cleared? Chief gave the okay, but said to stay away from the media.
Perfect. I dipped my chin to hide my flaming cheeks. On the last high-profile case I'd worked with Aaron, news cameras caught us kissing outside a building just before it blew up.
Red looks good on you, Lamar.
Samuels chuckled.
Suit up. Don't let him bother you. Someone pissed in his coffee this morning.
Aaron squeezed my shoulder.
Ready?
I nodded, pulled my hair into a ponytail, and tucked it under a plastic cap. Covered from head to shoe in plastic-coated paper, the three of us trudged through the field to the perimeter of the death scene. Besides the nose-wrinkling exhaust fumes from the generators, a smell I'd hoped to never encounter again hit me like bad Chinese food. I resisted the urge to cover my nose or clench my gut, though everything in me wanted to turn and run.
Hold it together, Lamar. We're still yards away from the body.
Samuels chuckled. I gave him a sideways glance. You're awfully cantankerous tonight.
He gets that way when kids are involved. We all do.
Aaron met my gaze.
You going to be okay?
I won't puke on the evidence. I swear.
Stick to the stepping plates while inside, except for a foot or two from the perimeter.
Aaron gave a uniformed officer our names and credentials and ushered me behind the yellow police tape. I took a moment to survey the lay of the land. The scene was easily the size of a kickball field. Shop lights illuminated the majority of the cordoned-off area. A tent sat in the center. Several people in paper coveralls knelt around what I assumed to be the freshest body. 3 other, smaller groups of techs worked in different locations. Aaron put his hand on my shoulder and lowered his head to meet my gaze.
Remember what I said? Eyes forward.
Got it. Go do what you need to do. I'm going to stick to the edges.
The white and green flags mark the search grid. If you need to enter that area, come back to the cap.
The cap, or common approach path, consisted of metal plates arranged like stepping stones that led to the bodies. I had no intention of getting close enough to the remains to need to use them. I'm good. I promise. Aaron gave me one last concerned look, turned, and walked up the path. In my official role as a victim's advocate, I rarely entered the actual death scene. My job involved speaking to the friends and family of the deceased. As a psychic, I generally walked the scenes after CSI had finished. Whatever Aaron had seen beneath that tent had rattled him. Without reflections to read, I had no clue what I'd find. I moved to a quieter area along the edge of the tape and drew my magic to the surface. The heat of the firebird, my spirit animal, washed over me. But that wasn't the magic I needed. I reached deeper, to the cold pit in the bottom of my being, and coaxed a part of me that attracted the dead to the surface. The part of me no one, including Bryson, understood. After meeting Jolene, I doubted the colder magic had anything to do with my heritage. Nunnehi weren't human. We didn't age the same, nor did we rely on spells for magic. It was part of our being. Although rare, some humans could see ghosts, but Bryson couldn't recall another Nunnehi having the gift, or curse in some cases. The spirit of a teen girl with the same pale blonde curls as Jolene appeared before me. She tilted her head and grinned as if she'd figured out the punchline to my joke. The joke, however, was on me. The ghost took my hand and tugged me forward. I dug my heels in and tried to break free of her grasp, but it was like she'd grabbed a hold of my bones. I'd been around spirits my entire life. Usually they were misty. Sometimes they could push me around. But this unnerved me. Wait, stop! I can't walk in there! The girl glanced over her shoulder and frowned the sort of frown usually reserved for spilled milkshakes and younger siblings. Like water from a tap in winter, fear ran down my spine and pooled in my shoes. This spirit child was dangerous. Can you speak? Her eyes narrowed. Do you have a name? She released my hand and pointed toward a live oak on the other side of the death scene, then motioned to herself. You want to go to the tree? I felt foolish playing charades with a dead girl. Rachel. Before I could form another question, she grabbed my wrist. This time, I caught a glimpse of her spectral hand inside my arm. Somehow, she had reached in and grabbed my bones. No matter how hard I pulled, I couldn't break her grip. We ran, or she ran and I trailed behind, through the crime scene. People yelled from all directions as we trampled across evidence markers. And my God, the smell! My stomach twisted like it was wringing itself out. The remnants of my burger rose in my throat. Lamar! Samuels called from my right. The spirit stopped a couple of yards from the tree. I turned my head toward the sound of the detective's voice and caught an eyeful of the little girl beneath the tent. Bloated, discolored, blonde. Chapter 9. What the hell happened? Aaron grabbed my shoulders hard enough to leave bruises, but they'd pale in comparison to the bruises on my ego. People scurried around the death scene like ants on a hill I'd destroyed. Not me exactly. The spirit had caused the havoc, though I couldn't exactly announce that little tidbit to the crowd. I leaned close. A ghost. I think there's another body. The spirit pointed to the ground and nodded. Here. It's right here. I stepped back from Aaron and rubbed my arms where his fingers had dug in. He stared, not at me. At her. At the spirit.
Matterson, I need a team over here now.
Samuels took me at my word, even if the man I called my mate didn't.
Tessa, do you have any idea what you've done? You may have cross-contaminated the scene. We'll have a hard time determining there's more than one killer.
Aaron searched the sky like God himself would write the answer to his problems in the stars. I'm sorry. She wouldn't let go. He split his attention between me and the spirit child.
I sent you in. You were my responsibility.
My traitorous eyes strayed over to the tent with the newest victim. What remained of the child hardly resembled a little girl, except the hair. The hair reminded me of Jolene. I wrapped my arms around my midsection and gasped. The second the pungent air hit the back of my throat, I dry-heaved.
Shit.
Aaron took my shoulders again. This time, he bent me forward and placed his hand between my shoulder blades.
Shallow. Through the nose.
Samuel shoved a barf bag into my line of vision.
Easy, Lamar. Nice and slow.
I managed to keep my dinner inside my body by sheer will alone. After another minute or two of focused breathing, I righted myself and offered Samuels a grateful smile. Aaron, however, had disappeared.
Don't worry. It happens to the best of us.
Samuels motioned to the bag.
Keep it.
How bad did I mess up the scene? He gave me a you really don't want to know the answer shrug.
Don't worry about Aaron. He's stressed about the promotion.
Oh, God. Did I ruin his chances? Will this count against him? Samuel shrugged again.
We have a fifth. I need evidence bags.
Matterson turned to me.
How did you know?
It was my turn to shrug.
Well, I'll be damned.
Samuel shook his head.
It's always an adventure with you.
The crime scene investigator grinned.
You're the psychic? I heard you were the real deal, but I never would have believed it. Good job. It's Lamar, right?
Yes, I'm Tessa Lamar. I reached to shake his hand and thought the better of it. I'd cross-contaminated enough evidence for one night. Aaron returned with a fresh pair of shoe covers for me and a photographer for the corpse. He cast a curious look at the new area of interest.
Good work. Sorry I snapped at you.
I shrugged again. It annoyed me when Samuels did it, but I understood the attraction to a gesture that answered any question without saying a darned thing. Aaron didn't seem to notice. He split his attention between me and the remains of the fifth victim.
Take off your booties and put them in an evidence bag.
The spirit of the girl hovered over the investigators as they painstakingly unearthed the remains. Rachel! I glanced at the people working around me. I had questions, but hated the thought of further embarrassing Aaron. How much more could I screw up? Her name is Rachel? Aaron should have been used to my weirdness, but he stared as if I'd farted in church. The spirit had a similar expression when she moved in my direction. Taking no chances, I folded my arms and took a step back. I would not let her drag me around again. Do you know her last name? No. Are there any more girls here? Call me a coward, but I stepped behind Aaron.
Everything okay?
He spoke without turning. Just peachy. I locked eyes with the ghost. Not here, but there are more. She looked up at Aaron, and a hint of an emotion crossed her face. They're under sidewalks near the big trees. I considered her words. Sidewalks near trees could be anywhere. Do you know who did this to them? The spirit tore her gaze from Aaron. The man in the blue car. We're here to help you. Can you tell me your name? Her expression hardened into one usually reserved for adults. Adults who'd learned that nothing in life was free and trust came at the highest price of all. Any hope of getting a lead from the girl faded. Are there other spirits here? She smirked. Good girls go to heaven. I cringed at the thought of the child wandering this field, thinking she hadn't earned the right to pass through the pearly gates. That's not true. All children... The spirit screeched and launched herself at me. I ducked further behind Aaron, who took the full brunt of her rage. He let out an unholy howl that made the hairs on the back of my neck try to run for cover. The ghost's arm and face punched through Aaron's personal protective equipment. She took a swipe at me, but missed. Getting stuck in the center of a grown man had slowed her down.
Burns, you okay?
Samuels had gone pale.
Tessa, what the hell is going on?
Aaron didn't answer. His muscles seized, and he shook like someone hit him with a taser, yet somehow remained on his feet. Get out of there! Right now! I reached for the ghost. Normally, my hand would pass through a spirit. However, nothing about this girl was normal. The little poltergeist grabbed my forearm with both hands and pried her way out of Aaron. She continued to rant about Rachel, but my attention had shifted to my collapsed mate. I knelt beside him and pressed my fingers to his forehead. Not that I thought he had a fever, but some weird instinct took over, and it seemed like the prudent thing to do. Aaron, are you okay? His long and lean body had folded into a fetal position, only tighter and stiffer.
Cold. Is it gone?
Yeah. I took my gloves off and touched his cheek. Recognizing its mate, my spirit animal stirred. Warmth from the firebird flowed through my fingers. A uniformed officer called from the cab.
Does he need EMS?
No, Aaron said through gritted teeth. I glanced over my shoulder. He's okay. Hypoglycemic and he skipped dinner.
Do you think you can stand?
Samuels squatted beside Aaron.
I can try. My muscles feel like they took a few 100 volts.
With Samuels on one side and me on the other, we managed to get Aaron to his feet.
That was some scary shit.
Samuels looked past Aaron to me. I've never encountered anything like it, or her. The last victim is Rachel. Didn't get the last name. There are more girls, but not here. She said under sidewalks near trees. Aaron whispered,
I heard her. She referred to the perp as the man in the blue car. Why can I suddenly see and hear spirits?
No idea, but we'll figure it out.
You're rubbing off on him, Lamar.
Samuels chuckled. I opened my mouth to tell him to shut it when it dawned on me that the anthill of activity had come to a halt. I glanced around to find most, if not all, of the officers, detectives, and techs staring. Samuels, being his typical smart-mouthed self, said,
Everyone, I'd like you to meet Tessa Lamar. I'm sure her reputation precedes her. Now that you've seen her in action, you understand why.
My knees buckled and I took a step back, nearly dropping my sweetheart. Aaron growled under his breath,
Was that necessary? Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was that, or let them think you're a rookie who can't handle a death scene.
Chapter 10. I'd spent the previous hour scrubbing the floors and putting the finishing touches on Jolene's new room while Bryson mowed the lawn and Dottie dusted May's 132 knickknacks. My great-grandmother had done what she did best, supervised. Her little pink house had never looked so clean. A good thing, because the lady from the social services was due to arrive in 10 minutes. Dottie and Grandma had decided to share the master, which left my childhood bedroom free. It'd be a tight squeeze, but we planned for Jolene to spend most of her time with me and Bryson. Plus, she had school and activities and friends. The girl would hardly be home. Grandma surveyed the gleaming floor. "All right, go put on clean clothes and brush your teeth." I couldn't help but grin. "She's not going to check our molars, Grandma." "Don't you sass me, Tessa Marie. She's going to want to talk to us, and that spaghetti sauce we had for lunch was heavy on the garlic." She had a point. "Yes, ma'am." I kissed her cheek and bounded down the front steps before she thought of more chores that needed done. The mower cut off behind Charlie's house. Bryson unbraided his hair as he came around the side of the house. He flashed me a smile that turned my knees to pudding. Between his muscles and those amazing Cherokee cheekbones, Bryson was the definition of a panty melter. Lucky for me, he was mine. "Grandma says we should wash up before the lady from social services gets here." I closed the distance and slid my arms around his waist. Sweaty or not, I had a hard time keeping my hands off him when he wore his hair down.
"We're both going to need a shower if you keep hugging me like that."
He might talk a good game, but he didn't let me go. In fact, he pulled me closer. We walked into our living room, and my sex thoughts vanished. I'd spent the entire day cleaning Grandma's house, but I hadn't bothered to do a thing here. "Go get a shower. I'll tidy up a little." I walked into the kitchen and filled the sink. "When we get around to renovating the kitchen, I want a dishwasher and a garbage disposal."
"I'll add that to the list."
He kissed my cheek and disappeared into the bathroom. I hummed one of Charlie's favorite Glenn Campbell songs while I washed the dishes. Staring out the window at the spring flowers, I couldn't help but feel blessed. And soon we'd have a little girl around to share in the bounty. Haley's father had pulled some strings with social services to get Jolene's placement to the front of the line. The media coverage around her parents' murders had helped. Dottie's revised application was approved, but social services had to come and do a final home inspection before placing the child. With any luck, Jolene would be here tomorrow. I'd gone into the bedroom to change clothes when someone knocked on the front door. "I'll be right there." Bryson came around the corner wearing nothing but a towel.
"Woman in a suit. Does she have the wrong address?"
"Probably, but do me a favor and stay out of sight." The last thing we needed was the social worker knowing Bryson and I were living in sin on the same property we planned to house Jolene. Besides, we weren't on the application. He nodded, but lowered his brows, clearly unhappy with my request. I pulled a t-shirt over my head, plastered a smile on my face, and opened the door. The woman looked from me to her paperwork and back again. "Dottie Nokoseka?" "No, she's my great-aunt. She's in the little pink house." The social worker leaned back to check the house number and double-checked her paperwork. "I see." My heart stuttered. The woman had my address on the form. I had a sinking feeling Dottie hadn't updated all of her information. My limited knowledge of the Department of Children and Family Services told me that we had a huge problem. "Come in and have a seat. I'll go get her. She must have lost track of time helping my elderly great-grandmother clean." I tried hard not to outright lie, but I'd twisted the truth into knots. "Thank you, Miss Tessa Lamar." I shook her hand. "Hattie White." She stepped inside and looked around my undusted, unvacuumed, and unorganized living room. Judging by her crisp white button-down, stiff jacket, and sensible shoes, Miss Hattie White appreciated a tidy home. "Please have a seat. I'll be right back." I hurried into the bedroom to grab a pair of shoes. The window was open and the towel Bryson had worn around his waist laid in a heap beneath the sill. He must have shifted into his hawk and went flying. Good thing, considering the tap-dancing Dottie and I would have to do to pass the home visit. I returned to the front room. "Can I get you a drink?" She shook her head. "Mind if I get started? I have a full afternoon." "No, of course not. I mean, have at it." My voice came out as shrill as a knife on a grinding stone. "Mind yourself on the construction around back." She gave me a curt nod. I ran to Graham May's like the devil was on my heels. Bursting into the kitchen, I nearly knocked poor Dottie on her backside. "We have a problem." "Tessa, my goodness, you scared the life out of me." Dottie fanned herself. "The social worker is at Charlie's. Did you tell them you'd moved?" The color drained from her face. "It didn't cross my mind. She asked if anything had changed and we started talking about Charlie." I held up my hands and shook my head. "It's okay. We can sort it out later, but for now, we'll go with the notion that you still live in your house." Dottie leaned closer and lowered her voice. "That's fibbing." "It is, but what if they make us start over with the application? Jolene doesn't have long before they send her off to the state mental hospital." Graham May came into the kitchen.
Tessa's right. It's only a short-term lie. You can update the paperwork once she's here." "All right, I guess."
Dottie glanced between us. "We have to hurry. She's already looking through the house. It's a mess." As soon as the words fell out of my mouth, I regretted them. Graham May shifted her dentures from side to side, then snapped them into place.
"Tessa Marie, what have I told you about keeping a clean kitchen floor? It's the same as always wearing clean drawers. You never know when something will happen and someone will see them. I know, but no buts. Go."
Dottie and I hurried along the path between the two houses. We entered the living room at the same time Ms. White emerged from mine and Bryson's bedroom. Oh, crap! I did not like the look on her face. "This is my great-aunt, Dottie Nokoseka. Aunt Dottie, this is Miss Hattie White." Chapter 11.
Nice to meet you. It's not often that we have someone continue the process after the death of a spouse. I'm sorry for your loss.
Miss White offered Dottie a genuine smile, the sort that broke through her stern professional manner and showed the woman beneath the suit.
Thank you. Charlie and I raised Tessa, but we never had children of our own. We were looking forward to opening our home.
Dottie motioned to the couch. "Please, have a seat. Can I get you something to drink?" Miss White sat on the well-worn sofa.
"No, thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I'll be on my way."
Dottie seated herself near the window and folded her hands in her lap. Her expression reminded me of one of the many times my high school principal had called us into his office.
Are any of the substances in the jars and bottles in the third bedroom poisonous?
Yes, some. My husband was full-blooded Cherokee. He believed in natural medicines. There's a lock on the door that requires a key. We'll keep the door locked when Jolene is here." Dottie glanced in my direction for help. "Since no one here's using any of that stuff, I was thinking about boxing it up and donating it to the local tribe." I half lied. I would pack it up and store it until Bryson and I decided what to do with the medicine shop. Ms. White nodded.
The clothes in the closet?
"Are Charlie's." My voice tightened. She eyed me until I lowered my chin.
I'm concerned about the construction, but I understand the situation is of an urgent matter.
It is. The new room will be finished within a couple of weeks. In the meantime, I'll be sure to keep Jolene away from the area." Dottie shifted her weight in the chair, letting me know I wasn't the only nervous one.
Dr. Alexander spoke very highly of you, Mrs. Nokoseka. How long have you known him?
My heart slammed against my ribs. Had she asked a trick question? Would a personal relationship with Haley's father cause a problem with the application? Did she know that Haley and I were friends, or that I was working with Jolene?
I've known him since Tessa and his daughter started college. He conducted the personal evaluation and home visit for mine and Charlie's original foster parent application,
Dottie said. I resisted the urge to wipe the sweat from my forehead. She'd answered perfectly. I shouldn't have worried. Aunt Dottie had always possessed a grace that I envied. Miss White stood.
That's all I need. Do you have any questions for me?
My mother-in-law lives in the other house on the property. Would it be all right if Jolene spends time there as well? My poor heart couldn't take another shock. We were home free, and my God-fearing aunt opened a can of problems.
Once she is in your care, you can and should treat her like any other child. She's permitted to visit friends and family as you see fit, and you'll be assigned a caseworker to answer any questions that arise.
Miss White turned to me.
You seem nervous. Do you have any questions?
I laughed, too high and too shrill. I guess I am a little keyed up. I just know how much this means to Dottie and how important it is for Jolene to have a stable environment. When will we hear back from you?
I'm not the one who makes the final decision, but you should hear back by midday tomorrow.
I did the math in my head. Jolene's initial involuntary commitment had expired. If the approval process took longer than expected, I'd need to have Haley's father sign off on another extension. If you were me, would you spend the rest of the day fixing up the little bedroom? Ms. White winked before her professional expression slid back into place.
I can't advise you on how to spend your time, but things tend to move quickly once the application is approved.
The rockabye baby ringtone I'd assigned to Haley broke the tension. I tried to ignore it, but a voice whispered in the back of my mind to answer. I should get that. My friend is very pregnant.
Go ahead. I'll show Miss White out.
Dottie motioned for me to shoo and turned to the social worker. Thank you. And I apologize for... I hurried into the bedroom and answered the phone. Hi, Haley.
Tessa, it's Malcolm Alexander. Haley's in labor and we can't reach Scott. She's asking for you.
Haley's father sounded downright panicked. Quite the departure from the usually stoic psychiatrist. I'm on my way.
We're at Florida Hospital for Women on Rollins. Labor and delivery. I don't know the room.
Haley's groans came through the line loud enough that my uterus contracted in response. I'll be there as soon as I can. Even though I'd sat through a handful of Lamaze classes in case something like this happened, I knew next to nothing about pregnancy. 3 weeks early didn't seem critically early, but I had an unsettled feeling about the baby.
Thanks, Tessa. I'll let her know.
He disconnected the call. I grabbed my purse, checked for my keys, wallet, gum, cell phone. Where the hell is my cell phone? Bryson flew through the open bedroom window and shifted into his human form.
How'd it go?
How'd what go? I scanned the dresser, the bed, the floor.
The home visit?
He clamped my shoulder.
What's wrong?
Haley's in labor. Scott is missing, and I can't find my damned phone. Bryson smiled and lifted a brow.
Maybe I should drive.
For the love of everything good and holy, my phone was in my hand. That's a good idea. Should I call Aaron and ask him to put out an APB on Scott?
He's probably on a job site out of cell range. I'm sure he'll check in within an hour or two.
Bryson slid into a pair of boxers. I took in his body and sighed. I'd completely missed the fact he was standing in front of me naked. Either we were getting far too used to each other, or I truly wasn't fit to drive. On the way to the hospital, I must have dialed Scott 20 times before I gave up and left a voicemail.
Relax, babe. You won't be any good to her if you're stressed out.
Bryson took my hand, probably to keep me from calling again. I know, I just can't shake the feeling something's wrong with the baby. I watched the scenery go by in a blur. When Bryson didn't respond, I risked a glance and wished I hadn't. You too?
Since the last time I saw her,
His frown deepened and his hands tightened on the wheel.
the baby's life force was weak.
I opened my mouth to ask why he hadn't told me, but didn't want to hear the answer. Bryson would have said something if there were anything we could have done to help.
Unborn children are difficult to read. They walk the line between two worlds. Your job is to take care of Haley. The doctors will take care of the baby.
Despite having a pregnant best friend and mother, Bryson and I hadn't discussed births and newborns. I knew he wanted kids and he knew I didn't. We'd silently agreed to disagree on the topic. However, the idea that he'd leave the health of Haley's child to the doctors concerned me. Why can't we heal him if he's sick? Bryson turned into the parking garage.
New babies are complicated. They're half in and half out of the veil. Interfering with the natural order of things is never wise.
But we healed Betty Matthews.
From a shifter attack and a spiritual assault.
He pulled into a parking spot and cut the engine. I didn't like where this conversation was headed. And Aaron? You brought him back from the dead?
I healed Aaron to keep you from blaming yourself for his death.
He turned, and his dark eyes met mine. I gladly sank into their depths.
Our work with Betty and Aaron is spiritual warfare against dark magic. Think of our work with the local tribe at the medicine shop as family doctors. Healing a sick newborn is beyond our scope.
Then what about the folks who show up for healing?
We can cure the flu and maybe save someone from very early stage cancer. But we can't fix the lungs of a lifelong smoker. The very young or very old are always harder to help because, as I said, they straddle the line between the physical and spiritual worlds.
I nodded, though I hated the implications. Graham May was 86 years old. Despite what he said, I planned to use my magic to keep her alive until she begged me to let her rest or Jesus returned, whichever happened first. Chapter 12. The main hospital loomed across the street, a multi-storied reminder of the worst moments in my life. I'd said goodbye to my grandfather, almost lost Aaron, and had hunted a serial killer in that building. Charlie's loss left a hollow place inside me that I doubted would ever heal. Bryson took my hand and led me through the doors of the women's hospital. With some luck and a whole lot of prayer, a new person would enter my life. We followed the signs to labor and delivery and found Haley's father standing in the hall speaking to a man in scrubs. Bryson whispered,
I'll be in the waiting room if you need me.
I nodded and forced my feet to move closer to Dr. Alexander and the other man. The grim looks on their faces sent a chill down my back.
Tessa, thank God.
Malcolm Alexander hugged me.
This is Dr. Dennison. They're putting in an epidural now and will be taking Haley to surgery soon.
I winced, both at the idea of a needle going into my friend's spine and the mention of a cesarean section. Haley had feared giving birth via the toaster method. Can I see her before they take her? The doctor smiled.
Actually, Haley will be awake during the birth. She wants you there with her.
Oh my God. I doubted I'd be able to handle seeing a baby born the natural way, let alone one bursting out like that alien in the Sigourney Weaver movie. Okay.
Come with me. I'll show you where to suit up.
Dr. Dennison wore a "this happens every day" smile, but I wasn't buying it. I should let Bryson know. He's in the waiting room.
I'm heading that way. I'll tell him.
Haley's father had the nerve to look relieved I'd shown up in time to save him from seeing his daughter sliced open. Thanks. My stomach churned. I couldn't remember the last thing I'd eaten, but I prayed it wouldn't make a return appearance.
Relax, it'll be fine. Haley's pre-eclamptic and the baby's heartbeat decelled during several contractions. It's best for mother and baby to deliver now.
I followed him to a hallway where he handed me off to a nurse who instructed me to put on a gown, booties, mask, and paper cap. The getup reminded me of the death scene and that horrible spirit child. I should have checked in with Aaron about the case, but I'd spent my day preparing for the home visit. I was turning out to be a bad fiancé. When my guys had first discussed a polyamorous relationship, I'd worried that I'd be the odd woman out. It broke my heart to think Aaron might feel like a third wheel.
Ready?
The nurse's voice brought me back from my mental procrastination. Not really. I mean, what if I faint? Her smile told me she'd answered the same question 100 times a day, every day since dirt was young.
You'll be seated at her head. Don't peek over the curtain if you don't want to see the show.
Right. I shuffled into the operating room. Haley's voice chased away some of my trepidation. If she could sound downright chipper talking to the people about to open up her belly, I could stand there and hold her hand. Only I couldn't because they'd strapped her arms out to her sides. If they stood her up, they could crucify her. Focus, Tessa. Focus. Hey, sorry I'm late. If I'd smiled any brighter, my lips would have touched my ears. A wasted effort behind the mask. Tessa, thank goodness. You're not late. Just in time. Her entire body shook, as if she were freezing. She flexed her fingers to reach for me. I took her hand and sat, as the nurse suggested, with my back to the messy business. Are you okay? I mean, all things considered? Tired, and can't stop shaking, but I'm good. Dr. Dennison tells me I'll meet my son in about 5 minutes. She had tubes under her nose, the same awful shower cap as me, an IV in her arm and paper draped over her pregnant belly, but she looked beautiful.
The shaking is a side effect of the medication. It'll pass,
the doc said.
Okay, Haley. You're going to feel some pressure.
The blood in the air caused my firebird to stir, and the wet sounds behind me made my stomach roll. I couldn't see the goings-on behind the drape, but I didn't need to. Haley's body rose and fell, shifted and stilled, struggled and yielded to the assault to free the child. You doing okay? A nurse at Haley's left leaned in. I feel faint, I said at the same time the patient answered yes. The nurse patted Haley's shoulder. Almost there. She squeezed my hand, or maybe I squeezed hers. Either way, we held on like the other was the last life vest in a sinking ship. Cries, soft at first, but growing in both volume and intensity, filled the air. I wanted to turn, to look, to see the brand new life, but I didn't dare.
You have a beautiful son,
Dr. Dennison announced to the operating room. Haley laughed through her tears.
The nurse held the wailing baby on the safe side of the drape for a split second before whisking him away.
They're gonna take him to the NICU for observation.
Another nurse or tech or doctor said behind his mask. Is something wrong? Haley's voice sounded as if she'd spoken through water.
It's a precautionary measure.
He turned and followed the nurse with the baby. Haley's fingers fell from my hand. Go with him. Make sure he's okay. My chest tightened when her eyes drifted shut and her mouth went slack. It's the medication. She'll sleep through the remainder of the procedure, a nurse said. My legs wobbled when I stood. She'd asked me to look after her son, and that's what I intended to do. Unfortunately, leaving the room meant turning from the wall and toward the bloody mess of my best friend's abdomen. Lightning bugs danced in the corner of my eyes, and the room went dark. Chapter 13. Staring into the eyes of Haley and Scott's newborn son, I forgot about the stitches along my brow and the dull ache in my head. I forgot all of the reasons I swore I'd never have children. I forgot my grief, self-doubt, and fears. Even sitting in the NICU, holding a 6-pound miracle in my arms, the world seemed like a place of hope and dreams.
Hey, Tessa, thanks for everything. I was stuck in Lake County with no cell coverage.
Scott leaned in and kissed the baby's head. How's Haley doing? I stood and handed the proud father his son. Scott fumbled around as if his hands were too big to handle such a small treasure.
She's in and out. How's your head?
My hand went to the bandage. It's fine, but my pride's another story. He settled into the rocking chair and stared at the baby.
We named him Aiden Scott.
I love it. I squeezed his shoulder. The way he stared at the infant stole my breath. He'd be the kind of father that attended every ball game, teacher meeting, and school play. He'd be the kind of dad that taught by example, that stuck around, that never let his child doubt he was wanted and treasured and loved.
Are you okay?
Scott's voice tore me from my thoughts. Surprised to find my hand pressed against my chest, I motioned toward him and the baby. I'm great, just overwhelmed. I should go check in on Haley and find Bryson.
He's with Aaron in the waiting room.
Scott winked.
They have some news for you.
Had the social worker called? I couldn't keep the excitement from my face. Grinning like a kid with a key to the world's largest candy store, I left the NICU.
There she is.
Aaron drew me into a tight embrace, pulled back to get a look at my bandage, and hugged me again. Bryson stood.
How's the baby?
A little jaundiced, and he has a slight fever, but perfect. I guess all that worry was for nothing.
It wasn't wasted. It was your first duty as an honorary aunt to be concerned.
I can't say why. It could have been the emotions from the day, the fact that mother and baby were doing well, the familiar sense of longing for a father I never knew, or that for the first time in my life I had a maternal instinct. But I burst into tears. Aaron dropped his right arm and Bryson moved to my side. They wrapped me in warmth as I blubbered on about the baby and the birth and life and love and them.
Since you're already crying, is now a good time to tell you Jolene will be moving in as soon as she's released?
Bryson's laughter filled the room and my heart. Really? I assumed so, but it's really happening? Aaron nodded.
Daddy called us when she couldn't reach you.
I have so much to do. Groceries and fixing up the extra bedroom. I should go see her before she's discharged. I pulled away and ran through my mental to-do list.
Forensics cleared her in her stepfather's death. No way a girl her size could have caused his wounds. The angle was all wrong.
Aaron ran a hand through his hair.
It's a gray area, but I should be okay visiting the house.
I think that's great, but are you sure you don't want to wait until after the promotion happens? He kissed my cheek.
I'm sure.
I nuzzled into his chest. Okay, but can we spend tonight on the couch with some beer and a little fooling around? Aaron laughed and Bryson's eyes widened. I'd managed to shock them both.
I'm in,
Aaron said.
Sounds good.
Bryson glanced at his watch.
I'll pick up some groceries and check on May and Dottie.
God bless him. He knew how much I hated shopping for food. I need to say goodbye to Haley and head to South Orlando to speak to Jolene.
Mind if I tag along?
Aaron stuffed his hands in his back pockets.
I'm not due back at the station today.
Sure, I'd like that. We've been so busy lately. I miss you. I hugged him again, only this time I picked up a scent I hadn't smelled since I was a tweeny bopper. Love's baby soft perfume. Why do you smell like ode to baby powder? He gave me an odd look.
I was holding you and you were holding the baby? On that note,
Bryson kissed my cheek.
I'll see the two of you later.
Aaron and I parted ways with Bryson in the hall. I poked my head into Haley's room, half expecting her to be asleep. Instead, I found her sitting up, clicking through television channels. She tossed the remote to the side. Come in, please. I'm going out of my mind waiting for the nurse to come take me to the NICU. Have you seen him yet? I took the chair next to the bed. No, and it's driving me. What the heck happened to your head? She motioned to the bandage. My cheeks heated. You don't remember? Haley shook her head nice and slow, then met Aaron's gaze and grinned. She passed out in the operating room, didn't she?
Afraid so.
You wouldn't think it was funny if you'd seen what they did to you to get Aiden out. I shuddered at the memory of the gore. You work with homicide detectives. Are you telling me you haven't gotten over your weak stomach? She giggled, groaned, and hugged a pillow to her belly. Ow! Please, no laughing. Though he hadn't moved, the baby powder scent clinging to Aaron tickled my nose. Do you smell Love's Baby Soft? Haley sniffed and shook her head. All I smell is myself, and I'm not allowed to shower. It's probably left over from snuggling the cutest baby in the world. I played it off with a smile, but the magic pooling in my gut worried me. My spirit animal had a tendency to notice things before my human brain. Where's your father? Haley shrugged one shoulder, but I'd caught the gleam in her eye. He left to initiate the discharge paperwork for a patient. Anyone I know? Oh, I think you'll be getting to know her quite well. Honestly, Tessa, why didn't you tell me you conned Dottie into fostering Jolene?
Would you expect anything less?
Aaron moved behind me and rested his hand on my shoulder.
Once she makes her mind up, there's no stopping her.
She glanced between the two of us. Don't get me wrong, it's brilliant. Professional boundaries be damned. Dad is planning to take over her case to cover your ass and protect your license. Make sure he sees her at least twice a month. Thanks for looking out for me. While I'd charged ahead without thought of the consequences, my friends and family had made sure I didn't step into a big steaming pile of crap. I owe you one. Like I said before, Jolene is special. A nurse pushed a wheelchair into the room. Ready to go see your baby? Haley's entire face brightened. Yes, please. I'm dying to hold him. I gave her a half hug, half pat to avoid hurting her. I'll be back soon. Call me if you or Scott need anything. Thanks, but I have a feeling you'll have your hands full. Chapter 14.
Aaron and I sat in a beige room at a beige table in beige plastic chairs. A smattering of books and toys littered a shelf, but did little to brighten the atmosphere. How could anyone, let alone a child, heal in a place like this? A psych tech ushered Jolene into the room.
Press the buzzer when you're finished.
Thank you. I knew the drill. Don't leave the patient alone, and don't wander the halls unescorted. While I appreciated the safety protocols, it sobered me that places like this were needed. Jolene stood near the door. She glanced between Aaron and me with a weary expression. I wanted to pull her into my arms and comfort her. Instead, I lowered my voice and bided my time. Hi, Jolene. This is my friend Aaron. The girl plucked at her miniature-sized scrubs. There's something we want to talk to you about. Would you like to sit? I motioned to the chair beside me and furthest from Aaron. She shook her head. Would you feel more comfortable if he stood over by the window? Without waiting for instructions, Aaron stood and moved to the far side of the room. Jolene hurried to the table and sat in the chair he'd vacated. She dipped her chin, hiding her face with a mass of tangled curls. I mouthed thank you to Aaron and leaned closer to Jolene. When she didn't tense or pull back, I placed my hand on her shoulder. Jojo, how would you like to come and live with me for a while? The girl chewed her lower lip. My great-grandmother and aunt live in a little pink house, and I live right next door. After her reaction to Aaron, I hesitated to mention Bryson. We have a bedroom for you in both houses. You can pick which you like better or use both of them. She looked up and tilted her head. There's a big yard, and we have a dog named Maddie. She's really good at snuggling and stealing treats. The smile tugging at the corners of her mouth was by far the sweetest thing I'd ever seen. Well, except for Aiden Scott, but not much could compete with a newborn baby. Jolene rested her head on my chest. Her trembling gave way to full-on shoulder-racking sobs. Shh, baby girl. It's going to be okay. I wrapped my arm around her and ran my fingers through her hair. Behind us, Aaron coughed. I glanced over my shoulder and caught the homicide detective wiping his eyes. Jolene peeked past me to Aaron before easing back into her chair. She motioned to the buzzer on the wall, then to me. I said, You have to stay here until the social worker comes to get you. The hope in Jojo's eyes blinked out like a candle deprived of oxygen. I lifted her chin. I know it's hard, but can you be brave a little while longer? They'll bring you to me tomorrow.
Haley said her father initiated the discharge today. Technically, I qualify to transport.
Aaron spoke in such a hushed tone I'd barely heard him. He'd made his point without giving the girl false hope. Once the paperwork was signed, it was a matter of waiting for the hospital to arrange transportation with the social worker. Jojo glanced between us with a knowing expression. She'd caught on to more of the conversation than I'd thought. We'll try, but no promises, okay? She nodded. I turned to Aaron. My phone's in the locker outside. Dr. Alexander is in my contacts list.
I'm on it.
Aaron pressed the buzzer. Jolene moved her mouth as if speaking and motioned with her hands. I shook my head. I don't understand. She mimed writing, pointed to the shelves, and shook her head. I don't have any paper either. The girl huffed, pointed to Aaron, to me, and hugged herself. Oh, I nodded. Yes, he's my boyfriend. She made a face I couldn't quite read, something between curious and resolved. The tech opened the door and escorted Aaron out. Their footsteps and voices faded down the hall, but the scent of Love's baby soft lingered. In fact, it intensified after he'd left.
Jolene stared at the wall and nodded, as if listening to someone or something. Her blue eyes went wide and she shook her head. "What's wrong?" I followed her gaze to an empty space. My magic flared, as it had since I'd met Aaron in the waiting room at the hospital. I focused on the energy in the room in hopes of finding the spirit communicating with Jolene. Nothing. I'd encountered resistance from ghosts in the past, but nothing like the stone wall surrounding this one. The smell set off alarm bells. The spirit had followed me since the hospital, but why? "Jojo, who are you talking to?" The girl turned her head and glared with such hatred that I inched away. She marched to the shelves, grabbed a book, and launched it in my direction. It fell short. Dodging a second book, I shot to my feet. "What in the world's gotten into you? Stop it!" She turned her little blonde head in my direction. My blood turned to ice and my magic swirled like a tornado below my skin. The sweet girl who'd clung to me moments before reminded me of the spirit child at the murder scene. Same hair, same age, same screw you expression. Jolene grimaced, closing her eyes and tightening her fists. She threw her head back open-mouthed. I could all but hear her silent scream. As quickly as it had come, the tension in the room fled. Jolene's shoulders sagged and my magic stilled. I took a step closer. "Are you okay?" She shook her head and gave me a look that reminded me of a scolded puppy. I knelt in front of her. "Listen to me. It might take some time to figure it all out, but I can help you. I've talked to them my entire life." Jolene hung her head. Whatever or whoever had interrupted our conversation had done more damage than toss around a couple of books. The little girl had withdrawn back into her shell. The buzzer sounded and Aaron came into the room. His cop face in place, he took in the books on the floor and what I could only assume to be a freaked-out look on my face.
"Tessa, everything okay?"
He spoke in a steady voice that gave no hint he'd noticed anything amiss. "Just a little high-spirited fun." I winked at Jolene, hoping to earn a smile. She refused to meet my gaze. Aaron ran his hand over the back of his neck.
"It's a no-go. The state's her legal guardian. Their rep has to take custody from the hospital."
Disappointment, with a heavy dose of relief, filled me. I'd hoped to bring her home with us, but after what had happened, I wanted to speak to Bryson about her before exposing May and Dottie to whatever or whoever was haunting the girl. "Jojo, you're gonna have to stay here one more night. Please, try not to let anyone get you into trouble." I had no idea if the staff monitored the room, but I didn't dare mention spirits or ghosts in case the conversations were recorded. Love's baby-soft perfume filled the air. Jolene's spine went rigid. As if fighting her own body, the girl zombie-walked toward Aaron. The cold magic that allowed me to communicate with spirits flooded my nervous system. Before I could make sense of what was happening, my firebird spiraled upward like it did when I prepared to shift forms. Hot and cold magic battled for dominance beneath my skin. The effect left me gasping for breath. Jolene stopped a foot from him and glared.
"Tessa, something's wrong. I feel—"
Aaron groaned and collapsed into a heap on the floor. Chapter 15.
"I'm telling you, I feel fine."
Aaron rolled his neck from side to side.
"What the hell did she do to me?"
I'd asked myself the same question and came up with even more questions. Jolene didn't do anything. I'm pretty sure it was the ghost. Though he'd come to within seconds and appeared no worse for the wear, The psych techs had pulled Jolene from the room in hysterics. Without the ability to communicate verbally with the child, I had no idea if my leaving her or Aaron's collapse had induced her reaction. It had taken some fancy talking and a handful of lies to get Aaron out of the building without a call to 911. Samuel's explanation of hypoglycemia and no lunch came in handy, though for Aaron's sake, we needed to figure out what had caused him to lose consciousness.
Ghost or not, I don't think she likes me.
Aaron cast a worried look in Bryson's direction. I took his hand to keep his attention off whatever concoction Bryson cooked up in the kitchen. Maybe she's afraid of police officers.
I wasn't in uniform.
You're wearing a badge on your belt. Maybe she saw it? The explanation sounded lame, but I needed Aaron on board with fostering Jolene. Aaron gave me a hard look, then called to Bryson.
Come in here and talk to her. I told you I'm fine. Until next time,
Bryson said. I poked Aaron's side. The man made the worst patient. Until we figure out why you're seeing spirits, we can't stop them from hurting you. Bryson returned to the living room with a bowl and a piece of leather cord.
Tessa, I'm going to need your help.
A bitter, sour odor, like rotten olives, wrinkled my nose. I eased from Aaron's side. What is that?
A protection amulet.
Bryson either hadn't noticed or ignored my expression.
I can't wear something that reeks like alcohol sweat. It won't smell when Tessa's finished with it. Take your shirt off.
Bryson glanced between Aaron and me and set his jaw.
Heat the metal when I lift it from the bowl.
Aaron removed his t-shirt. Okay. I didn't like where this was headed. Bryson strung the cord through the opening at the top of what looked like 2 nails twisted together. I drew my magic into my right hand and waited until he lifted the amulet from the poultice. A bolt of energy shot from the nails into my finger and up my arm.
Hurry!
Bryson nodded. Could have warned me, I muttered, and channeled the heat of the firebird into the metal. The end result was a pendant resembling a black Italian horn. Without a word, Bryson pressed the molten metal to Aaron's chest above his sternum. Aaron hissed.
Shit! Could have warned me? And listened to you complain? Lick the burn, Tessa. It'll help with the pain.
Bryson grinned and took the bowl into the kitchen. Aaron called over his shoulder,
I don't need her to kiss it and make it better.
Bryson said from the other room,
It's not an ordinary burn. A little firebird spit will prevent it from scarring.
I didn't relish the thought of putting my tongue on blistered skin, but I trusted Bryson. Moving Aaron's hand, I leaned forward and licked the burn. Aaron's muscles twitched.
Wow,
He whispered against my ear.
I knew you were good with your tongue, but that feels incredible.
Feeling more than a little emboldened, I kissed a line to his right nipple. We had things to discuss, a house to clean, and plans to make, but I had the feeling he'd be more agreeable after I reminded him of how good we were together. Aaron curled his fingers in my hair and sighed a moan.
If you have to take it off, keep it in your pocket,
Bryson said from the kitchen.
Sure thing.
Aaron tightened his grip and urged my head lower. In the months since I'd accepted their marriage proposals, I'd slept with Aaron, and I'd slept with Bryson, but the 3 of us together hadn't ventured past kissing. Earlier, when I'd suggested we fool around, I'd meant together. All of us. But now the opportunity had arrived, my nerves threatened to derail me.
Tessa's right. This will keep the spirits at bay until we figure it out,
Bryson said, clanking around in the kitchen. He'd started dinner the same time he'd mixed the ingredients for the protection spell.
Thanks.
Aaron's breaths quickened when I popped the buttons on his jeans. I had no idea how this would play out with Bryson, but I certainly didn't want to discuss it and ruin the moment. I'd much rather ask for forgiveness than permission. My heart might have been pounding, but if Aaron were nervous, his body hadn't received the memo. I lowered my head. His fingers tightened in my hair and he sucked in a breath. The thrill of getting caught, along with wicked thoughts of what the two of them could do to my body if working together, had me on the verge of exploding. So much so, I found myself getting creative with my tongue and hands.
Damn, Tessa. Damn.
Aaron's words came out as both a challenge and surrender.
Bryson, turn the stove off. Our girl needs you. Dinner's almost done. So am I.
Aaron's thighs tensed. Bryson's heavy footsteps echoed on the hardwood floor. I didn't stop, nor did I risk a glance in his direction. The butterflies in my stomach felt more like a gull trapped in a can. Seconds ticked by without a word or indication of his reaction. Hands lifted my hips. Fingers tugged the waistband of my yoga pants. A body pressed against mine from behind. My world spun out of orbit, slingshot back, and snapped into place. I'd done it. Crossed some imaginary line and fallen into pure bliss. I came back to reality half-dressed and fully dazed, curled up between them in the middle of a king-sized bed. Interesting difference between my men. Sex made Aaron drowsy, but energized Bryson. His constant touching and whispering managed to pull me back from the brink of sleep.
You awake?
Bryson whispered. Almost. I rolled over to face him.
Tell me again what happened before Jolene threw the books.
I thought back to my conversation with the girl. She asked if Aaron and I were together. I said yes, and she immediately stared off into space. I know she was listening to someone, but I couldn't pick up on the entity. Whoever it is strong. He grew quiet. The perfume is bugging me. It used to be very popular with teen girls. There's something else. The spirit at the death scene? She looked a lot like Jolene.
Did you smell the perfume there?
No, but it was hard to smell anything over the corpse rot. Bryson rolled to his back.
Spirits are your area of expertise. What does your gut tell you?
I rested my head on his chest. I don't know yet. I thought the ghost might have followed me, but I would have picked up on her. If it's even the same spirit. It could be unrelated, but I don't think it is. Aaron mumbled.
Not that I know much, but the incident at the hospital felt the same as at the death scene. Like something grabbed my spine and twisted it into a pretzel.
Did you notice anything about the spirit or her energy? I sat up and pulled the sheet to my chest.
It was pissed.
He rubbed his belly.
I'm starving. Can we finish this conversation over dinner? Sounds good.
Bryson's stomach growled at the mention of food. One thing for sure, we can't leave Jolene alone with the ladies until she learns to control her gift.
More like a curse.
Aaron's laughter sounded as bitter as the poultice we'd used to create his amulet. Chapter 16. Jolene Park sat at Graham May's kitchen table working on her third helping of meatloaf and mashed potatoes. I had no idea a young girl could pack away as much as a grown man. Even Bryson, at 230 pounds of solid muscle, had bowed out after his second plate. I leaned close and whispered, "Save some room for dessert. Graham May made my favorite, strawberry cake with vanilla icing." She nodded without glancing up from her food. "My stars, we're going to need more groceries." Grandma had fussed over the girl since the social worker had dropped her off an hour earlier. "When you're finished, I'll show you my garden. The tomatoes are about ready for picking. I could use some help." Jolene swallowed half a glass of milk, wiped her mouth, and nodded. Dottie watched the interaction from the sink. As with most things, she appeared content to let Grandma take the lead with the girl. "It was my job to pick the tomatoes when I was your age." I motioned to her empty plate. "Are you finished?" Jolene patted her belly and grinned.
I'll take care of the dishes while you ladies get her settled."
Bryson stood and reached across the table. The girl's eyes widened and she shrank back. It didn't take a license in mental health therapy to figure out a man had abused her. Bryson eased his hand back and sat across from the girl.
"I didn't mean to scare you."
She glanced at Grandma, then me, and finally back to him.
"I have an idea. You let me know if it's a good one, okay?"
He kept his voice low and his posture open. Jolene eyed him while she chewed her lip. After what felt like an hour, she nodded.
"If I crowd or I scare you, I want you to make the peace sign. Like this.
He extended his index and middle fingers.
When I see it, I'll know that I need to give you some space. How does that sound?"
She gave him a dubious look, but nodded. He gave her his single dimple grin, the one that told me he was holding back his emotions.
"Show me the sign."
Jolene held 2 fingers up.
"Good. It won't hurt my feelings if you use it. Everyone needs space sometimes. Right, Tessa?"
I laughed. "Right. Can I use the sign when you get on my nerves?" He cast me a sideways glance.
"Nope. You can use your words."
We all know what kind of words Tessa Marie uses when you boys get under her skin. Grandma leaned close to Jolene and whispered, "The kind that gets her mouth washed out with soap." I held my breath, hoping my dear sweet great-grandmother hadn't scared the child. Jolene's laughter filled the kitchen and warmed me from the bottoms of my feet to the hair on my head. Grandma untied her apron. "Now, would you rather see the rest of the house or the tomatoes?" The girl stood and crossed her legs, the universal sign for needing a potty break. "I'll take her." I motioned for Jolene to follow me into my old bedroom, which happened to contain the only bathroom in the house. Her big blue eyes widened at the pink-ruffled curtains and quilt on the twin-sized bed. "The bathroom is through this door." I opened it and stepped aside to give her plenty of space to pass. She motioned to the room, then pointed to herself. "Yep, this is one of your bedrooms, but you should know Grandma gets up to pee a couple of times during the night and she has to come through here to do it." Jolene giggled and hurried into the bathroom. I stood guard at the door as she did her business and washed her hands. Her mama had raised her right. She peeked out and motioned to the candy dish of rose-shaped soaps on the counter. "Oh, yes, those are special." I picked one up and brought it to my nose. Images of my birth mother visiting me in the rose-scented mist flashed through my mind. They're charmed with a protection spell. When I was little, they helped me keep all but one spirit away. Jolene furrowed her brow. "The woman you drew in your picture. Her name is Achila." I handed her the soap. "You can use these. They might help you." Jolene stared at it for a long moment, then stuffed it in her pocket. She tilted her head and mimed writing. I motioned to the desk where I'd done my homework and wrote in my journal. "There's plenty of pens and paper, and Bryson bought you a little spiral notebook and pencil to keep in your pocket." She motioned to the door, then to me, and hugged herself. The same gesture she'd used to ask about Aaron and me. I hesitated answering, not wanting a repeat appearance of the angry spirit. Jolene dipped her chin and went to the desk where she wrote, "I'm sorry." I sat on the edge of her bed. "It's okay. It was the ghost, wasn't it?" The girl frowned and wrote, "Can't say." "I understand, but I'm here if you want to talk." I wanted to ask why she couldn't say, who had told her to keep quiet and why. I wanted to explain that secrets weren't healthy in families, but mostly I wanted to rid the child of the malevolent spirit that haunted her. "Bryson is my other boyfriend." Jolene grinned and raised 2 fingers. "Are you making the peace sign?" I knew she wasn't, but I couldn't help myself. She shook her head, nice and slow. "Yes, 2. Part of me was glad she couldn't tell social services they'd placed her in a home with a woman who had 2 boyfriends, or worse, telling Darlene she wasn't my mother. She scribbled, "I have 2 rooms?" "Yep. Would you like to see the other one?" She nodded. I led her into the kitchen. "Grandma, we'll meet you outside. Jojo wants to see her other digs." My great-grandmother pulled 2 sets of gardening gloves from the shelf. "Don't be long. I need those tomatoes for tonight's supper." Jolene crossed her heart and took my hand. Bryson and Dottie exchanged a knowing look, but I smiled it away. Let them think what they wanted. It was probably true after all, but I wasn't ready to admit out loud that Aiden Scott and Jolene had set the alarm on my biological clock. As we walked the path between May's and Charlie's houses, I whistled the tune my grandfather had whistled while working in the garden. Jojo pointed to the oak with clear and blue bottles hanging from its branches. "That's Grandma's bottle tree. It's an old Southern tradition, brought here by the enslaved people, but it goes back for as long as people made glass. The blue bottles trap evil spirits, and the clear ones attract good ones. Some folks say the spirits die when the sun rises, but you and I know that isn't true." Her grip tightened around my fingers. She opened her mouth as if she would speak, but sighed and dipped her chin. "It's an old superstition. I don't believe the bottles do anything more than look pretty and make a racket on windy days." She nodded. "Watch where you're walking around the flower beds. We have snakes on the property. They don't bite, but it's best if you don't step on them." Her face brightened and she pointed at my front window. Bryson's chocolate Labrador retriever stared out from her perch on the couch. "That's Maddie. Want to meet her?" Jolene nodded so quickly I thought she might give herself whiplash. I stopped outside the door. Lucky for us, Bryson trained her to obey silent commands. If you want her to sit, hold your arm out and make a fist. If you want her to lay down, hold your hand flat. Jolene mimicked the hand signals and edged behind my legs when I reached for the knob. I couldn't blame her. The dog weighed more than she did. Maddie bounded out and knocked the girl flat on her backside. To make matters worse, she licked Jolene's face until it glistened with dog spit. "Maddie, sit!" I held up my fist, but whoever thought of teaching a dog sign language failed to notice that dogs never looked at you when you wanted them to. "Maddie, no!" Jolene giggled and squirmed beneath 80 pounds of brown fur and wet tongue. Once satisfied she'd christened the girl, and not a second sooner, Maddie sat. "Gross. Let's get you cleaned up." I hoisted the soggy child from the front porch. Still laughing, Jolene wiped her face and followed me inside. She took in the living room, especially the family photographs. Her gaze lingered on a picture of Aaron, Bryson, and me. "That one was taken at our first cookout. It's one of my favorites." I pointed to another. "That's me and my grandfather when I was 4. This was his and Dottie's house." Jolene stared at the photo, then turned and motioned toward Charlie's favorite recliner. I shook my head. refusing to contemplate that she could see the one spirit I'd give my right arm to speak to. The girl pointed to the photo, the chair, and to me. But when she thumped her nose, my knees threatened to give out. Charlie didn't kiss cheeks. He kissed or thumped noses. Chapter 17. I'd promised myself I wouldn't leave Jolene alone with Dottie and Grandma until she had a handle on her gift, or Bryson and I figured out how to get rid of the nasty spirit following the girl. I told myself I wouldn't go too far, and I'd hear any commotion in the yard. Lately, I'd become a pro at rationalizing broken promises. I handed JoJo off to Grandma in the garden. My great-grandmother had launched into her tomato-picking lecture before I'd even turned around. Fine by me. I needed a few minutes alone and a good cry, or maybe to kick something. I'd decide when the moment struck. Bryson stood in the kitchen window when I returned to the house. He stared out at God knew what, with his brows drawn together and a hard set to his jaw. He must have seen me coming up the path, but he hadn't bothered to acknowledge my presence. Perfect. I spun on my heel and marched toward the back door. I needed to spend some time in the sky before I lost my temper or burst into tears, or both.
Someone abused her.
Bryson's words stopped me. I know. It's not surprising. Her file is full of police reports for domestic violence calls to the trailer. Her stepfather was a real piece of work.
You said you encountered his spirit the night Erin took you to her home?
He continued to stare out the window. Yes?
Could he be the one harassing her?
Not unless he likes little girl perfume. As soon as the words fell out of my mouth, my stomach tried to expel my lunch.
We need to have a chat with her stepfather.
His tone made my already revolting tummy clench. I think I'm going to be sick. He turned and looked at me for the first time since I walked into the house. I'd seen Bryson pissed, but never like this. His expression promised blood and pain and death. If one could kill someone who'd already passed away. My nausea gave way to an overwhelming need to comfort the murderous thoughts from his mind. Haley's a terrific therapist. She would have picked up on it if the girl had been sexually abused.
Maybe. But you're not going to convince me she wasn't physically abused. You saw the way she reacted to me.
We can summon Benjamin Wagner, have a conversation, see if he's the one troubling her. But the bottom line is, we need to put our energy into helping her recover from her trauma, regardless of the cause. Exhausted, I leaned against the door jamb. Bryson tilted his head.
What else is wrong?
I closed my eyes. I sucked at lying to the people I loved. They always saw right through me. Yet, the possibility that Jolene had suffered more than we knew made my problem seem insignificant. I think she saw Charlie earlier. He cringed. Yeah. I mean, why can she see him and I can't? He speaks to Dottie now and then, but can't be bothered to talk to me. After he died without telling me the truth about Achila and what I am. The words spilled out, along with an anger that I hadn't realized I'd carried since the day he left me.
Come here.
Bryson's voice had softened, but a hint of gravel remained. He held his arm out, inviting me to curl into his chest. I closed the distance and he wrapped me in his arms. My safe place, where the world fell away and nothing mattered except us.
I know it hurts. Charlie will come to you when he's ready. For now, know he's watching over you.
Bryson whispered into my hair. I don't understand what he's waiting for. I've been shot twice and blown up. I figured out the Firebird and am learning more magic every day. What's he waiting for? I pulled back enough to meet his gaze.
That's a question I cannot answer.
Bryson kissed the tip of my nose, the way Charlie had done for as long as I could remember. I hiccuped a sob.
Babe, let's fly. It's been a few days. Shedding our skin will do us both some good.
What about Jolene? We shouldn't leave her alone with Grandma and Dottie.
We'll stay close enough to keep a visual on the yard.
Okay. I followed Bryson to the back of the house. He'd designed the new addition with a mudroom that would allow us the privacy to shift, a place to leave our clothes, and the ability to lock up. 3 things, along with a huge master bathroom that made my heart go pitter-patter. Bryson and I stripped side by side. He took my hand, and we stepped bare as the day we were born into the backyard. Early on, changing into my spirit animal took trial and error, but lately it came to me like second nature. One moment I was human, the next I stretched my wings and soared through the sky. I no longer thought of the firebird as a separate entity any more than I thought of my foot as independent from my body. The primal nature of my spirit animal was as much me as the intellectual part, or the part that loved to aggravate Darlene. I blinked several times to adjust to the changes in my vision. Rather than the limited periphery of a human, I could see almost a full 360 degrees. My sight sharpened, and the 7 colors of the rainbow multiplied into shades I could no more name than describe. Bryson's hawk flew above me, as majestic and proud as his human self. Another difference between wearing human skin and feathers was the overwhelming knowledge that we were mates. No questions, no doubts, no fear. We were 2 halves of a whole, or better yet, 2/3 of a whole, with Aaron filling the gap. Mice, snakes, and other small creatures scurried from my shadow as I circled the property. Grandma shielded her eyes and looked to the sky from her garden. Jolene set a basket of tomatoes to the side and watched as Bryson and I glided heavenward on a warm updraft. The hawk called to me, and the firebird answered. He dove and locked his talons with mine. Hooked together, we spiraled head first toward the ground. The mating dance involved complete trust. If one of us failed to break free, we'd both hit the ground. Bryson released me and climbed again. Over and over we rose and fell in the late afternoon sky, commanding and yielding, soaring and falling, loving and letting go. If only life in human skin were so simple. Chapter 18. The air conditioning blasting into the evidence room didn't stand a chance against the heat radiating from my skin. My magic ran hot or cold. Today, it was scorching. I sat back and wiped the sweat from my forehead. I'd spent the previous 3 hours sorting through the evidence collected at the murder scene. Without reflective surfaces or the dead to speak to, my efforts had produced a whole lot of nothing other than a massive headache. Aaron came through the door with 2 bottles of water dangling from one hand and an evidence bag in the other.
Hey, beautiful. I come bearing gifts.
I pushed my chair from the table and stood to stretch. Thanks.
How's it going?
He motioned to the pile of evidence.
Any luck?
No, and we really need to have an in-service training on labeling these damned envelopes. It'd be great if there was a checkbox for shiny things, but since that's not going to happen, people could at least fill in the description section of the log. I snatched a bottle from him. Aaron took a step back, likely to put himself at a safe distance from my crazy.
I'll mention it to the chief.
I sucked down half the water and plopped into my chair. Sorry. It's beyond frustrating. It's been 3 weeks and we have squat.
Not true. We have an ID on the latest victim and the first name of another. Once we have the reports back, we'll know how long the other girls were dead and possibly DNA matches. These are cold cases, less of a priority.
They aren't less of a priority to their families.
You know what I mean.
He pulled his shirt from his chest several times.
It's 20 degrees warmer in here than the hall.
I gave him a less than patient look. He'd spent enough time with me to know I ran hot. I didn't need reminding.
Something else bothering you?
The tone of his voice rose enough to let me know he'd asked, but might not want an actual answer.
How's the kid?
She's fine. Settling in fine. Everything's fine. I motioned to the evidence bag in his hand. Is that for me? He nodded slowly, as if afraid any sudden movements would send me into a fit.
You don't sound fine.
I folded my arms. It's stupid. Jolene told me she saw Charlie in the house.
You don't believe her?
No, that's not it. I brought my hand to my mouth to chew my thumbnail, but lowered it when I remembered I wore latex gloves. He's reached out to Dottie and Jolene, but I haven't heard a peep from him. God knows I could have used his help over the last few months. Aaron took a seat across from me.
That sucks.
Right? I grinned despite my foul mood. That he'd understood my frustration without launching into a bunch of crap about he'd talk to me when he was ready meant the world to me. Between that, my empty stomach, and the heat, I'm grouchy.
Maybe this will cheer you up.
He slid the bag across the table.
A gift from Samuel's. Thought you might need it.
What is it? I snapped off the gloves I'd worn to handle bloody clothing.
A locket from one of the girls.
He relaxed into the chair, arms folded, long legs outstretched. I broke the seal and emptied the contents of the envelope into my palm. The delicate gold locket had a cross engraved on the front and a date on the back, but nothing on the inside. No tiny picture, no name, no hint as to the identity of its owner. Did it come off the recent victim? Aaron shook his head. Dang. I'd have more luck connecting to the spirit of the newly departed. I closed my eyes and drew my magic to my hand. Heat flared in my gut and the firebird stirred. Inside me, she called to her mate. Aaron met my eyes with an expression that made me feel a different kind of heat. Don't look at me like that. You're distracting me.
Sorry. I can't help it when you do that.
He dipped his chin and glanced away. Visions flashed through my mind, but the images were blurry and the shapes distorted. Glass or silver gave the best impressions. Darker metals couldn't reflect pure images. However, gold tended to retain more energy than most any other element. Amy. The name came through loud and clear, though I wasn't entirely sure if it originated from the vision or a spirit had whispered it to me. This belonged to Amy? I stilled my magic and waited for a reply. When none came, I refocused on the locket. A heartbeat thudded in my ears along with my own. I had the sense of time passing. Fear turned to terror and turned to agony. The girl had suffered. Aaron placed his hand over mine. His energy eased the panic welling inside enough to allow me to focus. Amy. An entirely different emotion leaped from the locket. Love. Softness, coupled with excitement. A woman had given the girl the jewelry as a gift. I knew nothing of the girl who owned the locket or the person who'd given it to her, but I didn't need to know their demographics. I'd felt their emotions. I knew them more intimately than most. Her name is Amy. The necklace was a gift. My voice trembled.
Tessa?
Aaron moved to my side, took my face in his hands, and brushed his thumbs over my cheeks.
Are you all right?
I could have pulled myself together. Sure, I'd shed a couple of tears, but I was a professional. I could have zipped up my feelings. But the moment he touched me, I shattered inside, and the remnants of my heart liquefied and seeped out my eyes.
Honey,
He pulled me against his chest.
it'll be okay. We'll get her home and find the monster who did this to her.
I had no doubt he'd make good on his promise. Aaron was a Boy Scout in that regard. Samuels poked his head into the room.
Phone call, Lamar.
Aaron and I jumped apart like a couple of teens caught necking on the couch.
Everything okay in here?
Samuel sounded like he had to swallow his grin to speak.
Need a minute? Mood music? Condom?
Aaron crossed his arms.
Vic's name is Amy. Do we have any idea how long she was in the ground?
I risked a glance at Samuels. The man may have enjoyed teasing us, but his expression surprised me. The lines at the corners of his eyes had deepened, and his jaw had softened. It was as close to sympathy as I could hope for at the station.
Not yet. Should be any day now. I'll run through missing persons for the last 10 years for an Amy.
He handed me his cell.
Your Aunt Dottie. She says it's urgent.
I stared at the phone, confused. Dottie had called Samuels? He chuckled.
You gonna answer it, or shall I play secretary and take a message?
I narrowed my eyes and snatched the phone from his hand. Hello? Hi, Tessa. Sorry to bother you at work, but it's Jolene. My fingers tightened. The social worker called and, well, we have to get her in school on Monday or they might remove her. My pulse pounded, making it impossible to hear her. Family meeting. Dottie paused. 2 weeks had passed since Jolene had come to stay with us. I knew we'd have to send her to school sooner or later, but I'd hoped it would be later. Much later. She had yet to speak. What sort of hell would the other kids unleash on her? Surely at least one of them had seen the news. Kids were cruel about things like glasses and braces. They'd be downright ugly about admitting to murdering your stepfather, even if she didn't do it. I met Aaron's gaze and frowned. I'll be home soon. Call the school and set up a meeting with the guidance counselor or principal. They'll need to know she's coming back. Chapter 19. Grandma, Dottie, Aaron, and I sat around a calendar the size of my kitchen table while Jolene and Maddie supervised the goings-on from across the room. The official goings-on hadn't started yet because Bryson was still in the office with Mr. Suarez and his bursitis. Why don't we get started and catch him up when he's finished? I honestly had no idea why it took 5 adults to plan the schedule for one little girl, but Dottie had insisted we wait. Boy, did we wait. Almost an hour had passed since the tribal member and his enormous elbow had shown up unannounced. Because we'll need Bryson to help with the driving. The tone of Grandma's voice left no room for argument. We'd sit in the kitchen until time for Sunday service at this rate. Male voices carried from the living room, and the front door closed. About dang time. I still hadn't gotten over reading Amy's necklace, or my grandfather choosing to speak to everyone in the county except me. Plus, I hated the idea of sending Jolene to school. Tessa Marie, what's gotten into you? Grandma shook her head.
Sorry about that.
Bryson slid into the chair next to mine.
What have you decided?
Absolutely nothing. I flashed him a saccharine sweet smile. We were waiting for you. He squeezed my thigh under the table, basically using his touch to tell me we'd discuss it later. Bryson smiled at the girl.
Hey, Jojo. Do you want to sit at the table with us? We might have some questions.
She shook her head and hugged Maddie. The dog returned the affection with a big, slobbery kiss. Jolene had started to warm up to Bryson. In the previous 2 weeks, she'd used the peace sign 3 times. Once to test it out, and twice when her anxiety spiked. Aaron was an entirely different matter. The girl watched him as if he were a snake coiled and ready to strike. Until the family meeting, she'd done her best to avoid him. Aaron pointed to the calendar.
School lets out an hour early on Wednesdays.
Oh, I forgot about that. Dottie erased the error. Grandma shifted her dentures. That gives us more time to get homework done, dinner, and make it to church by 6. Jolene moved her jaw from side to side, as if trying to figure out how the woman had moved her mouth in such an odd manner.
She is tap class on Wednesdays at 5. I think we'll have to stick to church on Sundays.
Aaron winked. The man had yet to attend a Wednesday night service. Dottie flipped through the dance schedule. She can do tap on Tuesdays and Thursdays and ballet on Mondays and Wednesdays at 4 o'clock. Grandma nudged Aaron. See, the good Lord provides a way. I gawked at the calendar. That's 4 days of dance classes, a weekly appointment with her pageant coach, plus she has therapy with Dr. Alexander at least twice a month. My eyes had gone buggy with all the pieces and parts necessary to make a little girl into a pageant queen. How Jolene's mother had pulled it off with a limited income mystified me. But the girl had won the right to compete at the state level and had a hefty scholarship account waiting for her when she graduated high school. Continuing with pageants provided continuity between her previous life and her new one. Besides, if it made her happy, we'd make it work. Bryson glanced at the girl, then pointed to a section of the Junior Miss Whatever application. The bolded word jumped off the page and hit me between the eyes. Interview. Oh no. I snatched the paper and read the requirements. Contestants were expected to answer questions from the judges while on stage. I handed Dottie the packet. She adjusted her glasses and lengthened her arm. Any hope of continuing Jolene's dream of winning Miss USA one day was hanging in the balance, and she said, I drew a breath to calm myself. I seriously need to get a grip. Bryson squeezed my thigh again. Evidently, he thought I needed to get a grip too. Dottie turned to the child. Did the judges interview the girls in your previous pageants? Jolene nodded. I knew the moment it occurred to her that she'd have to speak in the competition. Her face fell and her shoulders slumped, but her sideways stare at the cupboard troubled me more. Maddie leapt to her feet and barked at the same seemingly empty space. Bryson's deep voice cut through the racket.
Maddie, down.
The girl folded in on herself like a wilted flower. She covered her ears and rocked back and forth. The dog continued to bark until Jolene raised her head and glared. Poor Maddie yelped and dove under Grandma's chair for safety. The baby powder smell filled the air and clung to the back of my throat. Uh-oh, I whispered, pinching Bryson's arm to get his attention. Aaron, God bless him, caught on quick and stood, placing himself between my great-grandmother and the child. Jolene, or whoever had control of her body, pushed to her feet and placed her hands on her hips. Grandma, Dottie, you ladies go out the back door, I whispered. The girl whipped her head in my direction and gave me a look that caused the hair on the back of my neck to rise. That much contempt didn't belong on such a sweet face. I'd warned the ladies Jolene's behavior could turn ugly in an instant, but I'd left out the part of a mean-spirited ghost. Grandma opened her mouth like she intended to argue, but took one look at Aaron, Bryson, and I, and snapped it closed. Her and Dottie skedaddled out of the kitchen into the back door, with Aaron providing cover. The girl smirked and made a tisking sound. Her full attention on Aaron, she narrowed her eyes.
Jolene, you need to fight this and come back to us.
Bryson eased from behind the table. Aaron widened his stance and his arms. He reminded me of an old-fashioned gunslinger preparing to draw. Maddie's high-pitched whine from under the table grated my nerves. I'd had enough. Oh, for the love of Pete. Bryson, take my hand. Let's do the you-know-what, like we did with Gavin and the others. He looked at me as if I'd lost my mind. Did I really have to say banishing spell out loud? Somehow I didn't think the ghost would approve. You know, like with Gavin? He reached across the table and took my hand. Before we could utter the first syllable, Jolene spun around, grabbed a fork, and sank it into the meaty part of Aaron's thigh. That's when all hell broke loose. Aaron groaned, Maddie howled, Bryson dove for the girl, and she screamed obscenities that would send Grandma into cardiac arrest. I stood there, caught between the what the hell do I do and holy cow she spoke.
Say the words, Tessa.
Bryson struggled to get control of the flailing child. He had her back to his chest, her wrist in one hand and his arm around her middle. Her feet dangling above the ground, Jolene kicked and screamed. I couldn't be sure, but she seemed stronger than any 9-year-old I'd ever met. I placed one hand on Bryson's neck and took Aaron's with the other. Someone has to move. You have to go. You will go in the dark. You will hide in the day. I send you away, back to where you were. Through paths not walked, with eyes not seeing, I send you away. As it is said, it will be done. Jolene's potty mouth morphed from words to screams. Bryson joined me the second time I recited the incantation. By the third time, Aaron had joined in. However, the sickly sweet smell of perfume remained in the air. I released Aaron's hand. Why isn't it working?
I don't know.
Bryson's grip tightened on the girl. I moved in front of her. Who are you?
Ask him.
She nodded toward Aaron.
He knows me. No clue.
Aaron looked as stunned as I felt. She renewed her efforts to break free of Bryson's grasp. I wagered a guess. Are you Jolene's stepdad? Benjamin Wagner? The girl stopped squirming and turned her nasty stare on Aaron.
Fuck no. Gross. I took care of him. He won't hurt Jojo anymore. And neither will anyone else.
Why in the world would the spirit think Aaron would hurt Jolene? Had she not witnessed the 5 of us planning our lives around the girl's schedule?
We're trying to help her.
Aaron sounded sure of himself, but the tension in the corners of his eyes gave him away. The situation freaked him out, and that made 2 of us. She glared.
You can help her by leaving her alone. I won't let you hurt her.
The proverbial light bulb went on over my head. But you're hurting her now. She stilled for a split second, and I knew I had her. I lowered my voice, hoping to calm her down. You hurt her when you act out in her body, like when you stabbed that boy and Aaron. Folks don't know the difference. They think it's her.
I was protecting her.
She shook her head. Who's protecting you?
I don't need protection. I'm already dead.
And don't tell me about heaven again. You lie, just like the cop lied. And the man in the blue car lied. The spirit child's voice cracked, and Jolene's body went slack. She's gone. I sighed. Jolene, baby, can you hear me? She nodded and closed her eyes. Bryson lifted the child into his arms.
She needs to sleep it off.
Aaron sank into a chair and frowned at the blood on his jeans.
I support your decision to help her, but I swear, if she starts spewing pea soup, I'm out of here.
Chapter 20. I pulled the pretty pink rosebud quilt over the child and pressed a kiss to her forehead. I had no idea how or why the spirit child had possessed Jolene, but until we found a way to get rid of it, the girl had no hope of a normal life. Bryson leaned against the door jamb with his arms folded.
We can't send her to school.
Or dance class, or any of the other million places she needs to go. I stepped into his personal space, and he wrapped his arms around me. It's not a good idea to leave her with the ladies, either.
I agree.
He pressed his lips to my temple.
She needs to rest.
Bryson and I returned to the kitchen to find Aaron sitting with his head in his hands. Are you okay? Let me see your thigh. I knelt beside him.
I know who she is. I know the girl haunting Jolene.
Aaron avoided my gaze. Part of me wanted to grill him for answers. I'd encountered my fair share of ghosts, but never one with such a hold on a living human being. I couldn't imagine what had happened in the spirit's life that would cause a child to harbor such hatred. Then again, I didn't want to let my mind wander too far down that path. We'll talk, but first, drop your pants. I need to clean your wound. I tried for a smile, but I'm quite sure I looked more like a maniac. Aaron stood and lowered his jeans. It's a good thing I was kneeling, because my stomach fell and my knees quivered. The puncture wounds were larger than expected. I'd seen the fork go in, but had missed the part where she'd twisted it. Bryson retrieved 2 small containers from the fridge and a clean dish towel.
Early on, before I became a detective, I responded to a suspected domestic violence call. The neighbors reported screaming.
Aaron's voice quivered. I nodded and soaked the corner of the rag in a vinegar and salt mixture. This is going to sting. If he heard me, he gave no indication.
The guy consented to a search. He seemed surprised we were there, but otherwise appeared normal.
I dabbed his wounds without risking a glance at his face. I couldn't take the pain in his voice, let alone the haunted look in his eyes.
We didn't find anything.
Aaron hissed when I applied my special blend of honey, garlic, and turmeric to his thigh.
A week later, the same neighbor reported a suspicious smell coming from the house.
Bryson made a sound in the back of his throat.
Damn.
Aaron shifted his weight.
We found the body of a 15-year-old girl, Christina Hayes. She lived 10 miles away. She'd been missing 2 weeks.
I didn't trust myself to speak. Instead, I took his hand and waited for him to finish the story.
The media got wind of it. Christina's parents came to the scene as the ME wheeled the victim out. I'll never forget the sound her mother made. She couldn't see anything. The girl was in a body bag. But she knew.
He met my gaze.
She knew it was her daughter.
Oh, Aaron. I stood and drew him into an embrace. You can't blame yourself.
I didn't search the garage, he whispered. It was the end of my shift. I was sure it was a false alarm.
I rushed it, and she died. A few months later, her mother passed from cardiac arrest. I held him as he broke. Unsure of what to say to alleviate his guilt, I murmured platitudes because I had no other words. Bryson set his hand on Aaron's shoulder. You made a mistake, learned from it, and became one hell of a homicide detective. What does Christina Hayes have to do with Jolene? I'd meant to keep the thought to myself, but it bounced around inside my skull with enough force that it fell out of my mouth. Aaron stiffened. No clue. Bryson gave me an odd look, something between irritation and relief I'd changed the subject. You put garlic on my thigh? Aaron scraped a bit of the salve from his skin and sniffed the concoction. It has antibiotic properties. You can wash it off in a few minutes, then cover the wound with gauze. I stood and busied myself with tidying up the kitchen. Did you identify the perp? Bryson sank into a chair. No. The owners of the house were out of the country. They had no idea the guy was living there. His plates were stolen. No prints on record. No DNA match. A couple of the neighbors worked with sketch artists, and the drawings were all over the news. We had thousands of tips, but nothing ever came of them. Aaron stared at his hands. What about the recent murder? The spirit, Christina, was at the scene. I ran through everything the dead girl had told me at the crime scene and in the kitchen. Other than a physical resemblance, I found no obvious connection to Jolene. Except Benjamin Wagner, the stepfather. Aaron drummed his fingers. You think he's the connection between Jolene and the murders? I shrugged. Could be. Bryson glanced between us. Rather than guessing, we should ask Christina. Right, because she's been so cooperative up until now. I tucked the dirty dish towel into the laundry room and found Jolene standing in the hall eavesdropping on our conversation. The girl stared, but unlike before, she looked more frightened than pissed off. Jolene was in control, at least for the moment. Hi there. Are you feeling better? I knelt to put myself at her level. She nodded and motioned toward the kitchen. You're welcome to join us. Jolene shook her head and pointed to her thigh. Aaron's okay. I took her hands in mine. You didn't hurt him. We know about Christina. The girl's eyes widened and she took a step back. Her reaction confused me. Are you afraid of her? Jolene shook her head and pressed her hands to her heart. You love her? She nodded. Great. Just great. We needed to send the ghost on her merry way, a difficult task under the best of circumstances, and impossible if Jolene fought to keep her here. We want to help her. Will you come into the kitchen and talk to us? The girl took my hand with both of hers and hung close. We have company, I said, hoping Aaron got the hint and pulled his pants up. Coast is clear, Bryson called from the other room. I led her to the table and motioned for her to sit on the opposite side as Aaron. Bryson's face softened. Are you feeling better? She shrugged. Aaron glanced from me to the girl. He opened his mouth and closed it. For once, the detective was at a loss for words. Hoping to ease the girl's tension, I seated myself beside her and slung my arm around her shoulders. Can Christina hear us now? She nodded. Bryson shot me a warning look. None of us wanted to provoke the spirit, but I needed some answers. I don't smell her perfume. Jolene made her hands into the shape of claws and nodded, then folded her hands and shook her head. While I'd learned to interpret her unique sign language,
In moments like these, I would have given anything for a few words. Bryson said,
It only smells when she's angry.
The girl nodded. Aaron cleared his throat.
Can I talk to her?
Jolene eyed him and looked at me as if asking for approval. Go ahead. I braced myself for an encore appearance from the ghost. Aaron turned his face toward the ceiling.
I'm sorry. I should have protected you, and I failed. I'm going to find the man who hurt you and those other girls. I won't let you down again.
My heart broke along with his voice. The perfume smell returned, though much lighter than before. The adults in the room tensed and waited for the attack. Chapter 21. I hated mornings. I especially hated mornings after tossing and turning and nightmares and sleeping alone. As far as crappy mornings went, this morning was the trifecta, and I'd brought it on myself. After settling Jolene back into bed, Bryson, Aaron, and I spent a solid 4 hours planning our schedule, arguing over the medicine shop, and coming up with a plan to rid Jolene of Christina Hayes' spirit once and for all. I'd crawled out from between my men as soon as they'd fallen asleep and parked my Fanny in Charlie's chair. Determined to pester him until he appeared, or at least spoke to me, I'd whispered spells and begged and cried. Nothing worked. Once I thought I'd heard him whistling, but it turned out to be the wind blowing through the old jalousie windows. Bryson walked into the living room, fully dressed and wide awake. He took one look at me, and his morning person greeting, the bright new day smile, slipped. I slept here. Technically, I'd sat here crying or cursing, but he didn't need to know that. He slid his hands into his back pockets.
Are you upset about me continuing to work with the tribe?
I closed my eyes and drew a breath. Like I said last night, if you want to reopen the medicine shop, do it. But set hours and stick to them. I'm tired of people showing up here all hours of the day and night.
People work. Some don't trust medical doctors. We're their only source of health care, not to mention the counseling and spell work we do.
So set the hours from 1 to 7. I waved my hand. You know what? It's too early to do this again. We said the exact same things last night.
You're right. I do need to set hours, but I can't turn away emergencies. You saw Mr. Suarez's elbow. Had I not drained it—
Yuck! Stop! Please. I pushed myself out of the chair and struggled to stand. At some point during the night, my backside had gone numb. My muscles protested when I walked toward the kitchen.
What's that on your thigh?
Bryson brushed the back of my PJ pants.
Salt?
I ignored him. Knowing how would I explain that I'd cast a circle around Charlie's chair to trap his spirit and force him to talk to me?
And I smell sweetgrass.
Bryson ran his hand through his hair and tugged. He tended to do that when he was frustrated.
Tess, you didn't. Didn't what?
Aaron shambled out of the bedroom, scratching his man bits with one hand and his head with the other. I set my hands on the kitchen counter and hung my head. I just wanted to talk to him. Whew, Aaron yawned.
Charlie. She tried to attract his spirit and bind him in a circle.
Bryson turned his attention to me.
Do I have it right?
I wasn't planning on keeping him there for long.
I need caffeine before this gets any weirder.
Aaron, bless his heart, picked up the empty coffee pot and stared at it as if he didn't understand where the liquid had gone. You have a coffee pot at your place. You know how they work. I would have laughed, or at least cracked a smile. But Bryson was watching me with his disappointed and disapproving eyes.
Yeah,
Aaron grabbed the coffee can.
someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Chair.
Bryson folded his arms.
She slept in the chair.
Now Aaron wore the same expression as Bryson.
We're supposed to work the CHRISTINA problem this morning.
So? I'd had about all of the two of them I could handle without carbs and caffeine.
Sleeping with our mate charges and centers us.
Bryson took pity on the detective and took over at the coffee pot. Crap. I hadn't thought about that. Then again, I hadn't planned on being up all night waiting for my grandfather to grace me with his presence. We can still do it. Just let me and Aaron wake up first. I caught sight of a little blonde head ducking back into the hallway. Good morning, Jolene. The guys followed my gaze, but neither spoke. The little girl's presence had ended the conversation, which suited me just fine. She waved. Bryson said,
Would you like blueberry pancakes again?
The girl nodded.
They're my favorite, but no syrup, only butter.
Aaron pressed a hand to his stomach.
That's how Jojo eats them, too.
Bryson chuckled.
You two are strange. Everyone knows you have to drown your pancakes in...
The smell of Love's Baby Soft made my nose twitch. I set my hand on his arm. Jolene, go and sit in the recliner while Bryson makes your breakfast. She pantomimed brushing her teeth. Go sit in the chair right now. I'd tried to keep the concern out of my voice. Instead, my words came out gruffer than I intended. The sweet fragrance cloyed in my nostrils. Jolene looked from me to Bryson. When he nodded toward the chair, her chin quivered. I inched closer to the girl. I knew the second Christina had taken control. Jolene hadn't stared off or stiffened up. It happened like the spirit had flipped a switch. I'd used a fair amount of magic the previous evening. Some of it still lingered inside me and in the room. Using the extra to my advantage, I moved quicker than I'd ever moved in my human form and grabbed the girl. Years of training to restrain aggressive patients came in handy. I turned her back to my front, took her right wrist in my left hand and vice versa, and crossed her arms. She slammed her head back into my chest, but I tightened my grip. Normally, I'd pivot and draw her backwards off her center of gravity or take her to the floor. However, neither of those options would get the girl into the salt circle around the chair. In the short distance to the recliner, Christina Hayes had used Jolene's body to kick the living hell out of my shins and headbutt my boobs black and blue. Close it, I called to Bryson through gritted teeth. Close the circle. The girl flailed against me, but I refused to let her go. I'd heal, but we had a chance to separate the spirit from Jolene. Lord knew when we'd have another shot. Bryson chanted, though I couldn't hear the words over the wailing ghost. His magic filled the room, and my spirit animal sat up and took notice. Focusing on keeping the flaming bird's heat on lockdown while holding a thrashing child required my full attention. It's no wonder I failed to notice Aaron approach in the chair until his arm crossed my line of vision. He placed his hands over mine and nodded, signaling for me to allow him to take over. I released Jolene and scrambled to the side to allow him room. He moved like a ninja, wrapping his arms and one leg around the girl, immobilizing her far better than I had. No surprise, police officers received a heck of a lot more training than I had in managing dangerous suspects. Let me go. The voice coming out of Jolene's mouth quivered. Each time I'd interacted with the spirit, the girl was downright hostile. But something had changed. Was it because Aaron was larger and stronger than me? Or was there more to it? Christina, we're going to help you move on. Please, let me go. Please. Aaron spoke in low tones.
I'm sorry. I can't do that.
You don't understand. I'm all she has. I've been with her since she was 2. I'm her only friend. I moved to the front of the chair. Why Jolene? How is she connected to you? The girl sagged in Aaron's arms. I glanced from Jolene's big blue eyes to Aaron's. I hadn't noticed they were the same color. Caribbean blue in the center, surrounded by a bluish-green ring with flecks of sapphire.
Tessa, move back.
Bryson sprinkled juniper around the circle and lit a bowl of foul-smelling herbs. Wait! My mind raced with the consequences of success and failure. How would Jolene react to us sending her only friend away? She loved Christina. If we failed, the spirit would know. We'd have no bite, nothing to control her with. Maybe we should ask Jolene what she wants. Bryson looked at me like I'd spoken in Swahili.
She will never live a life of her own with another person inside her, and Christina deserves peace.
You're right. I drew up my courage and my magic. We'd used the spell to banish ghosts many times. It was one of the first Bryson had taught me, and it had provided me relief from unwanted chatter from the other side. He nodded and began to chant.
Christina Hayes, it is time to go. I send you away to where you belong. Through paths not walked, with eyes not seeing, I send you away. Go now from me. Go to heaven and rest. This is said. This will be.
Christina gasped. Please stop. You're ripping me in two. Bryson and I repeated the spell, but it felt wrong. My knees had turned to rubber and my hands shook, but more concerning was the sense that the spell was poisoning my soul. Christina was the ghost of a 15-year-old girl, not an evil conjurer. She'd done awful things to protect Jolene, but that didn't make her evil. My reaction to the magic made no sense.
Stop!
Aaron shifted Jolene in his arms. The girl had lost consciousness, but the spirit remained. Now that Bryson and I had started the spell, I could see the outline of Christina's energy around Jolene, whether she chose to manifest or not. Aaron placed the child on the floor and pressed his fingers to her neck.
Her pulse is thready.
I stood frozen in place. What have we done? Bryson went to his knees and listened to the girl's breaths. He sat back on his heels and hovered his hands over her forehead. Reaching out with his magic, he inched down her body to sense any injuries or signs of trouble.
Tessa, come closer. I need your energy.
I sank to the floor beside him. He took my hand, placed it over Jolene's heart, and set his on top.
You too, Aaron. Focus on sending her healing.
I closed my eyes and pushed tiny pulses of my magic into her body. A tickle on the back of my neck drew my attention. Christina's spirit stood to my right. I tried to tell you. She needs me. You mean physically needs you? She nodded. The other ghosts feed from her energy. I keep them away.
Tessa, I need you to focus.
Bryson whispered. I promise I won't take over her body if you promise that he will not come near her again. Christina motioned to Aaron. He's keeping secrets. Dangerous ones.
I'm not keeping secrets.
The detective glared. Once again, he'd surprised me by seeing and hearing the dead. I know why you feel that way, but what happened to you wasn't his fault. He wouldn't hurt her. Bryson grabbed my arm hard enough to leave bruises.
We're losing her. Focus, both of you.
Christina put her face in front of mine. Can't you feel it? The others? I lifted my head and glanced around the room. She'd told the truth. Several entities hovered around the child. My throat tightened, squeezing off any hope I had of speaking. I jerked my hand away from Jolene and wheezed several breaths. There are others, eating her energy. Move away from her for a second. The guys eased back. Aaron's eyes widened.
What are those things?
Christina reached for him, but jerked her hand away when his amulet glowed. They're evil, just like you. I'll help her if you promise to stay away from her.
I promise.
He met Christina's gaze.
I promise. Just help her.
Why did you do that? My pulse beat against my eardrums. He looked back to the little girl on the floor.
I had to. What's happening?
Bryson glanced up. Ghosts. Several of them. Christina says they're feeding off Jolene. Aaron blinked a few times, shook his head and rubbed his eyes.
Where did they go? I can't feel them anymore.
Jolene drew a deep, shuddering breath.
Jojo, can you hear me?
Bryson leaned closer and repeated to magically scan the girl. She opened her eyes, graced us with a hint of a smile, and closed them again. Bryson rested his hands on his thighs and slumped his shoulders.
Thank God.
I touched Aaron's shoulder to get his attention. Why did you agree to stay away from her? She wouldn't have let Jolene die. He pressed his lips together. I reached for him, but he pulled back. We'll figure this out. I swear it. Aaron stood.
Once we find the killer, Christina will be at peace. Until then, I'll do what she wants.
I turned to Bryson. Do you agree with this?
No. But until I can figure out what happened to Jojo, we have no other choice.
Chapter 22. Amy Keller's mother clung to me like the girl from Titanic clung to that floating door. She had yet to cry, but it wouldn't be long. Her shoulders shook, and she breathed in short gasps punctuated by sighs. I'd held enough murder victims' mothers to read the signs. 11 years had passed since her child had disappeared on her way home from school. Time hadn't healed the parents' grief. If anything, the kernel of hope they carried that their daughter would return to them made it worse. Much worse.
I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Keller.
Samuels maintained a stoic tone, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed his emotions. The woman murmured, You said you found Amy's necklace? It was a gift for her first communion. May I have it? I eased from her grasp. I'll make sure it's returned to you as soon as possible.
When can we bury our daughter?
Mr. Keller, who had remained quiet throughout the ordeal, moved to his wife's side. Samuels informed them of procedures and what to expect in the coming days, but I tuned him out. My thoughts drifted to another blonde-haired little girl, the one I hoped to save. Jolene had woken starving and angry. Though she refused to share her thoughts with us, she made it crystal clear that she did not want us to separate her from Christina. Likewise, Aaron, also angry, had made it crystal clear he intended to stay away from the house. It came as no surprise that he hadn't accompanied Samuels and me to speak to the grieving parents. The entire situation left me unstable, like building a house on quicksand. I'd left Jolene with Bryson hours ago and went to work. Try as I might, I couldn't focus on my job. Instead, I found myself fretting over what she ate for lunch, if she'd forgiven us, and our meeting with the school counselor later that afternoon. Samuel stood and shook Mr. Keller's hand.
If you have any questions, you can call the station or contact Miss Lamar. She's easier to reach than Detective Burns and myself.
Operating on autopilot, I offered the father my business card, my assistance with victims' compensation paperwork, and my condolences. My heart wasn't in it, but I'd run through the speech enough times that my tongue had developed muscle memory. Samuels remained quiet until we buckled up and pulled out of the Keller's driveway.
Where were you in there?
My shoulders sagged. I knew I'd phoned it in, but thought I'd covered the basics. This case is bothering me. He lowered his voice.
Case. Or cases.
Is it officially a serial killer? Did the DNA match? Samuels gave me a side eye.
You've been at this too long to fall victim to the CSI effect.
With the popularity of police dramas on television, the public had developed unrealistic ideas on how crime scene investigations were handled. Unfortunately, the public included jury members, lawyers, and sometimes judges. I've done no such thing. Do you have a solid link between the cases? His grip tightened on the steering wheel.
Same M.O., same dumping ground. It's only a matter of time before the lab tells us what we already know.
Forensic technology had come a long way since Samuels joined the force. He believed rookies' reliance on lab reports prevented them from developing cop instincts. I had to admit, Samuel's gut worked much faster and was just as accurate as any lab. Any idea how long the other bodies were out there? The thought of so many young girls murdered and buried so close to home gave me the willies.
I guess Amy Keller was the first he buried in the field. This guy's been at it a long time. He lived nearby, moved, and has returned. I'd also bet that wherever he went is missing blonde-haired little girls.
I nodded, not trusting my voice to hold or my brain to formulate an intelligent sentence.
What else is going on?
He stopped for a red light.
And don't tell me work. Burns has been off his game since the night in the field.
Did he tell you he took me to the Wagner scene? Samuels pressed his lips into a line and hit the gas.
No, but I'm not surprised. Did you get anything?
Not enough. I'd like to go back to the trailer, see if I can pick up any visions. The night we were there, I had an issue with a ghost.
Issue?
Let's just say Mr. Wagner's as nasty in the hereafter as he was in life. Samuels cracked a grin. Likely whatever had lightened his mood had to do with me humiliating myself in some way. He's dangerous. The trailer's a rental. It's only a matter of time before someone else moves in there.
Dangerous? How?
I ran my hands over my arms. He pushed me and Aaron around.
Like the other night in the field?
Yep, though the spirit in the field was stronger than anything I've encountered. The bruises covering my chest proved it. Christina Hayes was not to be trifled with. But she was a child. If Wagner had half her power, his size alone would make him deadly. He cut the wheel and turned into the station.
Sorry, no can do. You're not cleared to be on the scene. Frankly, I'm surprised Burns took you there. He's playing it by the book these days.
The promotion means a lot to him. I unbuckled my seatbelt, but didn't reach for the door. I had questions for Samuels. How bad did I screw him up the other night? He shrugged, but avoided my eyes.
Chief bought the story about hypoglycemia, ordered him to have a physical.
That's good, I guess. I shifted to face him. It's really important I get into that trailer. I think there's a connection between the Wagner murders and the serial killer. He turned his head fast enough to give him whiplash.
What aren't you telling me, Lamar?
I had his attention, but I needed to proceed with caution. The daughter, Jolene Parks. She looks a heck of a lot like the other victims. Samuels squared his jaw and gave me the full weight of his cop stare.
And?
And she's a medium. She's being haunted by one of the serial killer's victims, the same one who attacked Aaron at the scene. His eyes darkened.
You know this how?
Careful, Tessa. Don't say too much. Remember my friend Haley?
Yes.
She's the girl's therapist. She asked me to consult on the case. A flash of understanding crossed his expression.
Does Aaron know this?
Yes, which is why I'm talking to you about getting back on the scene and not him. I know it's a conflict of interest, but I'm telling you, there's a connection between Jolene Parks and Christina Hayes. The color drained from his face. I'd obviously hit a nerve.
Hayes? Tell me you aren't referring to Burns' cold case.
One and the same.
Is he aware of this?
Yes, sir. We found out at the same time. Between being stabbed with a fork and Christina Hayes speaking to him, he didn't take it well.
That explains why he's been off his game.
Samuels ran his hand over his face.
Wait, stabbed with a fork?
We were finishing up dinner. As soon as the words came out, I wished I could swallow them back down. His expression went from concern to surprise in the blink of an eye.
Why were you and Burns having dinner with Jolene Parks?
Crap. Double crap on toast. No sense in lying now. I'd said too much. Besides, Samuels was a living, breathing polygraph machine. My Aunt Dottie is fostering the girl. He held up both hands.
Stop. Don't say another word. I cannot know this.
She's not a suspect. Aaron said she'd been cleared. He closed his eyes and stilled as if counting to 10. When he opened them, he leveled me with his gaze.
Right. But this kind of thing sinks careers. Aaron needs to ask to be removed from the case.
Since Christina Hayes had effectively removed him from mine and Bryson's house, I absolutely hated the idea of him leaving the investigation. Not to mention, solving a case of this magnitude could clinch his promotion.
I'll talk to him.
Samuel sounded as if he'd aged 20 years in the course of our conversation. I don't suppose you'd keep my asking to get into Wagner's trailer to yourself? The corners of his eyes crinkled. A half-second later, he barked out a laugh.
I'll consider it.
Chapter 23. I walked through the front door with Samuel's words still bouncing around in my head. Not only had I failed to finagle a way back into Jolene's trailer, I'd spilled the beans on the girl's living arrangement. I hated to think about how Aaron would react to my latest screw-up. Bryson? I dropped my purse by the front door and wandered into the kitchen. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Hello? Anyone home? A quick glance at the clock sent my pulse racing. We had a half hour to reach a school 20 minutes away. While I had my doubts about sending Jolene back to class with an angsty teenaged ghost lying in wait to wreak havoc, I had no choice, what with the compulsory attendance laws and all. Bryson's voice caught my attention. I glanced out the window to find him standing in the yard with my Aunt Dottie and Jolene. All three dressed like they were going to church. I grabbed my purse and hurried outside. Sorry I'm late. Everyone ready? Holding Bryson's hand, Jolene looked between him and Dottie as if hoping one of them would save her from some unseen horror. She hadn't seemed this worried after the ghost of Christina Hayes stabbed Aaron with a fork. The adults offered reassuring smiles, but the girl's face was downright crestfallen. Kneeling in front of her, I asked, "Are you nervous about going back to school?" She shrugged. Not exactly a helpful or meaningful response. "Don't you miss your friends?" She averted her eyes, shook her head, and made a 0 with her hand. "Oh." I sucked in a breath. 4th grade was tough. 4th grade without friends was downright torture. "Let's go talk to the guidance counselor. See what she has to say." Jolene wiped her nose on the back of her hand, squared her shoulders, and marched to Bryson's SUV. Dottie shot me a worried look. I wonder if we could get a medical excuse from Dr. Alexander if she's not ready to go back. Maybe, but we should prepare her to return just in case. Bryson closed our doors and slid into the driver's seat. He hadn't said a word since I'd come home. I began to wonder if there was more going on than Jolene's school situation. He put the SUV in drive and took my hand, but he kept a steady eye on the girl in the back seat. I tried to force the stress from my voice, but my words came out peppy, bordering on manic. "How'd it go today?"
Good. We spent several hours in the studio. I'm teaching Jolene the basics of sculpting.
My fingers tensed hard enough that he wiggled my hand to loosen my grip. I didn't trust Christina's promise not to possess Jolene again. She'd done it too often to resist a little more skin time. Memories of Aaron with a fork sticking out of his thigh flashed through my mind. I'd intended to keep the girl away from sharp objects. Never did I imagine Bryson would hand her sculpting tools.
She has a knack for the pottery wheel.
He glanced in the rear view.
But we were both covered in mud when she finished.
I sagged a little. Pottery wheel. Thank heavens. Dottie said, "Don't forget, tap class is tomorrow afternoon, and May invited Darlene and Stone for dinner." "I have it on my calendar." I smiled, though I'd lied through my teeth. I'd totally forgotten. I should be able to take her.
If not, I can handle it.
Bryson turned into the elementary school parking lot. Jolene climbed out of the SUV and stared up at the building with a resigned expression. "Ready?" I offered my hand, but she nodded and pulled her little pink jacket tighter around herself. I knew better than to promise everything would be okay. I had no control over what went on in her classroom. "I know you're worried, but whatever happens, we'll be there for you when you get home." She stared with her big blue eyes, and I wanted to put her right back in the SUV, drive away, and never look back. I'd quit my job and homeschool her if it meant she'd never look at me like I was marching her before a firing squad again. School hadn't changed much since I was a kid. They still smelled like glue and cleaning supplies. The floors still gleamed. The walls still held posters and finger paint art. And they still set my nerves on edge. Dottie Nokaseka and Jolene Parks were here to see Mrs. Clark. My aunt spoke to the woman behind the counter while Bryson, Jolene, and I loitered near the door. The color drained from her face.
"Oh, yes, of course. I'll bus her. Please have a seat."
Jolene pressed herself into Bryson's side. Judging from the disapproving looks from the woman behind the counter, she knew the girl, or at least her reputation. This was a huge mistake. Mrs. Clark didn't look like any elementary school counselor I'd ever met. I guessed she was a couple of years younger than me, with pretty brown eyes and long dark hair. She wore Converse sneakers, jeans, and a t-shirt with the school logo. She also wore the same march me before a firing squad expression as Jolene.
Mrs. Nogaseka, I'm Mary Clark.
She held her hand out to me, but her gaze shifted to Bryson and Jolene. Dottie smiled.
I'm Mrs. Nogaseka. This is my grandniece, Tessa Lamar, and her fiancé, Bryson DeClay. They're helping me out with fostering.
I see. She shook my aunt's hand. I'd like to speak with you before we bring Jolene in.
The tone of her voice set my jaw on edge. She was about to tell Dottie something she didn't want to hear. Bryson can sit with Jolene while we talk. Mrs. Clark nodded and turned for the hallway. Follow me, please. Nudging my side, Dottie whispered, Thank you. Inside the guidance counselor's office, my aunt and I sat in hard plastic chairs, too short for adults but likely too large for little kids. They gave me the impression the school had tried to find a middle ground and failed. I had a feeling this meeting would end with the same results. Mary Clark sank into her chair and opened a thick folder. She looked over the first page, though I'd bet my right arm she knew exactly what it said.
I think it's amazing that you and your family are foster parents. You have my utmost respect.
But the word hung in the air like the smell of burnt popcorn.
Are you familiar with Jolene's, history?
She glanced between us. Dottie motioned for me to answer. Her recent family history, yes. There wasn't much else in her mental health records. The psychosocial evaluation was done with the help of the next-door neighbor. I resisted the urge to throw my professional credentials around. I was curious to see where this conversation was headed.
She was placed in a special needs kindergarten class, diagnosed with attention deficit disorder in 2nd grade, and homeschooled in 3rd grade. We're her 6th school. She was with us 3 months before the incident.
I sat back in my chair. Why were her academic records not sent to the group home or her therapist? Mrs. Clark sighed, long and deep.
Likely, the request is sitting in a box, waiting to be completed. We're miserably underfunded and understaffed. Which brings me to my next point.
Dottie stiffened her spine.
We're a public school. We can't turn her away, but we can't give Jolene the help she needs to succeed here.
She closed the file, as if her words had closed the matter. I'm not disagreeing with you, but her social worker made it quite clear that we had to get the girl back into school. I wanted to believe Mrs. Clark had the child's best interest at heart. I really did. But I couldn't shake the feeling there was more to it than she'd let on. What are we supposed to do?
It's my understanding Jolene has won scholarships from her pageants. Is it possible to use some of that money to pay for a private school?
She smiled. Too sweet for my tastes.
No, they're college scholarships.
I mirrored her saccharine expression. Dottie patted my hand. I'll call the social worker and see what we can do. We've taken up enough of your time, Mrs. Clark. While I had no intention of sending Jolene to this school, I intended to get as much out of Mary Clark as I could. You said you can't turn her away, but you obviously don't want her here. I'd like to know what you aren't telling us, and I'd like a copy of her records. She bristled.
I never said she wasn't welcome, and I'd be happy to release her records with the proper consent from her legal guardian.
A release that'll sit in an inbox for the next however long? I reached into my purse and retrieved my business card wallet. Not that my mental health credentials would impress her, but the card with the logo of the Orange County Police Department tended to make people sit up straighter. I'd like to speak to you in a professional capacity, as Miss Park's therapist. She eyed the card, opened a drawer, and pulled out a stack of papers.
This is an application for a state-funded scholarship program for kids with special needs. Mrs. Nokosika and the social workers can apply on Jolene's behalf. It's a quick process, and once awarded, it pays for private school tuition, fees, and books. I'd be happy to provide the documentation you'll need to complete the application along with the rest of her records, but I'll need a signed release.
Thank you. Dottie thumbed through the paperwork. Yes, thank you. I nodded. Could you recommend a school for her? Mrs. Clark paled again. I'd reached my limit. The woman could have led with the scholarship application, but she'd seemed resistant since we'd sat down. I had a sinking feeling I knew why. What did she say to you? Who? Her eyes widened. I softened my smile in hopes of disarming her. Jolene. She's given me more than a few scares. I'd like to know what she said to you that has you so on edge. Mrs. Clark glanced between me and my aunt. Dottie caught on quick. Me too. Messages from my husband who passed last year. I cringed at the notion Charlie chose to speak to the girl instead of me. However, my reaction seemed to convince Mrs. Mary Clark we were all in the same pickle. She told me where to find my wedding ring. I lost it right after my dad's funeral. Tears fell down her cheeks, but if she noticed, she made no move to wipe them away. I knew from first-hand experience newly bereft people didn't always know they were crying. It was like the grief liquefied and took on a life of its own. I'm sorry for your loss, but I honestly believe Jolene thinks she's trying to help. The woman snatched a tissue from the box and dabbed her face. There's more. A girl in Jolene's class was seriously injured. I braced myself for another story involving flatware. Jolene brought one of her pageant crowns to show and tell. It broke while the children were passing it around. She paused, glanced at us, and sighed. The little girl who is injured is the one who broke the crown. The other students said she did it on purpose. When the teacher asked the girl to bring her the pieces, the girl tripped and fell. She lost an eye. Dottie pressed her hand to her mouth. My stomach threatened to expel my lunch, but I continued. Did Jolene trip her? No. This is off the record. Please. Okay. I glanced at Dottie. My aunt leaned forward and lowered her voice. We only want to help her. Anything you can tell us will be kept between the three of us. The teacher told me in confidence that it looked like something picked Michaela up and slammed her to the ground. She shook her head, as if to get the image out of her mind. I know it sounds crazy, but there have been many similar but smaller incidents. Dropped lunch trays, pants falling down, childish pranks, but they always seem to happen to the kids who pick on Jolene Parks. Christina freaking Hayes was ruining this little girl's life. Maybe they should stop picking on her? Dottie surprised me with her stern tone. Or maybe the teachers should keep a better eye on the bullies. Normally, I'd agree, but the students and the teachers are afraid of her. Mrs. Clark's shoulders fell. Look, she's a sweet little girl, but she's developed quite the reputation. Now, with the news coverage of her parents' murders, I'm afraid the bullying and fear will only get worse. Chapter 24. Contrary to popular belief, a mental health counselor isn't there to give advice. Mostly, their job is to shut up and listen. In grad school, The professors taught us to get comfortable with silence. I'd once sat in a room with a client for 5 whole minutes waiting for her to speak. However, the silence in the SUV on the way to Dr. Alexander's office from the school ate my patience like a dog with a bacon-wrapped beef tenderloin. Bryson had questions. Dottie had questions. Heck, I had questions. But we couldn't exactly talk in front of Jolene. Not with a hormonal ghost lying in wait to turn the little girl into a lunatic. Lunatics and cars were a lethal combination. It's a good thing Dr. Alexander can see you today. Dottie patted Jolene's leg. He's a friend of mine. A real nice man. I turned to the back seat. Do you remember meeting him in the hospital? Chewing her bottom lip, Jolene pulled out her notebook from her pocket and wrote, Am I in trouble? Oh, this poor child. She made my heart hurt. Not at all. We're looking into some different schools. You were right. I didn't much care for the elementary school either. She nodded and looked out the window. Bryson gave me a sideways glance and tightened his grip on the wheel. I smiled, trying to convey everything would be okay, we'd talk later, and I loved him, all with my expression. Somehow he got the message, because he took my hand and kissed it. Bryson parked and we marched into the office building with the same sense of foreboding we'd had at the school. Or at least, I had a sense of foreboding. I couldn't shake the feeling that our time with Jolene would be like playing a game of sorry. Just when we'd start to get ahead, we'd land on the wrong square and slide back to the beginning. Haley's father stood at the reception desk when we walked into the lobby. His salt and pepper hair, along with his Mr. Rogers cardigan, made me think back to the stories Haley had told me about growing up with a psychiatrist for a father.
Jolene, good to see you again.
He knelt to her eye level.
Would you like to talk to me now or after the adults?
The pain in my sternum surprised me. I'd never had a dad. During the times I'd lived with Dottie and Charlie, he'd filled the role and did it well. But somehow, it wasn't quite the same thing. The familiar ache reminded me that somewhere out there was a man who'd created me and didn't want me. Jolene wrote her answer. Dr. Alexander stood.
All right, then. I'll see the grown-ups first.
Dottie and I shared a glance.
Hey, Jojo. They have chess.
Bryson motioned for Jolene to join him at a miniature table. She flashed him a crocodile smile, or more like a shark smile. I had a feeling Bryson would go down hard.
Right this way, ladies.
Dr. Alexander motioned to his office. My aunt and I seated ourselves on his comfy couch.
Thank you for calling, Dottie. I'm happy I could get you in so quick. Tell me again what happened with the counselor.
The doctor's expression confused me. His grin touched his eyes, but instead of softening them, they almost smoldered. Unlike the meeting with the counselor, Dottie took the lead with Dr. Alexander. Between the way he looked at my aunt and the lift in her voice, I was convinced the two had a thing for each other. I refused to allow my brain to imagine the possibilities of them dating. Talk about conflicts of interest. After hearing a replay of our meeting, minus the paranormal bits, Dr. Alexander leaned forward and stapled his fingers under his chin.
Tessa, do you have anything to add?
I hesitated to tell him about the spirit haunting Jolene. He hadn't taken it well when the news media outed me as a psychic working for the Orange County Police Department. Like his daughter, he believed in all things rational and backed by evidence. No, sir.
How do you feel about virtual school?
I took a handful of online classes in college, but Jolene's in 4th grade. How would that work? He stood, opened the second drawer of his file cabinet, and handed me a brochure.
Students have an assigned teacher who grades their work and offers assistance. but the classes are taken online at home. Parents or other adults act as learning coaches. The level of involvement from the coaches is based on student needs, attention spans, etc. I won't kid you. The parents I know who use the program spend 4 to 6 hours a day educating their children.
An image of my unfinished paperwork flashed unwelcome through my head. It could work, I guess. Dottie nodded. Between you, me, and Bryson, I think we could handle 4th grade, but it's probably best to leave May out of it. I couldn't agree more. I loved my great-grandmother, but she still struggled with the TV remote. Grandma on a computer would guarantee weekly visits from the Geek Squad.
The concept is still relatively new for younger students. There aren't a lot of studies that show the impact on the children's peer-to-peer relationships and social skills, but in cases like Jolene's, the benefits of a low-stress educational environment outweigh the potential risks.
I scanned the brochure. We're planning to continue her dance and voice lessons. Pageants are a big part of her life. And I'll look into joining some playgroups.
All good ideas. But I don't have to tell you, the best thing you can do for Jolene is to follow her lead. She'll let you know what she can handle.
He turned to Dottie.
Do you need some time to look at the program, or shall I call her social worker with my recommendations?
Not orders? I'd hoped his word would be all we needed to proceed.
They may balk, but all of us want what's best for the child. I'll speak to Mrs. White personally. It shouldn't be a problem.
He turned to Dottie.
You did a fine job raising Tessa. Trust your instincts. And please, feel free to call me if you have any questions.
Thank you, Malcolm. I think we should put her in computer school as soon as possible. She squared her shoulders. Malcolm? Sure, they were friends, but it bothered me to hear her call him by his first name.
Do either of you have any other questions?
Dottie shook her head. I wanted to question his intentions with my aunt, but thought the better of it. None here. Want me to send Jolene back?
Please. And schedule a follow-up in 2 weeks before you go.
Will do. Dottie, Bryson, and I watched Jolene walk into the psychiatrist's office, waited for the door to close, and all started talking at once. As if choreographed, we stopped talking, waited, then started again. I covered my mouth to prevent a fit of stress-induced giggles while Dottie filled Bryson in on the conversations with the school counselor and Dr. Alexander. At the mention of virtual school, Bryson perked up.
4th grade online?
I slipped the brochure into his hand. Yep, but she needs an adult learning coach.
I'll do it.
He studied the Florida virtual school pamphlet like a preacher studying notes for a sermon.
This is amazing.
I leaned in to read the brochure. I wish they'd had this when I was in school. Dottie stared at the two of us with a knowing smile. Self-conscious, I eased away from Bryson. What's that look for? Oh, nothing. She smoothed her slacks over her thighs. But if I was thinking something, I'd say the two of you are going to make terrific parents. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but between Bryson's grin and the warmth in my chest, I believed her. Chapter 25. Sitting in the lobby with visions of baby booties and tiny clothes dancing through my head, I failed to notice Jolene had returned until she curled up next to Bryson. Dr. Alexander cleared his throat.
Tessa, may I speak to you a moment?
The girl sniffled. Torn between finding out what the heck had happened and consoling Jolene, I ran my hand down her back, kissed her head, and whispered, "I'll be right back, okay?" She nodded. Bryson motioned to the hall before turning his attention to the girl. Dottie stood to accompany me. The doctor opened his mouth as if to protest, but sighed and walked toward his office. Once inside, Malcolm Alexander paced the room. I'd never seen the man so agitated. Sitting in the chair brought back memories of my childhood, memories of other therapists, teachers, and a couple of pastors who I'd freaked out by giving them messages from their dearly departed.
I don't know where to begin.
He ran his hand over his head, causing his hair to stand at off angles.
My wife, Haley's mother.
She told you something only your wife could know, didn't she? I tried to keep my voice steady. Jolene had done something that shook this man's core beliefs. I knew the drill. Psychiatrist or not, he'd freak out now. But in a couple of hours, he'd rationalize the entire event. Chalk it up to grief or coincidence. He might get angry, or, more likely, stoic. No matter how Dr. A ended up dealing with his brush with the dead, things would be difficult for Jolene. And likely me.
Yes.
He turned and stared until I squirmed. Dottie stood and rested her hand on his forearm. This has to be difficult for you. I know you don't believe in the afterlife, but that little girl has a gift. He turned toward her and searched her eyes. If I had any doubt there was something going on between these two, it evaporated when she smoothed his rumpled hair. I'd never seen my aunt look at any other man besides Charlie. To witness it less than a year after his death split me right down the middle. Part of me felt betrayed for him, but the other part wanted her to find love again. Dr. Alexander glanced at me.
Tessa, the work you do with the OCPD, it's real?
Yes, I'm a real live victims advocate. My words came out snarkier than I'd intended. Maybe I wasn't split down the middle. Maybe I was 80-20 on the side of feeling betrayed for Charlie. Dottie stepped back and dipped her chin. He seemed to realize they'd shared a private moment in a not-so-private setting and straightened his sweater.
I was referring to the psychic work.
Yes, it's real. And whatever Jolene told you is real, too. I motioned to nothing and everything. That guidance counselor? She said the students and teachers were afraid of Jolene. Your own employees refused to treat her because she passed on messages from their dearly departed. That little girl out there needs our help, and I'm not going to let you— Tessa Marie. Dottie shot me a hard look. Dr. Alexander stared as if I'd sprouted wings and a tail.
No, it's okay. Let her speak her mind.
I softened my approach for my aunt's sake. I'm aware that I'm transferring my experiences onto you, and I apologize. But you have to understand, I've walked in the same shoes as Jolene. I know what it's like to have something happening to you that people either don't believe or are afraid of. He dropped into his desk chair and leaned it back until I thought he might tumble ass over tea kettle.
I apologize, ladies, but I need some time to process all of this. Thank you for your candor, Tessa. Dottie, I'll call on you this evening.
Dottie and I left Malcolm Alexander's office in silence. A silence that continued for the entire drive home. Bryson cast worried glances in the rearview mirror and at me, but he remained blessedly quiet. I owed her a huge apology. She was a grown woman, a widow, who deserved any chance at happiness she could get. I just could not get my brain around how her dating someone else would work with Charlie's ghost hanging around the house. She'd obviously spent time with Dr. Alexander, telephone conversations and such. Did it bother her to know her husband might be watching? Had they talked about it in one of his spectral visits? I'd wrapped myself up in my thoughts so tight I didn't realize we were home until Bryson's Land Rover bounced up the drive. I caught sight of Graham May sitting on the porch swing when we parked. Her lips moved like she was talking, but I didn't see anyone else around. That is, until we got out of the SUV and my cousin TJ sprang out of the bushes, hands up, roaring like a wild man. Jolene yelped. I jumped, and Bryson laughed. Dottie pressed her hand over her heart. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I got you. I got y'all good. TJ pumped his fist in the air and took a victory lap around us. I was not in the mood. Tank dropped him off about an hour ago. He's going to be staying with us weekdays till after dinner while his daddy works. Graham May might have smiled, but I could tell by her raised chin and hands on her hips she wasn't exactly happy about the situation. TJ folded his arms and huffed. My mama ran off with some guy she met at the bar, said she needed time to find herself. I resisted the urge to facepalm. At times like these, I wondered if anyone in my family had a lick of sense when it came to raising kids. Bryson shot me an "is he serious" look.
Sorry to hear that.
The boy gave Jolene a once-over, wrinkled his nose, and pointed. Who's that girl? Her name is Jolene. She's staying with us now. Unlike my half-wit cousins, I didn't plan to get into the hows and whys of adult business with a child. Like, forever? TJ's expression went from sour to curious. Jolene glanced from me to Bryson. Her eyes, so full of questions and hope they stole my breath. Forever wasn't part of the plan. Or was it? Forever's a long time. Besides, all kids leave home when they grow up. I tried for diplomacy. TJ rolled his eyes. That ain't true. Kelvin's still living with his mama, and he's old, real old, like 30. The kid had a point. My second cousin had yet to leave the nest, despite several attempts to force him to fly. Grandma clapped her hands. I need to get dinner started. You young'uns go play, but stay out of my garden. He cocked his head to the side and crossed his arms. How old are you? Jolene, who'd hung close to Bryson since we'd arrived, froze in place. The color had drained from her face, and her eyes looked as if they'd pop out of her head. What's wrong with her? Is she stupid or something? TJ walked closer to the girl.
Men don't insult women.
Bryson set his hand on her shoulder.
She's quiet.
The boy's cheeks turned rosy. I'm sorry, but how old is she anyway? 5? She's 9. The interaction between the children intrigued me. Besides the ghost, this was the first time I'd seen her around another child. 9. The boy nodded, as if appreciating a fine bottle of wine. Jolene stared, as if listening to someone, nodded, and pulled her notebook from her pocket. What's she doing? TJ had lost some of his bravado. The guidance counselor's words rang in my ear. Kids who picked on Jolene had accidents. I stepped closer just in case Christina made an appearance. She's writing you a note. She don't talk? Bryson said,
She'll talk when she has something important to say.
I fell a little deeper in love. Only he could explain the girl's silence in such a lovely way. Jolene handed TJ the note. He stared at it, frowned, and handed it to me. Can't read yet. I'm only in kindergarten. I glanced at the paper. She says, it's okay. Want to draw? The boy glanced at the adults, around the yard, and finally to Jolene. We can draw. Then I'll teach you to use a BB gun. I thought I might pass out. The last thing we needed was Christina's spirit locked and loaded. Bryson saved me from poo-pooing the idea.
Only with an adult present.
TJ toed the ground. I know. Dottie's cell phone rang and she walked away from the noise to take the call. I'll have supper ready in about an hour. Grandma hurried across the lawn, likely grateful to escape kid duty. The rest of us trudged into Charlie's house. While Bryson set the kids up with crayons and colored pencils, I waited for Dottie to finish her call and come inside. My aunt walked through the door with a stunned expression. I pulled her into the kitchen. What's wrong? That was Mrs. White. The paternity test results. The man on, she nodded toward the kids, isn't her daddy. Oh my goodness. What does that mean for her? What happens now? Wide-eyed, she shook her head. She has no one. She has us. I hadn't given much thought to the mysterious soldier named on Jolene's birth certificate. He hadn't taken the time to be a father before her mother died. Why would he now? However, knowing that she had no family to claim her made it easier for us to keep her. Dottie embraced me. Of course she does. I'm sorry I behaved so awfully back there. You and Dr. A took me by surprise. I kept my voice down. The kid could spread gossip faster than a room full of church ladies. I should have mentioned it, but it's new. Then Jolene came and I assumed we'd just be friends. It's not appropriate for him to make time with his patient's foster parent. I stifled a giggle. Dottie, making time means hitting on someone. You know, physical advances. Her cheeks burned bright red. In my day, it meant to court someone. TJ's voice carried from the living room, reminding us we weren't alone. Dottie leaned close, her hand on my arm and worry in her voice. Those things Mrs. Clark said. Is TJ okay around her? My lie of omission had come back and taken a supersized bite out of my rear end. I'm sorry. I should have told you and Grandma sooner. Jolene's haunted by a teenaged ghost. It's causing all the trouble, not her. Bryson and I will take care of it. Until then, I'll keep an eye on the kids. She nodded, but I'd caught the slight pursing of her lips. I was going to be in trouble when she spoke to me. That's not funny. It's not nice to tease people smaller than you, TJ shrieked. She says your bunny is under the seat in the truck. Jolene's voice, and I was 100% sure it was her and not the spirit, surprised the ever-loving crap out of me. I don't have no stuffed bunny and my granny is dead. Yes, you do. She says you can't sleep without it. That's a lie, and you're a freak, Jolene Trailer Parks. Dottie and I rounded the corner in time to witness Jolene punch TJ square in the nose. TJ's wails filled the house. Bryson emerged from the hall.
Did she just...
I took a step back to keep my balance. She spoke. Chapter 26. Bryson and I sat at the kitchen table facing Jolene. We hadn't done it on purpose, but we were presenting a united front. Although, to Jolene, it might have come across as separating ourselves from her. I honestly had no clue how to proceed. If I should sit beside her, if I should reprimand her, if I should mention the fact she'd uttered her first words in weeks. Jolene stared at the table with her hands clasped in her lap. She'd tried to apologize to TJ, but the boy begged for Dottie to take him to Grandma's.
That wasn't Christina who hit TJ, was it?
Bryson leaned forward. No, sir. She glanced between us.
You're 9 years old. That's old enough to know it isn't okay to hit someone.
The girl's shoulders curled forward.
But since you're just learning the rules of this house, it doesn't seem right to punish you. We don't use fists to settle arguments. If someone hurts your feelings, you either use your words or you find an adult.
He glanced at me as if seeking approval. I nodded, though I couldn't wait to get him alone and tell him what a great job he was doing with her. He'd surprised me on every turn. Bryson slid his hand across the table and turned his palm up.
Does that sound fair?
She placed her hand in his. Yes. He glanced in my direction, then back to the girl.
It's good to hear your words.
I had to talk because TJ can't read. She shrugged. I figure, since I started, I might as well keep going. Plus, I like it here. My breath caught. I had no idea what had changed to make her comfortable enough with us to speak, but I swore I'd never get tired of listening to the sound of her voice. And we like having you here. Can you tell us what happened between you and TJ? Ruth? Darlene's mother, Ruth, had died when I was around TJ's age. I barely remembered her face, except for the pictures Grandma May kept on her dresser. She's TJ's great-grandmother. She asked me to tell him his bunny was under the seat in his dad's truck. Jolene glanced between me and Bryson. It's true. I swear it. I moved to the chair beside her. We believe you. It must be frustrating when people think you're lying and call you names. She dipped her chin. I hate it. Bryson squeezed her hand.
Jojo, it's not your fault. People are afraid of what they don't understand.
She shrugged. Were you afraid of the dark when you were little? I asked. No, because the ghosts lit up my room. I resisted the urge to gawk. I'd seen my fair share of glowing spirits as a child, but never enough to chase away the darkness. I'm afraid of the man in the blue car. Her voice cracked. Bryson and I exchanged a look. He said,
Have you seen him?
She shook her head and wrapped her arms around herself. The girls told me about him. They say he's close. A million thoughts ran through my head. How close? Was he watching her? Was she in danger? Could I speak to the girls? Could we find him before he hurt another child?
Jojo, look at me.
Bryson set his elbows on the table. She lifted her head.
Tessa and I are going to keep you safe. Aaron, too.
He winked in my direction.
Do you know how I met Tessa?
She shook her head. I laughed, remembering how much he'd gotten on my nerves in the early days. He was my bodyguard. He kept me safe from some pretty bad people. Jolene glanced between us with wide eyes. It did? Bryson nodded.
She didn't like it much at first, but it was my job. And now it's my responsibility to look after you.
Jolene scrambled out of her chair and launched herself into Bryson's arms. Swallowing hard, he cradled her head against his shoulder. Our eyes met, and I knew he'd die before he let her down. Forever suddenly didn't seem like such a long time. He pulled back enough to see her face.
I'm starving. I bet May has dinner on the table. What do you say we go eat?
Jolene's eyes lit up. Chicken and dumplings?
I'm hoping for pot roast.
Bryson set the girl on her feet.
Let's go find out.
We walked down the path to Grandma's, hand in hand. For the second time that day, I allowed myself to imagine what it would be like to have a baby, 2 husbands, and a little girl who won beauty pageants and talked to the dead. For the second time that day, reality threw cold water on my daydreams. We walked into a mess when we entered May's. TJ stood, huddled with his nose in the corner. Tank, the big bully, paced the kitchen while my great-grandmother looked on. I had no idea what had happened, but my great-grandmother seemed ready to break out a switch and strap his big redneck butt. As if the family drama in the kitchen weren't enough, Dottie covered the phone and mouthed, "Social worker." Judging by her expression and the way she held the phone 3 inches from her ear, the conversation wasn't going well. I turned to Bryson and silently pleaded for him to get us the heck out of there. "All right. Yes, I understand." Dottie shook her head. "I'll let you know as soon as I register her." She nodded. "Yes, just this school year." She hung up the phone. What was that about? I crossed the kitchen to her side. "Mrs. White isn't happy about it, but we have permission to send Jolene to virtual school." Dottie threw her arms around my neck. "What in tarnation is virtual school?" Grandma put her hands on her hips.
It's school on the computer.
Bryson, still holding Jolene's hand, grinned like he'd won the lottery.
She'll have a real teacher, and I'm her learning coach.
"You are?" The girl's expression mirrored his. Grandma placed her hand over her heart. "My heavens, she's talking."
What do you think we've been arguing about?
Tank pointed at the girl.
She said some nonsense to TJ.
"Now you wait a minute." I refused to stand there and argue in front of the children. We'd made too much progress with Jolene to let him ruin it. We can discuss this like adults, with only the adults. Tank gave me a look that would cower most men. Unfortunately for him, I'd grown up with him. His size and stank eye didn't intimidate me. "Ask him why the boy's in the corner." Grandma nodded to TJ, who'd turned around enough to watch the fireworks.
He let that weird little girl sock him in the nose and won't stop crying over a stuffed rabbit. That's why.
Tank glared, practically daring me to argue, which I planned to do. "You and me, outside, now." I turned to march out the door when Bryson set his hand on my shoulder.
Let me handle this.
He turned his attention to Tank.
Go outside and look under the seat in your truck. What? Why?
My cousin glanced at Grandma as if she'd know. Grandma didn't say a word, and Bryson didn't budge.
You've all lost your GD minds. It ain't in the truck, and there weren't no message from the great beyond.
He stormed out the door. Good gracious. Grandma shook her head. "Tessa Marie, set the table. You kids go wash up for dinner and be sweet to each other." "Yes, ma'am." Jolene and TJ replied in unison, shared a dirty look, and headed off to the bathroom. I pulled the plates from the cupboard while Bryson laid out the knives and forks. By the time Tank returned, we had everything on the table, including a glorious-smelling bowl of shrimp and grits. My cousin's eyes were a little watery, but I chose the high road and didn't mention it. He held a stuffed rabbit in one hand and his ball cap in the other.
I looked everywhere for this. I thought we'd lost it at the fair.
"David Hasselhoff!" TJ grabbed the rabbit and crushed it against his chest. A giggle bubbled up. I tried to hold it back, but I ended up snort-laughing. "David Hasselhoff?" Tank smirked.
Lulu's favorite actor.
Still clinging to the rabbit, TJ said, "I'm sorry I called you names, Jolene." The girl smiled as bright as the noonday sun. "I'm sorry I punched you. Let's eat before it gets cold. Nothing worse than eating cold grits." Grandma wiggled her brows at Tank. "Except eating crow." Chapter 27. My butt hit the couch at 9:30 p.m., though my feet would have sworn it was much later. I'd listened to plenty of mothers complain of having no time for themselves, little sleep, and a constant level of stress, but I'd blown it off as an exaggerated cry for help. Boy, was I wrong, unless it was a cry for help with the housework. Bryson plopped down beside me.
I think she fell asleep before I turned out the light.
"It's been a long day." I glanced around for the remote and found it on the end table, 2 feet from me. Reaching for it would require more energy than I had. Besides, TV was overrated.
That it has.
He patted his lap, signaling me to give him my poor aching feet.
What happened in Dr. Alexander's office?
My goodness, was that really just a few hours ago? I stretched out on the couch and settled in to enjoy the foot massage.
Afraid so. I didn't want to bring it up in front of Jojo.
He set to work, rubbing and kneading until I groaned. By the time I'd caught him up to speed on the events of the day, I wanted to crawl into bed and sleep until noon. "You're really good with her." The statement earned me a rare, bashful grin. "I've been thinking." I sat upright and grabbed his hand. "Maybe we should—"
Hold that thought. Aaron's here.
Oh no. Jolene was sound asleep, but she had a habit of waking up at the worst times. Plus, Christina didn't sleep. She would know Aaron had stopped by. Technically, I hadn't broken the promise. She said she didn't want Aaron near Jolene. Different rooms after hours might not count.
It'll be okay.
Bryson squeezed my shoulder. I hadn't heard his car outside, nor had the Firebird sensed him. Fatigue and stress could do that to a girl. Bryson opened the front door before the third in our trio had a chance to knock. Wrinkled clothes and stubbled jaw that had gone way past 5 o'clock shadow, Aaron looked like he hadn't slept in a week.
Hey, is the coast clear?
Yep, she's asleep. I scooted over to give him room to sit. "Have you had supper?" He ran his hand over the back of his neck.
Does a burger in a cardboard box count?
Absolutely not. Tired or not, I sprang to my feet, determined to get some food into him. "Venison chili or leftover beef stew?"
Chili would be great.
Aaron sank into a chair.
And a beer. Rough day.
Bryson grabbed 2 beers from the fridge while I heated Aaron's dinner.
The case. Nothing's adding up. I dug into Wagner's background and found a blue Toyota Camry registered in his name, but he's not the guy who killed...
He glanced around the room.
Where's the ghost?
Probably listening.
Great.
Aaron sipped his beer.
I remember the perp in the Hayes case. It wasn't Wagner. I pulled old DMV photos and his high school yearbook. Not the same man.
I thought back to what the spirit had said about the killer. Could there be 2 perps?
Honey, your guess is as good as mine. Hopefully we'll know more when the lab results come back.
He sighed.
Any chance I can have a chat with Christina Hayes?
I said, "I guess." But Bryson said,
No.
Aaron glanced between us.
Jolene spoke today. She had a disagreement with TJ, and Christina didn't take over. She's keeping her word and Jolene's making progress.
Bryson turned to me, likely for backup. I hated being the tiebreaker, especially when I could see the merits of both sides. Maybe we could speak to Christina without involving Jolene or breaking our promise.
If you can do that, go for it.
Aaron scratched his head.
What about separating Jolene from the spirit? Permanently? We have to teach JoJo to fend for herself against the ghosts.
Bryson's frown deepened.
The problem is, I can't see them. Couldn't you make an amulet to keep them away from her? I haven't had a ghost grab my spine since I've been wearing it.
Aaron finished his beer and came into the kitchen for another.
I'll give it some thought.
Aaron kissed my cheek before leaning in to smell the chili. It's almost ready. Go wash up. I hip-checked him.
Yes, ma'am.
He swatted my backside on his way out of the kitchen. Questions and spells running through my head, I popped day-old cornbread into the microwave and set the butter dish on the table. The thought of using magic on Jolene made my stomach hurt. I hate the idea.
Me too.
Bryson followed Aaron into the kitchen.
Why?
Aaron filled his bowl and sat.
She puts on a necklace, the ghosts can't feed off her, and we send Christina to the great beyond.
Amulets are a short-term fix. If she takes it off, she's still vulnerable. I set the cornbread in front of him. Besides, it's not that easy. JoJo doesn't want Christina to go. And she trusts us. I won't do anything that could change that. Aaron swallowed a huge bite and shook his head.
She's a kid. They're resilient. Think about the kids this guy will kill if we don't catch him.
I pressed my hand to my belly, a gesture I'd seen Haley and my mother do 1,000,000 times since becoming pregnant. While I was most certainly not expecting a baby, his words cut deep. You don't get it. You don't know her. She's not one of 1,000,000. She's one in 1,000,000. Aaron stopped chewing and met my eyes.
You're attached.
I am. I think I want to keep her. In fact, I think I want her to have a little brother or sister or one of each. Bryson grabbed my hand and pulled me into his lap.
Yeah?
Yes. Tears prickled my eyes, though I laughed. The way he looked at me warmed cold places that I hadn't realized existed. I'd never felt more loved than in that moment, discussing starting a family with my men. My men. 2 of them. One squeezed me tight enough to crack a rib, but the other had gone quiet. I turned to find Aaron pale-faced and staring.
You okay, man?
Bryson, still grinning, nodded at him.
You two seriously want to discuss having kids? Now?
He pushed back from the table. Not right this minute. I eased away from Bryson. I thought you wanted kids?
I did. I do. Hell, I don't know.
He stared at his half-eaten bowl of chili.
I can't imagine bringing a baby into this fucked up world.
Aaron cussed now and then, but I don't think I'd ever heard him drop an F-bomb, outside of dirty talk, that is.
Sorry.
He took his dishes to the sink.
It's been a hell of a day. Must be something in the air,
Bryson said. Aaron rubbed the stubble on his jaw, the same way he did when he'd thought of something awful and debated how to phrase it. Oh, for Pete's sake! What? He dropped his hand.
You can't adopt a kid without parental consent.
I forgot to tell you. The social worker called. The DNA tests came back. The soldier isn't her daddy. Since her mother is gone, we have no hope of finding her biological father. The blood drained from Aaron's face, but Bryson's grin widened. We were in trouble. Big trouble with a capital T and a cherry on top kind of trouble. We should curl up in bed and watch a movie. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, I remembered Jolene. She knew about the guys, but she could talk now. What would happen if she said something in front of the social worker? Heck, how would we ever pass the application process needed to adopt her? I was pretty sure the state of Florida would frown on a threesome.
That sounds great.
Aaron sounded less than convinced. In fact, he sounded downright defeated. Maybe we shouldn't. Jolene could wake. He held up a hand.
I should go. I have to be back at the station in a few hours.
I turned to Bryson for help, but he appeared as dumbfounded as me.
What's this?
Aaron snatched one of Jolene's drawings from the sideboard. Eyes wide, he dropped the sketch on the table and stared as if it might jump up and assault him.
Jojo drew it this morning,
Bryson said.
There's another one in the studio. Of this man?
Aaron's voice rose. Bryson nodded. Do you recognize him? I turned to the paper to get a better look. Aaron whispered,
It's a perfect likeness to the man who kidnapped and killed Christina Hayes. I'll never forget his face.
Chapter 28. I stared out the kitchen window while washing the dishes, or went through the motions. Bryson and Aaron had walked outside to Charlie's old workshop. Bryson had converted it into an art studio after he moved into the house. I would have gone with them, except I didn't want Jolene to wake up to an empty house. Besides, I needed a few minutes to clear my head. Aaron didn't want to have children. Sure, he could change his mind in a year or two, or after the case, or even after getting a good night's sleep, but what if he didn't? He hadn't seemed overly enthused with the idea of adopting Jolene either. I couldn't help but worry what it would mean to our relationship if the guys were on opposite sides of the let's start a family argument. This issue didn't exactly lend itself to compromise. My cell phone rang and I glanced at the clock. 11 p.m. It was either the station or urgent for someone to call at this hour. Hello? Scott's voice came over the line.
Hi, Tessa. It's Aiden Scott. He's sick. Back in the hospital. Haley's a wreck.
My breath left my lungs like 100-pound weight had landed on my chest. Where are you?
Florida Hospital, downtown. Can you come?
I'm on my way. I'll call Graham May from the car and have her call the prayer warriors. The ladies' group from the church thought of themselves as soldiers of the Lord, thus the name. I knew Scott and Haley didn't believe in God, but that didn't mean he didn't believe in them.
Thanks, Tessa. We'll take all the help we can get. We're in the NICU. I'll meet you in the waiting room.
Scott disconnected. I ran to the back door and hollered for Bryson and Aaron. They must have heard the alarm in my voice because they sprinted back to the house. Scott called, It's the baby. He's back in the NICU. I grabbed my keys from the hook. I have to go. You two stay here with Jolene.
Shoes.
Bryson pointed to my bare feet. Right. I slid into an old pair of flip-flops I kept near the door to run back and forth to Graham May's. Aaron set his hand on my shoulder.
You're too keyed up to drive. I'll go with you.
The man looked like an extra from Night of the Living Dead. He seriously needed a good night's sleep. You're exhausted. I'll drive myself. Bryson gave me a hard look, and I knew I wouldn't be driving myself to the hospital.
I have to stay with Jolene. Let Aaron take you.
I turned to the detective. Fine, whatever. But you're going to drop me off and go straight home to bed. I'll get a cab or call pick-me-up when I'm ready to go. Aaron's expression told me I wouldn't be getting a cab or calling a rideshare home. I threw my hands up. It's a good thing y'all are hot because you're serious pains in the butt. Aaron slid into the driver's seat of my little sports car and revved the engine.
Did Scott say what's wrong?
No, but it sounds serious. I clicked my seatbelt and called Graham May's house. Dottie answered on the second ring. Tessa, where are you headed this time of night? Surprised to find her awake, I said, Why are you up? Malcolm is holding on the other line. She sounded like she'd gotten caught stealing candy, and she had. It's Haley's baby. They're back at the hospital in the NICU. I don't know what's happened, but tell him he needs to get there. Aaron gave me a weird look. As a rule, I never sassed my aunt. Oh, dear. I'll tell him. I chided myself for being rude. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be gruff. I'm worried, is all. Can you call the prayer warriors and put them to work? Yes, of course. I'll let Malcolm know. She disconnected.
What was that about?
Aaron downshifted to pass a slow-moving truck. I gripped the oh shit handle above the window to keep myself from sliding across the console and into his lap. Dottie and Haley's father are sweet on each other.
And that bothers you?
He hit the gas and ran through the gears. Take it easy on my clutch. I motioned to the speedometer. And slow down. You're going to get us pulled over. He eased off the gas.
Stop avoiding the question.
Yes, it bothers me. Charlie's still around. I mean, his spirit is, anyway. I heard the whine in my voice and sighed. I know, it's silly, but I don't like it. Plus, he's Jolene's therapist and she's his patient's foster mother. There's all sorts of wrong with that situation. He gave me a you've got to be kidding look. Hey, I didn't say I wasn't a hypocrite.
Awareness is the first step to recovery.
Aaron chuckled. Time to change the subject. You didn't seem overjoyed at the prospect of adopting Jolene. Aaron clenched his jaw.
You took me by surprise.
I shifted to face him. Nuh-uh. There's more to it than that. Talk to me. He kept his eyes on the road.
I have nothing against Jolene Parks or adoption.
I waited for him to finish his thought. When it became clear he had no intention of doing so, I said, But
I don't want to see you and Bryson get hurt. You're already too attached. What happens if you can't keep her?
Yes, the thought had occurred to me, but I hadn't let myself go down that road. I'll be disappointed, but I'll deal with it. He turned his head and studied my face so long, I worried he'd wreck my car. Eyes on the road. Aaron adjusted his grip on the steering wheel.
I thought we'd have more time with just the three of us before we worried about kids. I'm not ready to be a father.
Ah, now we were getting somewhere. I ran my hand over his shoulder. It's not like I'm already pregnant. We can wait a year or so. Besides, it takes 9 months to bake a baby, and Lord knows how long of trying before we'd even conceive. His muscles bunched under my fingers.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth.
I loved Aaron. I did. But he could be a jerk when he was tired or hungry or hurt. I supposed most people could. However, I wasn't in a relationship with most people. I pulled away and faced forward. I spent the remainder of the drive staring out the windshield, trying to figure out what had crawled up his butt. Aaron parked the car in the garage, and we speed-walked into the building and took the elevators to the 5th floor. The beauty of the facility offered little respite from the ball of anxiety forming in my gut. Give me a minute. I slipped into the empty waiting room and stared at the enormous plastic butterflies decorating the walls. Beneath them sat a miniature kitchen, short table, and a handful of cushioned stools. It broke my heart to imagine big brothers and sisters playing there while their new siblings fought for their lives yards away. Aaron turned to me to face him. Without a word, he drew me into an embrace. My anger ebbed, replaced with a familiar fear that our relationship would unravel like an unbound braid, each piece twisting and turning until it separated from the whole. Malcolm Alexander's voice broke the silence.
Tessa, what's happened?
Chapter 29. I was no stranger to hospital rooms, but Aiden Scott's NICU suite was something entirely different. A space-age-looking bassinet replaced the typical patient bed. A metal tree-like structure held a monitor and tubes and bags and things I had no words for in its rotating arms. Haley sat in a plastic chair, staring at the tiny infant. She glanced up for a millisecond, saw me, and burst into tears. "He's very sick." I took one step, and she closed the distance. Haley clung to me while sobbing out words like infection, sepsis, respiratory distress, blue fever. I got the gist. The baby was indeed very sick. Words failed me. Platitudes like, "I'm sorry, he'll get better, you have to be strong for him," crossed my mind, and were quickly dismissed. In the end, I settled on the one thing I longed to hear when I'd lost Charlie. "I'm here for you. Anything you need, even if it's only to sit and hold your hand." "Thanks. Scott's great, but he's in fix-it mode." She blew her nose. "I can't reach my dad." "I got a message to him. He's in the waiting room with Scott and Aaron." I turned to the baby and tried to make sense of the wires and tubes stuck to or inside his little body. "Does he look blue to you? I told the nurses he still looked blue, but they said his O2 was getting better." Between the tiny cap and gown, not much of the newborn skin showed, but he did have a blue tinge, especially his hands and feet. "Yes, he does." She glanced from me to the baby and nodded. "The doctors are stone-faced. They put him on antibiotics and the ventilator to help him breathe. Said to wait and see how he responds. We'll know more tomorrow." "Have you eaten?" Lame question, but once again I didn't know what to say. Haley sank into the chair and rested her hand on the bassinet. "The nurses brought me a sandwich earlier." That was new, but then again I'd read an article about the children's hospital. The designers had gone above and beyond to make it a kid and parent-friendly space. We settled into a heavy silence. Not the awkward silence of two people with nothing to say to each other. The weight of this silence came from mutual fear and helplessness. A nurse entered the room, offered a nod, and went about her business of checking the baby's vitals and recording the information in the computer. Once finished, she turned to us and smiled. "Is there anything I can get either of you?" "No, ma'am." I returned her smile, though I imagined it looked as plastic as I felt. Haley said, "How are his oxygen levels? He's still blue." The nurse glanced at the screen. "His levels are good. Temp is still high. Blood pressure is coming down, which is a good sign. He's a fighter." Haley squared her shoulders and nodded. She might not feel like it, but Aiden Scott's mama was a fighter too. Malcolm came into the room, washed his hands, and went to his daughter. She stood, swayed, and crumpled into his arms. Rubbing her back and cradling her head against his shoulder, he stared at his grandchild. The normally calm man's face contorted in a pain that I could not begin to imagine. I stepped into the hall to pull myself together. They deserved a few moments of privacy, and I needed to reinforce my armor. I'd be no good for my friend if I fell apart too. I pulled my phone from my purse and called Bryson.
Hey, how's the baby?
His voice wrapped around me like a warm blanket. He's on antibiotics and a ventilator. He has sepsis. At least, I thought that was right. I hadn't wanted to press Haley too much about his official diagnosis.
How are you?
I shrugged, though he couldn't see me. I'm okay. How's Jolene?
She woke up and asked for a glass of water, then went back to sleep.
The tone of his voice sounded like a father, a proud father, who found delight in their children's coming and goings, no matter how mundane. I love you.
I love you too. I have it under control here. Stay as long as you need to.
He paused.
How was Aaron on the drive?
Cranky and very much against adoption and babies. I'd tried to sound flippant, but my darned voice cracked. He's afraid we'll be hurt if we can't keep her.
We will be. But I don't think that's what's bothering him.
Do you know what is?
I have my suspicions, but I'd rather the three of us sit down and talk. Speculating won't solve anything.
Malcolm poked his head out the door.
She's asking for you.
I nodded and held up a finger. I agree. I need to run. I'll call you if anything changes.
Focus on Haley and the baby. You know Aaron. He hates surprises. He just needs time to process his thoughts.
I guess. Good night.
Night.
He disconnected. I turned to Aiden Scott's room to find Haley, red-faced, puffy-eyed, and more exhausted than she was 5 minutes before. She pushed her hair from her face. Tessa, I hate to ask, but would you mind staying tonight? Oh, honey, of course. She motioned to her father. Dad's gonna take Scott home to get a shower and some sleep. Good. I didn't want to mention it, but he smelled when he hugged me earlier. My attempt at humor earned me a smile. I'll send Aaron home, too. He's been working crazy hours at the station. Malcolm clamped his hand on my shoulder.
Haley's car is here if you need to leave. I'll bring Scott back in the morning before the doctors do rounds.
I'll make sure she's taken care of herself. I had things I wanted to say to him, mostly an apology for acting like a brat about him and Dottie, but I needed to sort through my feelings. An all-nighter in the hospital would give me time to think.
Thanks, Tessa.
He paused as if he wanted to say more, but turned and left. I texted Bryson to let him know the plan while they said their goodbyes. A few minutes later, Scott trudged into the room and I slipped out to speak to Aaron. My detective slept sitting upright, head back, mouth open. I winced. He'd have a crick in his neck for sure. I touched his arm. Aaron? He opened his gorgeous blue eyes, looked around, and ran a hand over his head.
Yeah? Sorry, I dozed off.
I smoothed his dark hair. It had grown long in the last couple of weeks and had curled over his collar and ears. Sweetie, I'm going to stay here tonight with Haley. Why don't you go home and get some sleep? I'll get Dottie to pick me up in the morning. He shook his head.
No, I'm staying.
Stubborn man. Aaron, please listen to me. I'm going to be sitting with Haley for the next 5 or 6 hours. I'll feel better if one of us gets some rest. Besides, you have to be at the station bright and early.
You sure?
The hurt in his eyes confused me. I pressed my hands to his cheeks, leaned in and brushed my lips across his. Yes, I love that you want to stay, but I'll be okay. Let's plan for me to sleep at your place tomorrow night. It's been a while since we've had any alone time.
Sure. Sounds good.
He'd nodded and said the right thing, but he'd pulled away and erected a wall between us too tall for me to scale. Chapter 30. I paid the pick-me-up driver and dragged my tired butt into the house at 6 in the morning. It was dark, except for the light above the stove, which suited me fine. I knew the place like the back of my hand. I didn't need light to make my way to the bedroom. Or so I thought. I took a step and tripped over plastic grocery bags filled with rocks. Okay, maybe not rocks, but my toes couldn't tell the difference. In my sleep-deprived state, I reached for the wall to keep from tumbling forward, but I'd misjudged my location. My fingertips brushed the plaster. On my way down, I managed to bump into the coffee table and spill what I hoped was water. I sat in the dark room and mentally scanned my body for injuries. The only thing that hurt, besides my foot, was my pride. At least I'd managed to humiliate myself without an audience. Or so I thought. The overhead light came on. Bryson stood in the entryway, wearing pajama pants and a sleepy smile.
Are you okay?
I tripped.
I see that. How are Haley and the baby?
No change in Aiden Scott, but Haley slept a few hours. Not trusting my toes to work, I crawled onto the couch. Bryson grabbed a towel from the kitchen and mopped up the water.
I take it you didn't get any rest?
No, but it's all good. It gave me a chance to think. He paused mid-step on his way to the laundry.
About?
Aaron, mostly, but also the ghost situation and the murders. My words slurred like a drunk at closing time. He tossed the rag in the kitchen and returned to me.
Let's get you into bed. We'll talk when you're coherent.
I'll sleep here. Toes hurt. Too tired to move. Bryson slid one arm under my shoulders and the other under my knees and lifted me from the couch.
Jolene will be up in an hour or two.
I grumbled, but settled against his warm, muscular chest. Suddenly, bed seemed like a good idea. He smelled good, like fresh-cut lumber and spices and man. Want to fool around?
Tonight. We have a busy day. You need sleep more than orgasms.
I had that floaty sort of high feeling from pulling an all-nighter. Hearing the word orgasm made me giggle, which turned into full-blown laughter. I love it when you talk dirty. Say it again.
Did you stop off at the bar on the way home?
He stood me beside the bed and pulled my shirt over my head. I'm not drunk. Well, punch drunk, maybe. I shivered as he ran his hands down my sides and popped the button on my jeans. We really should start practicing conceiving. They say practice makes perfect. He peeled my jeans off and tossed them near the hamper.
That is true.
I slid my bra off and climbed into bed with Bryson right behind me. He kissed the corner of my mouth and continued to my neck. I tilted my head and closed my eyes. It felt so good, so amazingly good. The pillow, the blanket, the warm lips on my neck. I woke to the sound of voices in the living room. Male voices, one of which I did not recognize. I rolled over and gawked at the time. I'd slept until 1 in the afternoon. I couldn't remember the last time I'd done that. Probably the last time I stayed up all night. Now that I thought about it, I felt just as hungover. I pulled on a pair of sweats and a t-shirt and tiptoed toward the bathroom. I'd have to go into the hall to reach it, and needed to figure out where the men were in relation to the commode.
Thanks for dropping this off.
Bryson stood with his back to me with a paper sack in his hand. The stranger's eyes met mine, and I froze. Hi. A mere 4 feet from the bathroom, back teeth floating, my manners and my bladder warred. Bryson turned.
Sorry we woke you. Tessa, this is Pete. Pete? My fiancée, Tessa. She was at the hospital with a friend until 6 a.m. Nice to finally meet you. I knew your grandfather. I was real sorry to hear about his passing.
Pete offered his hand. I stepped forward and shook it. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, too. If you'll excuse me, I need to freshen up. The bathroom door closed behind me. What the heck? Jolene. It had to be. She'd preempted my turn in the John.
Well, I'll be going.
Pete nodded.
Think about what I said. The tribe needs you more than 1 day a week. I don't mind driving up from Tampa now and again, but I have my hands full on the rest.
Oh, boy. We had a lot to discuss already, but I added another item to the agenda. 2 items, if I counted speeding up the master bathroom renovations.
I'll speak to Tessa.
Bryson walked Pete outside. Jolene emerged from the bathroom. Hi, you finally up? I thought you might sleep all the way through my dance class. You're coming, right? To the class? Bryson said we'd go shopping after. I don't have any shoes except the ones the social worker gave me, and they're a little big. I grinned, remembering how excited I was to hear her speak. Now I really needed her to hush up. Give me 1 second. I need to use the potty. Okay. She followed me to the bathroom. Miss Tessa, what happened to my things? All my trophies and clothes were in my room when the police came. Do you think that police officer, Mr. Aaron, could get them for me? Oh, and I had a picture of my mama. I'd really like that. And one of my grandma. It was on the television stand. All my pageant dresses are there. I'm gonna need them for the Little Miss Sunshine Glitz Spectacular coming up in 2 weeks. Did Bryson tell you about that one? Just a minute, please. I'll be right out. I sat on the toilet trying desperately to wake up enough to follow the 9-year-old's train of thought. Her things were still at the trailer when Aaron and I visited, but the investigators had probably released the scene to the owners by now. I honestly had no idea what had happened to her stuff. The landlord may have boxed everything up, but, based on the condition of the trailer park, I highly doubted it. Okay, I'll be right here. The girl hummed, and from the sound of it, tap danced in the hall. I wanted a shower more than I wanted my next breath. Lord knew what kind of cooties I'd picked up in the hospital. My thoughts drifted to Haley and Aiden Scott, and then to Bryson tucking me into bed. Lord help me, I'd fallen asleep mid-kiss. Jolene continued to serenade me from the hall while I brushed my teeth and pulled my hair into a bun. I took a deep breath and opened the door. She cocked her head. I'd expected a barrage of questions, not scrutiny from a 9-year-old. I wiped any rogue toothpaste from the corners of my mouth. What's the matter? Do you know how to do a real bun? She motioned in the general direction of my head. Because that's not going to work for dance class. I think I can manage. Chapter 31. Defeated by 3 feet of slippery blonde hair, I'd retreated to the kitchen to caffeinate myself. I was a woman with unruly hair. A woman who had never actually tried to style another woman's hair, let alone a little girl who needed her behind duct taped to the ground in order to hold still. What's this? I opened the paper bag Pete had left behind. Bryson pulled a bobby pin from his mouth and secured Jolene's bun.
Rare herbs?
Assuming he planned to use said herbs in a spell, I dropped the subject and sipped my coffee. There was something about my big, strong man tending to the little girl's hair that made my insides turn gooey. Plus, he did a far better job with the bun than me. Pete wants you to reopen the shop? Bryson slid the final pin into the perfectly smooth bun and patted Jolene's shoulder.
You're all set. Go get changed for dance class.
She patted her head and flashed him a huge smile. Bryson and I wouldn't be the only ones disappointed if the adoption fell through. He stood and pulled me into an embrace.
He does, but it's not time. My priorities have changed. I sent word through the grapevine that I'd do 1 day a week at the tribal house. Otherwise, folks need to call Pete.
She has you wrapped around her finger already.
Something all of the women around here have in common.
He brushed his lips across mine.
You fell asleep on me last night.
I know. I'm sorry, Bryson whispered.
There's always tonight.
I remembered the promise I'd made to Aaron and sighed. I didn't not want to spend the night with him, but I worried we'd end up arguing about starting a family. I can't. I promised Aaron I'd...
Say no more.
He nuzzled into my neck.
He needs reassurance, and one of us has to stay with JoJo.
I'll see about getting Jolene's things from the trailer. The idea of facing Benjamin Wagner's ghost sent a shiver down my spine.
I don't want you going back there without me.
I won't. It's going to take all three of us to banish you-know-who. I'm hoping the landlord boxed up their things.
Maybe.
Bryson released me when Jolene returned to the room.
Don't forget, we have dinner at May's with Darlene and Stone.
Who's that? Jolene set her hands on her hips. I couldn't help but smile. She looked absolutely adorable in her dance clothes, like a tiny ballerina inside a jewelry box. Pink tights, leotard, and wrap skirt. Darlene's my mom, and Stone is her soon-to-be husband. Her brows drew together. But the woman in my picture is your mama? Oh, crap. Bryson set his hand on her shoulder.
Tessa has 2 mothers. Aunt Sheila died when Tessa was born. Darlene raised her.
The girl turned to me. You're adopted? My mind reeled with possible explanations, none of which would work. Bryson knelt and made eye contact with Jolene.
Not exactly. It is very complicated. Darlene doesn't know Tessa isn't her biological daughter. It would hurt her a great deal if she...
Her baby died and Charlie gave Tessa to Darlene. She glanced to her side, nodded, and said, It's a secret. I won't say anything. I hated secrets in a family, and I hated that more than likely my grandfather had whispered into her ear. The child needed to feel safe, not get caught up in dishonesty. Yes, but it's important you understand. We don't keep secrets in this house. You, me, and Bryson, we tell each other the truth, no matter what. Jolene nodded. He says he's sorry he didn't tell you before he died. My throat tightened, but instead of giving in to the overwhelming pain, I chose to hang on to my anger. I stiffened my spine and motioned to the door. We should get going or we'll be late. Jolene avoided my eyes when she took my hand. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other. I had to get to the SUV without crying. Once we were on the road and away from the memories of this place, I'd be fine. Bryson helped Jolene into the back seat and closed the door.
You okay?
Nope, but I will be. We drove in silence for the first few minutes. A deafening silence that ate at me like fire ants on a summer day. I turned on the radio and slipped through the stations. "Oh, I love that one." Jolene clapped and belted out the lyrics to the old country song about friends in low places. The girl could sing. The pool hall favorite wouldn't earn me any Mother of the Year awards, but it took my mind off Charlie. Bryson nudged my side and joined in on the chorus. I sang along, although I was sure dogs 3 counties over howled when I hit the high notes. We arrived at the dance studio with 2 minutes to spare. The building resembled a high school gym. Not much to look at on the outside, but inside was another story. We entered a large parent waiting room with rows of leather chairs and several large-screen televisions on the walls. 10 or so women turned and stared. Some wore looks of shock, others anger, but they all gave Bryson a once-over. Jolene whispered, "You have to wait here. Parents aren't allowed in the studios, but you can watch me on the TV."
We'll be here when you're finished.
Bryson knelt and gave her a quick hug before she disappeared down the hall. Several of the women whispered. An older woman dressed in a pantsuit came out of the door labeled office. "You must be Jolene's new foster parents." I braced myself for another conversation like I'd had with the guidance counselor. "We're helping out. My aunt is her official foster parent. I'm Tessa, and this is—" "You must be Bryson," the woman practically gushed. "I'm Lynn. We spoke on the phone."
I am.
He offered his hand. She shook it and didn't let go. "It's very nice to meet you both. It's awful what happened to her, but we're so glad she's back. Jolene's one of our rising stars." I risked a glance at the parents in the room. Judging from their expressions, they didn't share Lynn's enthusiasm. A male voice, reminiscent of a 70s television announcer, filled the room.
You must be Bryson. Nice to put a face to the voice, and my, what a face. Have you ever considered modeling?
I grinned like an idiot. I was used to Bryson receiving more than his fair share of admiration from both sexes. That didn't bother me. That he'd obviously spent a heck of a lot of time on the phone with these two made my maternal time clock explode. I wanted his baby, and I wanted it right then.
Oh, you're a pretty one. I would love to get both of you in front of agents.
The man kissed the back of my hand.
I'm Patrick Price, Jolene's pageant coach.
Tessa Lamar, nice to meet you. My face heated, and I just knew that I'd turned red from the tips of my ears to my chest.
We have much to discuss. The Little Miss Sunshine Glitz Spectacular is right around the corner. It's the last stop until Junior Miss Florida. Tell me you have her costumes.
Not yet, but I'm working on it. He pressed his hand to his chest.
Honey, I have to know today if she needs new costumes. These things take weeks to create.
I glanced at Bryson, then back to Patrick. I'll make some calls while she's in class.
Good, good. I'll go through wardrobe and put the seamstress on standby just in case.
He gave Bryson one last appraising look, then turned and walked back into the office with Lynn on his heels. I lowered my voice. "The trailer is about 5 minutes away. You stay here. I'll go see if the landlord's in his office." I'd expected him to argue, but he turned and watched Jolene tapping her heart out on the television monitor.
Call Aaron and ask him to meet you there.
I nodded, though I doubted Aaron would take kindly to me going anywhere near the Wagner Parks trailer. He tucked a loose curl behind my ear.
Promise me you won't go inside.
I promise. Chapter 32. With 45 minutes to get back to the dance studio, I didn't have a second to spare. I hopped in Bryson's Range Rover, put my phone on speaker, and dialed Aaron's cell.
Hey, Tessa. Are we still on for tonight?
He sounded like 5 pounds of crap shoved into a 2-pound bag. Absolutely. I have to get through dinner with Darlene and Stone, and then I'm all yours. I hated that he'd miss dinner, but until we dealt with Christina Hayes, he couldn't be near Jolene. I'll bring you a doggy bag.
That's not necessary. I just left Maze. She sent me home with enough to feed an army.
He went silent for a few heartbeats.
I stopped by to see you.
Bryson and I took Jolene to dance class. My darned emotions threatened to get the better of me for the second time. It'd look suspicious if I showed up at the rental office with ugly cry face, so I swallowed past the lump in my throat. I have a huge favor to ask. I need to find out what happened to Jolene's clothes. I'm on my way to speak to the landlord. Can you meet me?
Tessa,
Oh, boy. I knew that tone in his voice. I'm not going in the trailer. I'm hoping he packed up the family's belongings.
I'm betting he threw them out.
Probably, but I have to try. I turned into the trailer park and eased the SUV beside the building labeled rental office. I'm here. I'll just go inside and ask. Aaron's tone hardened.
You do not have authorization to go inside that trailer.
Not on police business, but if her clothes are still inside,
I'd hate to have to arrest you.
he sounded serious. You wouldn't do that. It'd ruin our plans for tonight. I hung up before he could reply. The area around the office smelled like cat pee and cigarettes, but the man standing in the doorway had an aroma all his own. I tried to smile and breathe through my mouth, but the sour odor clung to the back of my throat. I knew that smell. I'd encountered it at the death scene. Decay and rot. He motioned to the SUV.
Them some fancy wheels to be looking for a place here. What do you want?
I wished I'd waited for Aaron. The man flat out gave me the creeps. I'm Jolene Park's foster mother. I was hoping to find out what happened to her clothing. A flash of anger crossed his eyes.
There weren't nothing worth nothing left in that trailer. And if there were, I'd have sold it to pay back rent.
On the contrary, there were a few nice things inside when I'd gone in with Aaron. Was there a burglary?
Damned if I know.
Did you report it to the police? He tensed.
We had enough police around here. There ain't nothing they could do about it no way.
I went from creeped out to downright suspicious. I'll let social services know the trailer was broken into. He ground his teeth.
Go talk to Roxanne, the next door neighbor. If anyone knows anything, it's her.
Thank you. Is that the trailer on the right, or... He slammed the door. All righty then. I slid into the SUV and drove to Jolene's former home. I'd picked up my phone to tell Aaron about the break-in and landlord when a woman approached the vehicle. You looking for someone? The woman set her hands on her hips. I gave her a quick once-over. Red jeans, the same color as her hair. Black top, too small. Mid-40s, slim build, huge chest. Are you Roxanne?
Who's asking?
She pulled a cigarette and lighter from her bra. I'm Jolene Park's foster parent. I was hoping to find out what happened to her clothes. The woman smirked and slid the cigarette back into its hiding place. I'm Roxanne, or Roxy, and it's your lucky day. I slung my purse over my shoulder and opened the door. I'm Tessa. She motioned for me to follow her.
You look familiar.
Oh, great. She probably knows me from the news coverage of the psychic working for the Orange County PD. I shrugged. I have one of those faces.
I don't think so.
Roxy led me to her trailer. The skin between my shoulder blades itched, like someone was watching me. I turned and studied the windows in Jolene's trailer.
It skeeves me out, too.
She motioned for me to go inside.
If I didn't know better, I'd say Ben still haunts the place.
I choked on a laugh. From what I've heard about him, you might be right. That's it. That's where I know you. You're a cop. She smiled like she'd answered the winning question on Jeopardy. You were inside the trailer with that hot cop. What's his name? Burns. Like a damned fire, that one. Woo! Set a woman's panties on fire. I laughed before I could stop myself. Part of me wanted to tell her Aaron was my fiancé, but I hesitated, unsure if I should stick to business.
I don't usually go for cops. You know, most of them aren't my type. But Detective Burns...
She fanned herself. I decided to go with honesty. He's my fiancé. I'm also a victim's advocate for the OCPD. We were here shortly after the murders on police business. Roxy turned as red as her jeans and matching hair. It's okay. He is really easy on the eyes. I nudged her. Do you know what happened to Jolene's things? Roxy narrowed her eyes and leaned in like we were old friends.
Is he as good in bed as I imagined?
I should have been offended she'd asked such a personal question, but all I could manage was a nod.
Damn! You go, girl!
Roxy shook her head. I have JoJo's stuff. I figured someone might need it. I'd have saved more, but I had to get out of there.
Something ain't right in that place.
I ran my hands over my arms. I know what you mean. I couldn't wait to get outside. She motioned to the couch.
Can you stay for a minute? There's some things you should know.
I glanced at my watch and sat. I have to be back at the dance studio at 4, but I have a few minutes to chat.
I told Jenny, JoJo's mama, he'd kill her one day. She didn't listen.
She perched on the arm of a chair.
Of course, he wasn't always that way. He was as nice as could be when they first moved in.
In grad school, I'd learned about the cycle of abuse, and I'd counseled enough survivors to know that most abusers had a charming side. How long did they live there?
Let's see. JoJo was 2, going on 3 when they moved in.
She fidgeted with her hair.
Pretty little thing. But she was always different.
Not wanting to waste precious time discussing Jolene's differences, I asked, how did he treat the girl?
Like a little princess.
They spent every dime they had on those pageants of hers, and she won. Time and time again, she won. Jenny put all the winnings into a college fund. Then, Ben lost his job. That's when the fighting started. Over the money? Roxy tapped a manicured nail to her lips. No, over Ben's brother. He came to stay with them, but Jenny didn't like the way he looked at Jolene. Her and the girl stayed with me. Don't get me wrong, she did me a favor. How so? Roxy went a little gooey-eyed. I was seeing someone. It gave me an excuse to break things off. He went away for a few years, did some, soul searching. He came back a couple of months ago, and things are good. Real good. Everything happens for a reason, they say. I must have given her a weird look because she flustered. Oh, I don't mean what happened to Jenny and Jolene. No, I meant good stuff. I hadn't come to get into a philosophical discussion, nor did I care to hear about Roxy's love life. I forced a smile and took control of the conversation. How long did they stay here?
A little over a month. They left when Ben finally threw him out, but things were never the same with them.
Benjamin Wagner had a brother. My heart hammered. Could he be the connection between Jolene and Christina? Was Ben Wagner's brother the serial killer? Could he have killed Mr. Wagner? Roxy's eyes widened. You don't know, do you? I'm sorry? Her voice lowered as if she shared a filthy secret. Jolene killed him. I shook my head. The police ruled her out. There's no way someone her size could have.
I'll get you those boxes.
Roxy stood and hurried down the hall. Chapter 33. I left the trailer park with 3 boxes and 2 garment bags containing what was left of Jolene's life, and more questions than I had answers. When I'd agreed to see Jolene as a patient, I'd told myself it didn't matter if she'd killed her stepfather. Until 5 minutes ago, I'd honestly believed it didn't matter. But it did. It mattered. Not that I thought for a minute that little girl wielded those scissors, but the spirit haunting her was an entirely different matter. Bryson and Jolene stepped outside when I pulled into the parking lot. I cut the ignition and stepped out of the SUV.
Everything okay?
Bryson grabbed my waist to steady me. We'll talk later. I turned and smiled at the girl. Miss Roxy saved your clothes and a few of your things. Yay! Jolene hugged me. Thank you. You're very welcome. I walked to the passenger's side on shaking legs. Bryson studied me across the console.
You sure you're up for dinner at May's?
I'll be fine. I wondered how many times I'd said that over the previous few days. He opened his mouth to speak, but my cell phone interrupted him. I glanced at the screen and mouthed, "It's Aaron." Bryson nodded and started the rover. Hello?
How'd it go?
Thankfully, Aaron sounded less frustrated than the last time we'd spoken. The neighbor had some of her things. He chuckled, likely remembering Roxanne. God knows the woman had probably flirted herself silly.
Anything you can read?
I hadn't considered that. Ben Wagner had chased us out of Jolene's room before I had a chance to try. Haven't looked yet, but I will tonight.
Bring it with you.
He hesitated, then rushed on.
I mean, it'd be good to do it at my place, away from the girl, in case you get overwhelmed.
That hasn't happened in a while. I puzzled over his reaction. What did he care where I did the reading?
I know, but there are fewer distractions at my place.
You're right. I'll see you later.
Bye, Tessa.
He disconnected. Was that Mr. Aaron? Jolene's voice pulled me out of my confusion. Yes. I turned to face her. She chewed her bottom lip. Bryson said,
I watched you dance. Could you teach me some of those moves?
Jolene shrugged. I forced a smile. Don't let him fool you. He's a great dancer. She whispered, I'm sorry about Mr. Aaron. I hadn't spoken to her about Christina's demands, or even tried to learn how much Jolene knew about what happened when the spirit took over her body. You have no reason to apologize. She lowered her chin. You can't see your sweetheart because of me, and you miss him. I hesitated to ask her outright what Christina had told her about Aaron for fear of repercussions from the damned ghost. Bryson saved me the trouble.
Did Christina tell you why she doesn't want him to visit? Or did you hear her conversation with Tessa?
I'm still there. When she's in me? Jolene's voice cracked. I closed my eyes, imagining the little girl watching helplessly as the spirit hurt people. I hope you understand that Aaron didn't hurt Christina. I know, she whispered. Brasson parked beside our house and turned in his seat.
Jojo, are you okay to go to Miss May's for dinner? We'll understand if you don't feel up to meeting new people.
It was wrong. I knew it was, but I prayed the girl would give us an excuse to skip out on supper with Darlene. My nerves couldn't handle it. I should have taken the out when Bryson had offered it to me. She perked up. It'll be fun. My shoulders slumped. If I didn't know better, I'd have sworn the ghost had read my mind and saw this as another way to torture me. We walked into Grandma May's house as Dottie put a big pot of chili goulash onto the table. She waved at the girl, then locked eyes with me and frowned. In all my years, I'd never received such a greeting from my aunt. She was either mad as hell or something else had happened. Have you heard from Dr. Alexander about the baby? Dottie went to the stove for the cornbread. He's doing much better today. Malcolm says he's responding well to the antibiotics. Partly relieved, partly perplexed about the bee in her bonnet, I motioned to the front room. Do you need to speak to me? Not yet. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Uh-oh, Tessa Marie is in trouble. Darlene came around the corner wearing a whole lot of stretchy material and a huge grin. A grin that broadened when she noticed the little girl hiding behind Bryson's legs. Why, hello there. You must be Jolene. Yes, ma'am. The child glanced up at her knight in shining armor. Bryson squeezed her shoulder.
This is Darlene, Tessa's mom.
She eyed Darlene with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Nice to meet you. Aren't you a pretty little thing? My goodness, when Tessa was your age, she was all knees and elbows. We couldn't keep her hair brushed, and she always had skinned-up knees. She reminded me of that Pippi Longstocking from the movies.
I bet she was adorable.
Bryson kissed my cheek. Grandma came into the kitchen with a red-faced TJ in tow. Enough chit-chat. Dinner's getting cold. TJ waved at Jolene and slunk to the table. Lord, May, tell me you didn't wash his mouth out with ivory soap before dinner? Darlene set her hand on her baby bump. Don't take the Lord's name in vain in my house, young lady. And no, I didn't. I gave him a talking to about proper language. Grandma took her seat and stared at the rest of us until we all sat. Bryson, say grace. TJ raised his hand. Grandma, may I say grace? I'm feeling inspired. My great-grandmother patted the boy's shoulder. You go right ahead. I'm sure Bryson won't mind. Dear Lord, thank you for the goulash and cornbread. Thank you for giving us Jolene and chocolate cake for dessert. Mostly, thank you for forgiving me for saying bad words and for Grandma not using the soap. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. I'd given similar thanks a few times in my lifetime. Grandma might be a little old lady, but she ruled her house with a big stick and ivory soap. Where's Stone? Darlene said, Oh, he's out with the boys. He should have been out with the boys the night of your baby shower. Grandma put a piece of cornbread on her plate and passed it on. Darlene surprised me when she laughed instead of arguing. You're telling me if I ever have another baby, I'm banning men from the shower? She winked at Bryson. No offense.
None taken.
He scooped a helping of goulash onto Jolene's plate, then helped himself.
When should we plan on a bridal shower?
Grandma took a bite and chewed like she was taking out her frustration on the food. We haven't set a date yet. My mother turned her attention to me. I braced myself for incoming cannon fire. I knew the look in her eyes. She'd toss me in front of a speeding train to get the attention off herself. Darlene patted my hand. I thought it'd be best to wait until Tessa has her big day. I choked on my sweet tea. She hadn't blasted me with meanness. She'd surprised the heck out of me. Bryson said,
Well then, we should set a date. How does the first Saturday in May sound?
Okay, maybe she had thrown me under that train after all. We'll have to talk to the tribal elders, and Aaron, of course. But, Mama, don't wait on our account. Why don't y'all do a double wedding like they do on TV? TJ glanced between us. That's not real. There's only one bride and one groom in a wedding. Jolene seemed to realize what she'd said and went wide-eyed. Except you can have 2 grooms. TJ laughed. Not when me and you get married. I'm a one-man, one-woman kind of guy. Jolene's mouth fell open. Grandma ruffled his hair.
That may be, but you have a long time before you need to be thinking about marriage.
I can't have a double wedding with Tessa because I want her to be my maid of honor. Darlene met my gaze. You're my best friend. Will you stand up with me? I stared, wondering what in the world had happened to my mother and who was this alien life form sitting beside me. We'd had our differences. Heck, we'd never gotten along. But I shared some of the blame for the strain in our adult relationship. Truth was, I'd fought so hard to become something different than her that I'd never taken the time to actually get to know her. I took her hand. I'd love to, Mama. Thank you, baby girl. My mom stood and pulled me into a hug. Don't think you're off the hook, Bryson. Stone and I want you to officiate the wedding. Aaron's ringtone, I shot the sheriff, interrupted the moment. I better take that. He wouldn't call during dinner if it wasn't important. I pulled away from her and headed outside. Hi, Aaron.
Sorry to interrupt your family dinner, but I need you on the scene. There's been another murder.
Chapter 34. I drove past the suburbs of Orlando and into the deep south. Most people thought of Miami or Jacksonville or Disney World when they thought of Florida. Then again, most people never ventured too far from the cities or off the interstates. Family dinner, I muttered to myself, as if he wasn't a part of the family. He's under a lot of stress. He needs sleep. He probably hasn't eaten any real food. He needs to blow off steam. Excuse after excuse rolled through my mind, but none of them made me feel better about facing Aaron at yet another murder scene. I turned onto a dirt road and sent up a prayer of thanks that I'd taken Bryson's SUV. The undercarriage of my sports car would have taken a beating on the loose gravel. Marked and unmarked police cars lined the sides of the road, along with the mobile command post. I put the Rover in reverse, backed several yards from the commotion, and parked. Memories of the last death scene flashed unwelcome through my head. I couldn't afford another snafu with a ghost, and neither could Aaron. Sitting in the dark SUV, I closed my eyes and coaxed my spirit animal to the surface. The heat from the Firebird warmed my skin, sharpened my vision, and more importantly, shifted my focus from that of a woman
to a predator. I fished my phone from my purse to call Aaron, but he called before I could dial. Hi, Aaron. I'm here.
No shit. Your magic about knocked me on my ass.
I cringed. Not that bad language offended me, but his tone took me off guard. Of course, he had spent a lot of time with Samuels and the other detectives lately. Still, it was no excuse. Nice. Do you intend to kiss me with that mouth later?
The way things are going, there won't be a later. At least not tonight. Hang on.
A rustling sound came over the line, followed by a muffled conversation.
Sit tight. I don't have clearance for you yet. The chief's here. I'll come get you after I talk to him.
Okie dokie. I tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. Buzzing with magic from head to toenail, I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel. If I didn't do something to release the energy, my hair could catch fire, as in actual flames. Or worse, I could lose control and shift into the Firebird. While I loved flying, I didn't think a bright burning bird shooting across the night sky would go over well on a crime scene. I glanced in the vanity mirror to check my lip gloss and caught sight of the boxes in back. 3 boxes, 2 bags. From the looks of them, they contained mostly clothing. It wouldn't take long to rummage through them. Besides, on the rare instances the chief visited crime scenes, the man didn't exactly stand around and sip lattes. It could be a long while before Aaron had his attention, and longer to convince him to allow me inside the perimeter, especially considering what happened last time. I popped the back hatch, hopped out of the Rover, and got to work. The garment bags contained 2 sequined dresses, a sailor outfit, a pale blue gown, and a leather get-up that I'd die before I allowed Jolene to wear in public. I grinned, imagining Bryson's reaction to the itty-bitty biker babe costume. I opened the first box and removed a quilt and several stacks of clothing. Pink. Lots of pink and denim. The fabric reeked of cigarette smoke. Everything would need a good washing before Jolene could wear it. The second box contained rhinestone-studded crowns, each wrapped in tissue paper. Hoping to catch a vision of Ben Wagner's murder, I ran my finger over the shiny metal along the inside of the band, and got nothing. I removed 4 trophies from the box and set them to the side. Inch by inch, I searched the metal surfaces. I caught a flash of Jenny Wagner, alive. A flash of Ben Wagner, also alive. Images of Jolene rolled through me. A lonely little girl, playing with her not-so-imaginary friend in her room. Her mother reading her bedtime stories. Her stepfather's voice booming through the trailer, and the fear it caused. I watched as the girl hid in her closet or under her comforter or under the bed. Sounds of a struggle filled the air, along with the meaty sounds of flesh hitting flesh. A woman crying, a man shouting. On and on it went. I pulled my shaking hand from the trophy and turned my face toward heaven. No more, baby girl. No one will hurt you like that ever again. Shame threatened to buckle my knees. I'd spent a good deal of my life feeling sorry for myself. Darlene had shuffled me from house to house, school to school, stepdad to stepdad. But mostly, she'd left me with Dottie and Charlie. I'd seen the bruises on her body when she'd come to visit. I'd heard the way the men in her life spoke to her. Even at a young age, I knew it was wrong. But I'd longed for her to be a mother. My mother. How much worse would my life have been had she not left me in Charlie and Dottie's loving arms? Darlene had protected me, the only way she knew how. Oh, Mama, I've been so wrong. I promised myself I'd be the best daughter, bridesmaid, and big sister I could. Wiped my eyes and got back to work. I pulled a plastic bin the size of a loaf of bread from the box.
Ready to roll?
Aaron knocked on the side of the SUV and scared the daylights out of me. The container slipped. I somehow managed to catch the lid, and only the lid. Jolene's family photos scattered at our feet.
Sorry, I thought you saw me coming.
He knelt to help me get the pictures back in the bin. These were in the box I picked up from Jenny Wagner's next-door neighbor. The landlord said there was a burglary, but she managed to get into the trailer and save some of Jolene's clothes and keepsakes.
Did he report it?
I shook my head. No, he doesn't want police around. Have you looked into him? He gave me the creeps, and he smelled like a corpse.
He has an alibi the night of the Wagner murders.
What about the dead girls? He might...
Poor hygiene and giving you the creeps doesn't make someone a suspect.
Aaron tossed a handful of photos in the bin. I brushed the dirt from a picture and dropped it in the bin. What about Ben Wagner's brother? The neighbor said he stayed with the couple for a while. She told me Jenny Wagner moved in with her because of the way the brother looked at Jolene. Roxanne seemed to think the problem started when the brother arrived. Aaron, are you listening to me? He stood and held a photograph under the light inside the vehicle. I'd seen the look on his face once before, when he realized Christina Hayes was the ghost haunting Jolene. What is it? My chest tightened.
Nothing.
He shoved the picture into his shirt pocket.
I need to get you on the scene. We're wasting time.
I pushed Jolene's things deeper inside the SUV and closed the hatch. I'd need to repack before driving, but they'd keep for now. It didn't look like nothing. Let me see it.
It's a cleaner photo of the Wagners than the ones we have in evidence. It'll come in handy for the prosecutors, that is, if we get this guy. But we won't get him standing here shooting the shit. Are you coming or not?
I pushed down my hurt feelings and latched onto my frustration. Aaron Burns, I know you're stressed out, but I will not have you speaking to me like that. It's unprofessional and uncalled for.
Telling Samuels about Dottie fostering Jolene was uncalled for. Asking him to sneak you into the trailer was uncalled for. Announcing you wanted to have Brasson's...
He raked his hand through his hair.
You should go.
His anger and the accusations, though mostly true, left me breathless. They had come at me so fast I couldn't process the information quick enough to form the words needed to defend myself. Screw you. I'm here. I'm doing my damned job. I pushed past him and marched toward the mobile command center. Aaron grabbed my arm hard enough to leave a bruise.
This is my murder scene. I say who is and is not allowed in it.
I jerked free. I believe the chief still outranks you. Aaron threw his hands up, turned, and walked away. Tears stung my eyes, but not the sad kind, the angry kind, which pissed me off even more because no one could tell the difference. They'd see a girl crying at a death scene and assume she couldn't handle the stress. I squared my shoulders and walked into the staging area to suit up. A large hand clamped my shoulder.
Lamar, you're with me.
Sure thing, Samuels. I tucked my hair under the paper cap and snapped on a pair of gloves. Aaron's partner stared until I looked away. We had an argument. He's taken a minute to cool off. I motioned to the tape marking the perimeter. Anything I need to know, or am I going in blind?
Stay within a foot of the tape or on the stepping plates.
He dipped his chin.
And I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You were looking out for Aaron. I can't be upset with you about that. Samuel signed in with the officer men in the entrance.
Do your thing, Lamar. I'll be close.
I took 3 steps forward and came toe-to-toe with the spirit of a blonde-haired little girl. She looked like an angel, but her eyes, the horror in her eyes would haunt me for the rest of my life. I squatted in front of her. My name is Tessa. I can help you. The girl tilted her head to the side. He's here. Who? I glanced around the area. A dozen or so police officers, detectives, and techs moved inside the perimeter, plus a dozen or so more worked in or around the Moby. The bad man? She pointed deeper into the forest. My brain skidded to a halt. The girl turned and drifted toward the tent covering the body. Her body. Wait, what color is his shirt? What does he look like? I took 2 steps, but stopped when Samuels walked to my side.
You got something?
He studied my face with cold, calculating cop eyes. The killer's in the woods. Chapter 35.
Stay here.
Samuels headed in the direction of the tent. The absolute last thing I intended to do was to stand there and wait for orders. Orders that would take too long and not involve me. I ducked under the police tape marking the boundary of the crime scene. Jogging toward the tree line, I removed the paper cap, gloves, and protective suit. My clothes were a problem. I could strip and leave them in the woods, but I'd run the risk of an officer finding them. My other option was quicker and left less evidence. I brought the Firebird to the surface and picked up speed. Once I'd cleared the ring of artificial light, I let my spirit animal free. 1 second I ran on 2 legs, the next I flew. Over the previous months, I'd learned to shift into the Firebird without actual fire. However, I needed to destroy my clothing, badge, and anything that could identify me as the owner. Otherwise, I'd have a heck of a lot of explaining to do. My feathers blazed. The preternatural heat incinerated my belongings in a jiff, but the flames drew unwanted attention. Voices followed me on my ascent. 2 people below would know the source of the flames, Aaron and Samuels. I'd catch hell for it later, but neither would rat me out. Not when it would mean losing credibility with their peers. Breaking through the treetops, I extinguished my flames. I blinked several times to adjust to the changes in my vision and scanned the ground below. Where is he? Nocturnal animals, mostly rodents, scurried beneath me. Unlike humans who primarily used their eyes to sense the world, animals seemed to feel danger in their bones. They couldn't see, hear, smell, or taste the predator above them, but they sure as heck felt me. I set up an imaginary circular search grid in the air. Starting with a small ring close to the scene, I flew in increasingly wide arcs. Round and round, farther and farther from the center point I hunted. Movement, too awkward to be an animal, caught my attention. I swooped lower to get a visual on the human. A man. Increased heart rate. Increased body heat. He was spooked, or he'd exerted himself. I'd put my money on both. I debated my next move. I could swoop down and light him up, but I had no way of knowing if he was the killer. No one had made me judge, jury, and executioner. I could detain him in a ring of fire until the officers caught up, but I had to assume he carried a weapon. Circling at a low altitude would make me an easy target.
Stop! Police!
Someone shouted. Weaving between the trees, the man increased his speed. He stopped at a clearing, glanced over his shoulder, and darted to the right. The officers below continued to pursue, but rather than veering to the side, they charged into the open. The man raised a gun. My pulse hammered. No, no, no. I screeched and dove for him. He glanced heavenward and covered his head with his arms. To draw attention to the man, I cried out again. Extending my legs, I raked my talons across his flesh. The impact slowed me down, but I beat my wings to gain altitude. One of the officers below called,
There! Armed! Get down!
The man had recovered quicker than I'd hoped. I dropped low and went in for a second attack. 3 shots rang out. I had a millisecond of understanding. The jerk had shot at me. No. He'd shot me. Pain tore through my side. Small miracle he'd missed my wings. But otherwise, I had no idea what sort of damage he'd done. I knew it hurt like a bitch and I was losing blood. The man scanned the sky, turned and ran. One officer was sprawled out on his back while the other called for help. I could sense others nearby. Likely the gunshots had drawn them in my direction. Good for the wounded officer, but for me, not so much. Not when I looked like a cross between a hawk and a bird of paradise, and certainly not when one of those officers and I shared a bond that allowed him to sense my presence. Aaron would know I was wounded. Given his mood lately, I didn't imagine my running after a child killer would go over very well, bullet in my side or not. Okay, Tessa, you got yourself into this mess. You can get yourself out of it. I pushed past my pain and flew to the next tree. And the next. And the next. With a few small victories under my belt, I flew several yards through a clearing and alighted near a stream. Aaron's energy pressed closer. I took a few sips of water and launched myself onto a low branch. Bit by bit, I made my way toward the road, with my mate tracking my every move. I reached the SUV and the end of my strength at the same time. I crawled under the vehicle and waited. The pain in my side had lessened to a throbbing ache, but I struggled to stay alert. I may be a mythical creature, but the other predators in the woods didn't know that. They'd see an injured bird as an easy meal. I would rise from the dead like a phoenix, but I'd be damned if I'd let some coyote tear me to shreds.
Tessa?
Aaron's voice pulled me back from my morbid thoughts. I chirped twice, but the sounds of footfalls and voices likely drowned it out.
Is she here?
Samuel sounded more alarmed than my mate. Then again, he didn't have a connection to me. He had no way to know if I was alive or dead.
Where's Lamar?
Another male asked. His voice held authority and a slight hint of a Boston accent. The chief.
I saw her come this way,
Aaron said.
Samuels and I will find... No. Samuels will rejoin the search for the shooter. You will take the rest of the night to get your head in the game.
The chief walked away.
You sure she's here?
Samuel's voice lowered. I stretched my wing out from under the SUV and focused my remaining magic on setting the feathers ablaze. A big lighter would have had better results. Aaron dropped to the ground beside the vehicle.
She's here.
Samuels muttered a slew of curses that would have sent Grandma running for the ivory soap.
Hey, beautiful. Can you shift for me?
I stared, as Aaron's face went in and out of focus. He eased me out from beneath the vehicle and cradled me against his chest.
She's bleeding. Do you need to take her to the vet? I got her. Get back to work before Chief chews your ass, too.
Aaron settled me in the front seat of his car and drove with one hand on my side. The physical contact with my mate helped to clear my head, which had a negative effect on my pain level. The more I came back to consciousness, the more it freaking hurt.
Tessa, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm sorry. You're right. I've been an ass.
I closed my eyes and focused on his voice and his touch. The car's control panel beeped twice, and Aaron said,
Call Bryson.
The call connected, and the sound of ringing came through the speakers, followed by Bryson's voice.
Thank God. What's happened to Tessa?
She's injured, but alive.
Injured how?
Bryson sounded as if he'd crawl through the stereo system and strangle both of us.
Gunshot, but it looks like a Graves. She saved 2 lives tonight. Is she conscious? Yeah, but she can't shift back to normal.
Bryson drew a breath.
I was on my way to find her when you called. Where are you? On my way to you. No. She needs both of us. I'll meet you at your place.
Aaron's voice hardened.
What about the kid? Dottie's here with her. You think that's a good idea?
Bryson all but growled.
I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Aaron disconnected and glanced at me.
Tessa, you're the strongest woman I know. You saved those officers. You took an orphaned girl into your home. Hell, you've somehow managed to make sense of your crazy, effed up life. I'll always love you. Can't do this.
Fading in and out, I struggled to make sense of his words. He'd complimented me, and was he dumping me? Now? At some point during the drive, I must have passed out. I came to when Aaron lifted me into his arms. Bryson hovered close by, but I barely had the strength to keep my eyes open, let alone turn my head.
Put her on the table. I need to see the wound,
Bryson said.
Why isn't she shifting back?
He set me down.
She will.
Bryson stretched my right wing and then my left before running his fingertips from my neck to my chest and abdomen. He repeated the process down my back.
You're right. The bullet grazed her.
Good to be right about something, he murmured. Bryson stepped away from the table.
What the hell are you doing?
Aaron's voice rose.
Shifting. She'll respond better to my spirit animal. Great.
Aaron turned for the door.
You two do the bird thing. I'll be in the shower.
I felt Bryson's energy change before he spoke.
Sit down.
They rarely, if ever, argued. But Aaron rarely, if ever, behaved like a complete jerk. Our relationship was strapped to the tracks, and I watched, helpless to say or do anything to stop the barreling train.
I'll help, but you're taking her home when we're done.
I can't do this anymore.
I can't heal her. I can't keep her safe. Hell, I can't even set foot in your house.
Aaron's voice quivered, letting me know beneath all that anger was a mountain of hurt. Please stop fighting.
She needs both of us. You don't get it. But why would you? You two belong together. I'm just the human who got in the way.
Aaron's laughter sounded harsh, like crumpling metal.
Tell me how to help. Then I need you to leave.
Chapter 36. The sun rose right on time, but it did nothing to thaw the cold lump in my chest. I cradled my coffee cup with both hands, hoping the warmth would seep inside me. Bryson and Aaron had healed my wound and lent me enough of their magic to shift back to human form. Afterward, Bryson had brought me home. But without the third piece of our puzzle, it would take time for the Firebird to return to normal. Bryson looked as if he'd aged 10 years overnight. The laugh lines around his eyes had deepened, and his skin had taken on a yellow tinge. He'd smiled and said the right things, but I knew his heart wasn't in it. How could it be when it was as broken as mine? The house phone interrupted my pity party. Hello?
Lamar, is that you?
The chief's voice made my stomach clench. Yes, sir?
I've been trying to reach you on your cell.
My phone was incinerated along with my clothing the night before. The battery must be dead.
What happened to you last night? Samuel said you had a tip the perp was in the area and you up and vanished.
He didn't sound happy. Oh. I searched my mind for a plausible explanation, but fell back on the lamest excuse in the book. I had to pee and the Moby was too far.
Let me get this straight. You chose to urinate in the woods with a possible suspect in the area?
I sighed loud enough for him to hear me. Sir, I started my menstrual cycle. It was everywhere.
We had men searching for you because you got your period?
I didn't know they were looking for me. I could almost hear him shaking his head.
10-4, Lamar.
He softened his tone.
And good work on that tip. We found shell casings, clothing fibers, and blood. If there's a match to the samples taken from the Vic, we'll know he likes to stick around to watch.
Bile rose in my throat. That's something, I guess. Aaron said an officer was wounded?
McIntosh. He's recovering. Damnedest thing. A bird came out of nowhere and interrupted the shooter. We got lucky.
I closed my eyes. That's crazy. I'm glad he's okay.
Goodbye, Lamar.
Bye, Chief. I hung up and sank back into my chair. I hadn't used the period excuse since freshman year of college. This day kept getting better and better. Jolene looked up from her math problem. Is it 3/4?
Yes, good job.
Bryson tugged her braid.
Work on the next 5 on your own. I'll check your work when you're finished.
She glanced from him to me and nodded. Yes, sir. Bryson slid into the chair beside me.
We'll get through this.
I forced a smile and lied to him and myself. Aaron will come to his senses once work calms down.
Maybe. But we'll be all right if he doesn't.
I set the mug on the table. You said yourself, mates are for life. I feel like part of my soul is missing. He slung his arm around my shoulder and pulled me close.
Me too. And it's probably the same for him. But he was willing to stand by and let you suffer. That is something I cannot forget.
But he didn't. I eased away. It's my fault. I shouldn't have gone after that man. He pressed his index finger to my lips.
You're right. You shouldn't have. But you aren't responsible for Aaron's actions. He is.
I caught movement on the porch. Someone's here. The bell rang. I'll get it. Jolene bounded from her seat, but Bryson caught up to her in time to open the door.
Hello, I'm looking for Dottie Nokoseka.
I recognized the woman's voice instantly. Mrs. White from the Department of Children and Families. I pulled my robe tighter and hurried to the front room. Hi, Mrs. White. Dottie took my great-grandmother shopping. She should be back in an hour or so. Bryson stepped back.
Would you like to come inside?
Mrs. White glanced between my robe, Bryson, and Jolene.
Yes, thank you. I'm here for my monthly visit, and I need to speak to Jolene alone.
The room tilted. Had I not been standing near the wall, I would have toppled over. Of course. Is it okay if we sit in the kitchen, or would you rather us go outside? Jolene latched onto Bryson like he was the last life preserver on the Titanic. I'd heard the expression, looking down your nose at someone, but until that moment, I'd assumed it was a figure of speech.
Either is fine, but Miss Lamar, you might want to get dressed before stepping outside.
After last night, I could hardly muster a smile. Our nearest neighbor is a mile away, and I wasn't expecting company. The woman narrowed her eyes, then turned and surveyed the room. I thanked my lucky stars that Bryson had taken it upon himself to keep the house clean. Mrs. White smiled at Jolene.
Is this where you do your schoolwork?
The girl nodded from behind Bryson.
We haven't met.
She turned her appraising gaze on the man.
I'm Hattie White, lead social worker on Jolene's case.
Bryson DeClay. I'm Tessa's fiancé and Jolene's learning coach.
He managed to get the words out without a hint of nerves.
That's a big responsibility and time-consuming. What is it you do for a living?
I wanted to object to the line of questioning, but we weren't in court and I was pretty sure she could ask anything she dang well pleased.
I'm an artist. A sculptor.
Is that your studio out back?
Yes.
His shoulders tensed.
Do you live here, in this house, Mr. DeClay?
Bryson glanced down at Jolene, and I knew we were in big trouble. He wouldn't lie in front of the girl.
I spend a considerable amount of time here, but I share a place with a law enforcement officer nearby and own a home in North Carolina.
I see.
She bent down and made eye contact with Jolene.
Would you come and sit with me for a few minutes? It's my job to make sure you're doing well here.
The girl shook her head and held tighter to Bryson. He knelt beside her.
Jojo, it's okay. Mrs. White just needs to ask you a few questions. Tessa and I will be in the kitchen.
Can I do my signal if I get scared? She made a peace sign. He turned to the social worker.
We use the signal if she feels overwhelmed or frightened.
A genuine smile crossed Hattie White's face.
I love that idea. Yes, please use it if you need to.
Jolene followed the woman to the couch, and Bryson and I went into the kitchen.
Breathe,
he whispered. I can't. What if she asks her if Dottie sleeps here? What if she takes her away? He gave me his full dimpled grin and pressed his forehead to mine.
I'll bespell her into believing she never came here, and we'll do the entire visit over.
I giggled, despite my anxiety. You can't do that.
I can, but I won't. She's not the enemy. We all want what's best for Jolene.
He winked and walked to the counter to pour himself a cup of coffee. Bryson's spine stiffened.
Aaron's here.
My heart did a cartwheel at the thought that he'd come to make up, but the somersault went sideways. Christina Hayes would make a scene in front of Mrs. White. Don't let him inside. Bryson walked into the living room.
Excuse me.
The front door shut, and I hurried to the window. My men stood in the driveway talking, but anyone with eyes could tell the conversation was less than friendly. For the second time, I stood helplessly by while our relationship circled the bowl.
Miss Lamar, if I could have a word. The social worker stood in the entrance to the kitchen. Sure. Would you care for some coffee? My voice sounded paper thin. No, this will only take a minute. She set her laser focus on me. Jolene tells me she stays here with you and Mr. DeClay, while Mrs. Nokoseka lives in the other house on the property. Of all the times for Bryson to have stepped out, that's true. Jolene has bonded with him more so than the rest of us. She eats better, behaves better, and sleeps through the night with him here. Mrs. White nodded, but the space between her brows crinkled into 2 lines. I can appreciate that. However, you and Mr. DeClay are not approved as foster parents. What do we need to do to be approved? It's a lengthy process. There is an application, background screenings, home studies. It isn't quick. I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I'm sure Dr. Alexander would agree that our current arrangement is most therapeutic, be that as it may. I cannot allow the current living situation to continue. Your aunt will need to physically live in this house. I nodded. We can make that happen. Today. Yes, today. I began to feel like a bobblehead. And since you and Mr. DeClay aren't on Mrs. Nokoseka's application, the 2 of you cannot stay here until an amended application is approved. How long will that? Jolene's screams and the scent of Love's baby soft perfume interrupted me. Get out! You're not supposed to be here! I forced my feet to follow Mrs. White into the living room. I knew what had happened. Aaron had come inside, and Christina Hayes had made an appearance. However, I was not prepared for the scene before me. Bryson stood between the scissor-wielding girl and the stone-faced detective. Blood covered his outstretched arm and hand. Whoever said safety scissors were safe for kids was wrong. Very wrong. Tell him to go! You promised! Tell him to get away from Jojo! The color drained from the social worker's face. Bryson kept his eyes on the girl, but spoke to Aaron.
I need you to go back outside and wait for me.
Aaron's expression turned my blood to ice.
Not until I get the DNA sample.
I pushed past Mrs. White and went to the girl. Careful to stay out of striking range, I held my hands up. I understand you want Detective Burns to leave, but I need you to put the scissors down.
Tessa, move back.
Aaron took a step forward. The girl lunged for him. Bryson caught her wrist and removed the scissors while I moved behind Jolene and wrangled her into a therapeutic hold with her arms crossed in front of her body and my shoulder against her upper back. I shifted my weight and set the girl off balance enough to prevent her from kicking my legs. I met Aaron's gaze. Detective Burns, I need you to go now. He ran his hand over the back of his neck, shook his head, and walked out the front door. Jolene sagged against me. Her uneven breaths morphed into full-fledged sobs. I shifted her position and cradled the girl in my arms. Easy now. Let it out. Mrs. White pressed her hand to her chest. Do you need stitches?
No, it looks worse than it is.
Bryson walked into the kitchen and returned with his hand wrapped in a dishcloth. I'd seen the gash in his palm. It was as bad as it looked. Jolene released me and crawled into Bryson's open arms. I'm sorry.
I accept your apology. We can talk about it later when everyone is calm."
He looked from me to Mrs. White. I stood and faced the woman who held the little girl's future in her hands. She doesn't trust police officers or men, except Bryson. We're working with her on that. Hattie White stared as if she had something to say, but nodded and walked to the door.
I'll be in touch.
Thank you. I followed her onto the porch. Aaron paced a rut in the front yard. When the front door closed, Aaron stopped pacing and looked our way.
"We have a lead on the girl's biological father. I came by to do a buccal swab."
Was he purposely trying to find a way to take Jolene from us? I swallowed past the lump in my throat and held out my hand. "Give it to me. I'll do the swab."
"I need to witness the collection."
He avoided my gaze and handed me the envelope. Mrs. White's expression hardened.
I believe Miss Lamar made her feelings quite clear. She doesn't want you in her home. Your presence is upsetting to an already traumatized girl. Unless you have a warrant, and I assume you don't, I'll witness it.
His cop face faltered, allowing me a peek at his anguish.
"Thank you."
I walked back inside and tore open the envelope. "Jolene, I need to rub this Q-tip on the inside of your cheek. I promise it won't hurt a bit." For a heartbeat, I thought she'd fight me, but she opened her mouth and allowed me to collect the sample.
Put it in this and seal it.
The social worker pressed her lips together and shook her head. Clearly, she did not approve of Aaron's tactics.
I'll take it to the detective. His name is Burns, OCPD.
I handed her the plastic baggie with the cotton swab inside. "Yes, ma'am?"
I believe I'll be calling in a report to the station. He was out of line.
"No,"
Bryson and I said in unison. Bryson cleared his throat.
"He's the lead detective on the case. He did us a favor by coming here, rather than forcing us to take JoJo to the station."
Very well.
Mrs. White offered her hand to Jolene. "Thank you for talking to me. I enjoyed our conversation." The girl gave her a quick shake. The social worker took one last look around, frowned, and walked outside. I stood in the kitchen window as Mrs. White and Aaron exchanged words. I half expected him to hang around. At least, I hoped he would. He owed me a few minutes of his time and more information about the potential father. But the man I'd promised to share my life with walked to his car and drove away. Chapter 37. Haley and I sat on the porch swing watching TJ and Jolene play fetch with Maddie. The rhythmic motion and familiar creaking of the old chains normally did wonders to ease my tension, but nothing could quiet my growing sense of unease. The ladies had absconded with a healthy and thriving Aiden Scott, and Bryson was around back showing Scott his progress on the addition to the house. It seemed like ages since I had any time with my bestie, but I found myself with nothing to say. Nothing to say that wouldn't lead to taboo topics like magic, spirits, and the situation with Aaron. "When were you going to tell me you and Bryson submitted a foster parent application? And what were you thinking getting Dottie to lie to the social workers? You realize they could have removed Jolene from the home?" Evidently, Haley had no shortage of things to discuss. I panicked. The address was wrong on the application. We couldn't leave her in the psych ward forever. I chewed the cuticle on my thumb. "I'm glad you're setting things straight. It's been 10 days since Mrs. White did the last home visit. Do you have any idea when to expect her again? They have to visit once a month, more often if there's an issue. She shifted to face me. My father told me Dottie's sleeping here again. Where are you and Bryson staying? I groaned. Dottie comes here at 10 o'clock. Bryson and I go to Graham May's. He's sleeping in my childhood bedroom, and I'm bunking with my great-grandmother. Haley erupted in laughter, clenched her stomach, and did her best to settle down. But every time she looked in my direction, she giggled again. I don't know which is funnier, that massive man sleeping in a twin bed, or May cock-blocking the two of you. Ha ha. I saw the humor in the situation. I did, but that didn't mean I had to like it. Why aren't you two sleeping at Aaron's? I glanced at the kids. He broke up with us. What? No. She slung her arm around my shoulder. I saw the way he looked at you when you were holding the baby in the hospital. That man loves you. What happened? I'd planned to avoid this conversation, as well as mine and Bryson's decision to adopt Jolene, but dang it, I needed someone to talk to. He doesn't want a family, and we do. Her expression went from concern to shock. You and Bryson want a baby? I nodded. You want a baby? She poked my side. Miss, I hate kids. I never said I hated kids. She hugged me so tight I lost my breath. This is amazing. Have you started to try to conceive? I pulled away and deadpanned, unmarried while sleeping under Grandma May's roof? Good point. She tapped her fingers to her lips. Hire a babysitter and get busy in a hotel room. We're not in a hurry. We want to make things final with Jolene first. Her eyebrows climbed into her hairline. Final, as in the foster application. My hands trembled. Somehow, telling someone outside of my family made it seem very real. Bryson and I plan to adopt her. Are you sure? Haley stared at the girl. She's had a very difficult start in life, which is why we want to keep her. Tessa, she's violent. Bryson blew it off, but I know she injured his hand. I saw the bandages. She shook her head. I don't think it's a good idea. In fact, I'd strongly advise against it if you plan to have children of your own. Some of the air seeped out of my joy balloon. She's fine with my cousin TJ. TJ doesn't live in the same house. You've seen her file. She doesn't do well with other kids. Haley turned and folded her arms. I'd love for Aiden Scott to spend more time with his godparents, but I'm terrified of having him around her. We'd been friends for years, and I could count on one hand the number of times we'd argued. I'd never experienced such a desperate need to defend and protect another living being in my life. You're wrong. Am I? She reached for my hand, but I pulled away. Is this what caused Aaron to end things? He's wrong, too. I stood and paced the front porch. Tessa, when the people who care about you express concern, we do it because we care enough to worry. Don't shut me out. It's getting late. I should get Jolene inside. She has school tomorrow. Haley narrowed her eyes. Home school? I don't think Bryson's going to give her a tardy slip. I squared my shoulders. I know you mean well, but you don't know her like we do. While I respect your professional opinion in the office, you're in my home, insulting me, my fiancé, and the child we already consider ours. Spoken like a real mom. Just think about what I said. She squeezed my hand, stood, and walked around the side of the house. Scott, time to go. Grandma brought the baby outside. Judging from the look on her face, she'd overheard most, if not all, of my conversation with Haley. Dottie eased onto the swing beside me.
You were hard on her.
I know. I would accept responsibility for my behavior, but I refused to apologize for speaking the truth as I saw it. She'll come around in time. Dottie patted my thigh.
She'd better, because I'm in love with this little guy.
Grandma cooed at Aiden Scott. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Haley came out the front door with a diaper bag over her shoulder and a car seat in hand. Think about what I said, Tessa. There's nothing to think about. Bryson and I have made up our minds. She eased the baby from my great-grandmother's arms. May, Dottie, thank you for lunch. It was delicious as always.
You're welcome,
Grandma said.
Perhaps you both need to do some thinking.
Haley glanced at me, nodded, and walked down the steps. I watched from the porch as Bryson said goodbye to our guests. A sense of déjà vu washed over me as Scott and Haley drove away. How many more people would walk out of my life because of the girl? Better question, how could they not see she belonged with us?
Want to talk about it?
Bryson sat beside me on the swing. No, I said before launching into an emotional retelling of my conversation with Haley. He ran his fingers through my hair for a few minutes before he said,
Is this really about what she said? Or is it about Aaron?
I opened my mouth to argue, but what was the use? We both knew he was right. I haven't seen hide nor hair of Aaron in 10 days. He's even managed to avoid me at the station.
There is a silver lining. He hasn't contradicted the period excuse you gave the chief.
I pinched his side. This is serious.
I think it's time to talk to Jolene about Christina.
He'd changed the subject so fast it took my brain a minute to catch up. It's past time. But what if we have a repeat of the last time? We could have lost her.
I've been teaching her how to keep the spirits out. She's getting stronger.
Strong enough to keep Christina from possessing her? I hated the idea of ghosts or whatever they were feeding off her.
That I can't answer. I spoke to some of the other medicine men and did some research. The consensus is the two share a symbiotic relationship. Jolene provides fuel for the spirit, and the spirit provides protection. If we eliminate the need for protection, the relationship is broken.
I thought about what he'd said. It made sense to a point, but the girls seemed to honestly care for one another. Are you willing to risk her on a hunch?
No, which is why we need to do some practice runs.
He turned to me.
You and Aaron saw the things feeding off her.
I nodded. Things is a good word for them. I didn't get the sense they were actual human spirits.
We need to convince Christina to step aside and let them come, so you can figure out what they are and how to stop them.
She's smart. She'll see it as us working to get rid of her. I glanced at the children picking dandelions. Jojo seemed like a happy, healthy 9-year-old pageant queen medium.
I'll come up with a plausible reason.
I rested my head on his chest. She's been with us over a month, and we've made no progress. Bryson curled his finger under my chin and turned my face toward his.
She's talking, learning, making friends. She's come a long way in a short amount of time.
You're right. I sat straighter. I hate that I argued with Haley and we're getting nowhere on the murder investigation, and this thing with Aaron is wearing on me. Have you heard from him?
He's not returning my calls.
I hadn't realized that Bryson had reached out to Aaron at all.
Another silver lining. It's been long enough for the paternity tests to have come back. If he found Jolene's biological father, we'd have heard by now.
Maybe. I turned to face him. We still need to do something about Benjamin Wagner's ghost. He wiggled his brows.
That we can do.
We can't get into the trailer without being arrested for trespassing.
Who said anything about going to the trailer?
He stood and stretched.
Let's focus on one problem at a time. Tonight, we talk to Christina. Tomorrow, we take care of Benjamin Wagner.
Don't forget, we still have a by-the-book social worker to deal with and a pageant to survive.
Mrs. White isn't the enemy.
He kissed the tip of my nose. And the pageant?
That's up to Jolene and Patrick.
So you say, but I'm telling you, there'll be more drama backstage and in that auditorium than all 9 seasons of Dynasty. He gave me an odd look.
Dynasty was a little before your time.
Yes, but that's what the internet's for. Grandma and I are halfway through the last season. It's one of the benefits of sharing a room with her. He cocked his head and grinned.
Careful. You sound like you're enjoying sleeping away from me.
I patted his cheek. Don't worry. I'd much rather scorch the sheets with you than watch internet television with my granny. He chuckled and turned to the kids.
TJ, Jolene, time to get cleaned up and come inside.
TJ groaned. The sun's still out. I did my best Grandma imitation. No back-talking, young man. Your daddy will be here to pick you up soon. He won't let you in his truck if you're covered in mud. Can I sleep over? TJ flashed me a toothless grin. He's just gonna bring me back here in the morning. Jolene bounded up the stairs and launched herself at Bryson. Please, can TJ sleep over? He laughed and embraced her.
Not tonight.
Watching the two of them together reinforced my decision to raise her as our own. We'd prove Haley, Aaron, and anyone else who stood in our way wrong. Chapter 38. I sat on the edge of the bed reading the second Harry Potter novel to Jolene. Bryson and I had searched the internet for age-appropriate stories without any subjects that could possibly trigger the girl or the spirit haunting her. Not an easy task. I'd fretted over reading her the story of an orphaned boy with magical powers, but she seemed to connect to the main character, despite her preference for stories about girls.
Finish your tea.
Bryson motioned to the mug on her nightstand. I sent up a prayer to ask forgiveness for drugging the child. The very idea made me queasy, but we needed to speak to Christina without scaring the bejesus out of Jolene. She finished the honey-laden drink and handed me the cup. Go brush your teeth and use the bathroom one more time. I saved our place with the bookmark she'd made with Bryson. Yes, ma'am. I shot Bryson a dirty look. I hate this. He leaned close and whispered,
Think of it like anesthesia before an operation.
I guess. Jolene returned and crawled under the covers. Once settled, she lifted her arms to me and Bryson. Hugs and prayers? I embraced her, and Bryson wrapped his arms around both of us. Squished between us, Jolene said, Dear God, thank you for a good day. Please watch over Grandma, Aunt Dottie, TJ, little Aiden Scott, Mrs. White, Dr. A, Miss Haley, Tessa and Bryson. Please tell my mama I love her and to come see me soon. I miss her. Amen.
Amen.
Bryson and I repeated. Oh, and God, thank you for giving me a new family. And please watch over my angel, Christina, and Mr. Aaron, too. Amen. My throat tightened. I hadn't thought it possible to love her any more than I already did, but I'd thought wrong.
Amen.
Bryson stood and kissed her brow. One more thing, God. I'd like it very much if you'd see fit to ask Grandma to make chicken and dumplings again. I pulled her quilt to her chin. Good night, sweet girl. Good night. Yawning, she rolled to her side. Bryson closed the bedroom door behind us and walked to the front porch. We'd hear her if she needed us, but we stood a much better chance at privacy outside than in the kitchen. She steals my heart a little more every day. I sat on the porch swing.
I think she locked mine up whole the first day.
He gave me a whisper of a kiss. Are you sure about this? We'd planned the spell that morning. We'd gone over the steps and the questions we needed answered. Bryson had drawn a semicircle around the head and one side of Jolene's bed while she was in the shower. We were ready, but fear made me second-guess our plan. I knew what to do, but I had no idea what to expect.
I'm sure the blessed grave dirt and herbs from Pete will keep the spirit from entering Jojo's body. Buy me some time to close the circle.
I tried to keep my expression neutral, but my voice quivered. Should we make sure she's asleep?
She's out. Do it.
He hopped over the porch railing and headed for the back door. I drew a breath to center myself. I can do this. She's a kid, a 15-year-old dead girl with an affinity for sharp objects, but a girl nonetheless. I quieted the firebird and focused on the other half of my magic, the cold side that allowed me to communicate with the dead. Christina, are you here? We need to talk. I put my hands on my knees to keep them from bouncing. Christina, please, it's important. I need to talk to you about Jolene. What about her? The ghost appeared a few feet in front of me. My job was to stall the spirit. I'd intended to speak to her about the incident with the social worker and reassure her we hadn't invited Aaron inside. Instead, I went with what I hoped was a safer topic. What would you say if Bryson and I adopted her? You broke your promise. She folded her arms. My least favorite scent, Love's Baby Soft, washed over me. Actually, I didn't. He showed up uninvited and I told him to leave. The girl's glare could have eaten the paint off a car. What was the Q-tip for? He thinks he may have found Jolene's father. It was for a paternity test. Her eyes widened and she took a step back. Who is it? The spirit's reaction piqued my curiosity. He didn't give a name. It's probably someone the police came across when going through Mrs. Wagner's things. Do you know who her father is? She looked away. Nope. Probably some loser like her stepfather. Maybe. The hairs on the back of my neck stood at attention. I had a strong feeling she'd lied. Bryson and I can give her a good home and family. You've seen how well she fits in here. Christina nodded. But, she set her hands on her hips, but I have to go, right? No. I sensed Bryson inside the house and leaned forward to keep her attention. But we can't have any more outbursts. You jumped in and cut Bryson in front of the woman who will decide what happens to Jolene. Because he was here. Her voice rose, and that blasted perfume filled the air. Uninvited. You didn't give us the chance to tell him to go. The spirit's energy lessened. Her form faded, and the air felt lighter. Where's Bryson? Inside. I took a step toward her. Christina, what do you know about the things feeding off of Jolene? She glanced between me and the front door, as if preparing to bolt. You said they were other spirits, but I think there's something else. You bitch! She lunged for me, but this time her hand passed through my arm. She froze, spewed out more curses, and tried again. What's happening? We're trying to figure out what those things are so we can help Jolene. Bryson's magic seeped from the house, and I knew he'd not only closed the circle, but had laid a protection spell on the sleeping child. I protect her. Me. I've been with her since she was a baby. I'm her guardian angel, not you, not him. Christina disappeared through the wall. I covered my nose and mouth to keep from gagging on the perfume and joined Bryson in Jolene's room. Is she okay? He sat on the edge of the bed with one hand on the girl's chest.
She's fine. Do you see them?
I scanned the ceiling and shook my head. Can you lower the protection spell a smidge? Bryson raised his hand an inch from Jolene. The energy in the room shifted. Love's freaking baby soft hit me square in the face, but unlike before, I detected a hint of something sour mixed in with the sweet fragrance. Shadows danced across the ceiling. They're here, but clustered by the door.
Outside the circle.
I dropped my gaze. Yep. Let me in. You're killing her. Christina pounded her fists against the invisible barrier. Jolene's fine. Bryson's keeping her safe. I pointed to the ceiling. Do you know what they are? She either ignored me or couldn't hear the question over her screaming. The girl let loose a string of curse words and threats. I tuned her out and focused on the shadows. They were dark as pitch. Even the evilest humans had a glimmer of light. They aren't human, and never were. Bryson said,
Try to lure one into the bottle.
Right. I grabbed the cobalt blue bottle from the nightstand. I have to leave the circle.
Stay close.
He glanced between Jolene and me. I braced myself for impact and stepped over the ring of blessed grave dirt and herbs. Of course, Christina took a swing, but as before, her hand passed through me. I set the bottle on the floor. Black Crow, come now for this restless soul. Take him to his ancestors far from here. Black Crow, show him peace. We beseech you. Come. How poetic. Christina pointed to the shadows. It didn't work. I repeated the spell 2 more times. As it is said, it will be.
Did it work?
Bryson glanced toward the door. No, but I have an idea. I carried the desk chair outside the circle, climbed up, and ran the mouth of the bottle through one of the shadows. Christina gasped. Covering the bottle with my hand, I turned my attention to the spirit child. What's wrong? She shook her head and squared her shoulders, but she couldn't hide the fear in her eyes.
Everything okay?
Bryson watched as I hopped down. Just peachy. I held the blue bottle to the light. Sure enough, something moved inside. I caught one. How's Jojo?
No change in heart rate or respirations.
He motioned to me.
Any idea what it is?
Not yet, but I glanced at the wide-eyed spirit. I think Christina felt it when I touched it.
You think? Or you know?
I'm guessing. I asked her, but she's not cooperating. There's something else. Keeping my hand over the bottle, I moved to his side. Being cut off from Jolene has weakened her considerably. No, shut up. You don't understand. The spirit whined. I bet we could send her through the veil now. His back to the door, Bryson winked. He'd caught on to my slight change of plan. Use her weakness to get her talking and find a way to keep her the heck out of Jolene's body.
Not yet. It would upset Jojo. But we can prevent her from possessing our girl again.
Which is it, Christina? Do you want to cross over or stay here without stealing Jolene's body? I hate you. I hate you both. I turned to Bryson. She's already dead. We need to send her on her way. Movement near the door caught my attention. I turned, expecting to see the shadows. I blinked several times, not believing my eyes. Aaron stood in the bedroom door. His gaze fell on Jolene's motionless body and Bryson's hand above her heart.
No. My God. Jolene, I'm sorry.
Bryson turned, and the protection spell faltered. Thankfully, the shadows remained outside the barrier. Aaron shuffled toward the bed. Stop! I leapt in his path. It was too late. He'd scattered the grave dirt. He'd broken the circle. Christina rushed forward. Bryson slammed his hand down on Jolene's chest, and Aaron fell to his knees. Chapter 39. Bryson, is she okay? I searched the ceiling for the shadows, but they'd vanished. I don't see them or Christina. Somehow, I managed to keep my palm firmly over the top of the bottle in the commotion.
No change. Christina didn't make it to her.
He grabbed Aaron's shoulder.
She's alive, sleeping. But we have a problem.
The detective blinked as if wakened from a nightmare.
I thought...
She's fine, Aaron, but Bryson can't break contact with her, and I have my hands full. I tried to keep my voice steady, I really did, but I sounded like I was on the verge of hysteria, which I was. You broke the circle. I lost sight of Christina and those shadow things. Do you see them? He scanned the room.
No.
Bryson exhaled and slumped his shoulders.
Are you still wearing the amulet I gave you? Yeah.
Aaron reached into his shirt and pulled the cord containing the twisted metal charm free. Bryson extended his free hand.
Give it to me. We have to keep the spirit from entering Jolene's body.
Wait. I couldn't risk Aaron. Bryson hadn't seen or heard the spirit's anger, nor had he seen what she'd done to Aaron at the crime scene and the hospital. She'll possess him, and he's a heck of a lot stronger than a little girl. He stood and slipped the leather cord over his head.
It's okay. Here. Help her. Please.
The men locked eyes. They nodded in understanding to what I had no freaking clue. I don't like this. I don't like it one bit. She won't hurt Jolene, but she wouldn't hesitate to commit harakiri on you.
It'll be fine.
Aaron brushed my hair from my cheek. Bryson positioned the necklace above Jolene's face.
Lift her head.
The way Aaron held the girl reminded me of Scott holding his newborn son for the first time, like his hands were too big or too rough or too soiled to touch such a small, innocent child. Bryson adjusted the cord so the protection amulet rested over JoJo's heart. Erin lowered her head to the pillow.
My God, she's beautiful. She looks so much like her mother. Are you sure she's okay?
I stood there holding the damned bottle and watching the scene unfold in front of me like an idiot. The way he touched her, the reverence in his voice, it made no sense. Until it did. "She's your daughter." I blurted out the words before I thought it through. He couldn't be her father. That would mean he'd had sex with Jenny Wagner. How could he take the lead on her case? Surely he would have said something before now. Aaron nodded. He freaking stood there and nodded without a glance my way. "But you're investigating Jenny Wagner's murder." I paused as the pieces fell into place. "The promotion. You didn't excuse yourself from the case because of the damned promotion." Aaron tore his gaze from the girl.
No, I didn't recognize her until I saw the picture of her in the back of the SUV.
Bryson continued to monitor Jolene.
Can this wait until I'm sure the amulet is working?
I bit my lips to keep from saying something ugly. Aaron turned his back to me and watched as Bryson hovered his hand over Jolene from her brow to her feet. Christina materialized beside me. "I told you he was keeping secrets." The detective's shoulders tensed. He'd likely overheard the spirit. I whispered, "Go away, or I'll banish you myself." "I'm not leaving JoJo with him. He'll get her killed, just like he did me." Snap. Another piece fell into place. Bryson stood and rotated his shoulders.
Is Christina still weak?
The girl glared as I looked her over. Yes, still as see-through as frosted glass. I slid my hand through her middle. "For now." She turned her venomous expression on Aaron. "You touch him and I'll lock you in a bottle and hang you on the tree until I'm old and gray. I might decide to kill him myself, but I'd be damned if I let the petulant spirit harm a hair on his head. Will someone take this freaking bottle?"
One sec.
Bryson left the room and returned with a piece of plastic wrap and a hair tie.
What is that?
Aaron leaned closer.
One of the entities that was feeding off Jolene.
Bryson held the cling wrap over my hand and nodded. In one fluid motion, I pulled back and he covered the mouth of the bottle. I took the ponytail holder and wrapped it around the lip 3 times. When I looked up, Aaron had turned back to the sleeping girl. Bryson said,
Let's go into the living room. We have a lot to discuss.
It occurred to me that he'd taken the news rather well. Maybe too well. I gave him a questioning look, but he shook his head. Yep, he'd figured it out, or suspected it, long before I did. Aaron turned and left the room. I glanced back at Christina. The spirit stood near the bed with her back to me, much like Aaron had moments before. "I'm not leaving her." She'd turned the statement into a dare. I motioned for Bryson to leave the room. "I understand, but there's something you should know." The spirit turned. "There's only one reason why you grew weaker when we set the protection spell on Jolene." Her shoulders sagged. "I didn't know." "I'm glad to hear that, but you've been siphoning off her energy for years. I suspect it's why she's so tiny for her age. It has to stop. I know. Step outside the circle. The spirit shook her head. No, please. I want to stay with her. You can, but you'll do it from here. I don't trust you. I'd never hurt her on purpose. Her voice rose, but the air remained perfume-free. Was she ashamed? This is your last chance, Christina. If you make me regret leaving you with her, I won't hesitate to drop-kick your butt through the veil. She whispered, You love her. I do. The ghost nodded and turned back to the girl in the bed. I left the bedroom door open and joined the men in the living room. Aaron and Bryson sat on either end of the couch, but I chose to sit in the chair across from them. Aaron leaned forward and placed his elbows on his thighs.
Like I said, I didn't recognize Jenny until I saw the photo.
I remained quiet because I didn't trust my voice, not because I had nothing to say. I had about 1,000,000 questions pinging around in my brain, but I'd let him speak first.
I met Jenny at a college party. I was a freshman. It's no excuse, but I was a wreck. My parents had died a couple of months before.
He dipped his chin and looked away.
It was a one-night stand turned into a 2-week fling. She told me her name was Celine, which was her middle name.
I remembered he'd told me how he'd struggled after his parents were killed in an automobile accident.
We exchanged numbers. I tried to reach her for a week or so, but gave up when she didn't return my calls.
He sat back and raked his hands through his hair.
About a year later, I ran into her in Orlando. She was pushing an infant in a stroller. I about pissed myself.
You didn't ask about the baby? I reminded myself this happened 8 years ago. Aaron was a kid, not the man sitting in front of me now.
She was with some guy. Introduced him as her fiancé.
Bryson furrowed his brow.
Ben Wagner. I don't remember him other than the way he marked his territory.
Aaron smirked.
I figured if the kid was mine, she'd have told me and let it go.
I believed his story, except for one detail. How did you not recognize Jenny Wagner?
She'd changed. A lot.
He pulled the picture of the blonde holding a newborn baby from his pocket.
I didn't know it was her until I saw this.
I studied the woman in the photo. The fresh-faced girl hardly resembled Jolene's mother's spirit. Bryson perched on the arm of my chair and stared at the picture.
What do you plan to do now? I honestly don't know.
My heart broke for the little girl sleeping in the other room. She had a father, a good man who wasn't ready to be a father. Aaron shook his head.
I'll sign whatever papers I need to sign to allow the two of you to adopt her.
Aaron, no! My hand flew to my mouth. How can you say that? She's an amazing little girl. Get to know her. Let her know you. Bryson rubbed my shoulder.
Tessa's right. Take some time to think this through. I've thought about nothing else. I'm trying to do what's best for her. How can I be a father when I can't get near her?
The pain in his voice stole my breath.
The amulet will keep Christina from possessing her.
Bryson's voice cracked. I wasn't the only one struggling to keep it together. I'd heard enough. I wouldn't allow him to walk out on his own flesh and blood. We'll force her to cross over right now. Problem solved. Aaron met my gaze.
I know absolutely nothing about raising a kid, let alone a little girl.
I moved to his side. You have us, and Grandma, and Dottie. You're not in this alone. He stared at the floor. I took his hand. You're Jolene's father. Please don't abandon her. Little girls grow up, but we never get over that hurt. You're my father? The girl's voice broke through the silence. Bryson and I shot to our feet, but Jolene and Aaron seemed frozen in time. They shared one of those moments that no matter the outcome, neither would forget. I wanted to go to her, to hold her in my arms and take away her pain, but not even a Cherokee fairy had that kind of magic. Bryson placed his hand on the small of my back. The physical contact helped to keep me on my feet.
I am,
Aaron whispered. Jolene turned her pale face toward me and Bryson. Do I have to live with him now? My knees threatened to give out, but my mate held me up the way he had since the day we'd met. No, baby girl. She turned to Aaron. You knew my mama?
We met when we were very young. We didn't know each other long.
He glanced at me as if asking if he'd answered correctly. I nodded. Did you love her? The girl chewed her lip.
I fell in love with her the second I saw her.
His smile took years off his face. For a split second, I saw the boy he might have been when he'd met Jenny Parks.
You look a lot like her.
She told me I had your eyes. She placed a hand on each of his cheeks and turned his face toward the light. Yep, they're like mine. Bryson tightened his grip and sucked in a breath. She told me she named me after you and her. Aaron's eyes widened.
My middle name is Joseph.
Joseph plus Elaine equals me. She pointed to herself. He cleared his throat.
Yup.
My poor battered heart couldn't take any more. Jolene stepped back and dipped her chin. I guess I'm glad to meet you, but I like it here.
I promise. I won't take you away from Tessa and Bryson.
She lowered her voice. Christina doesn't like you much. He exhaled, and his shoulders sagged as if the air in his lungs was the only thing holding him upright.
I let her down once, a long time ago.
I guess we can be friends. Aaron closed his eyes and nodded.
Thank you. I'd like that.
Jolene took Bryson's hand. Will you tuck me in? I can't find Christina. He scooped her into his arms.
Of course I'll tuck you in. And if you say please, I'll read you another chapter of Harry Potter.
Please? She sang the word into 3 syllables.
You got it.
Jolene rested her head on his shoulder. Bryson, I think Maddie made a mess. There's dirt all over my floor. When they walked into the hall, I sank onto the couch beside Aaron. Are you all right? He wiped his eyes on the back of his hand.
I'm sorry, Tessa. I should have told you sooner. I'm still in shock.
I'll get over it. Just, please, be good to that little girl. He pulled me into an embrace and buried his face in my hair.
I'll give it my best.
Chapter 40. Bryson, Aaron, and I stared at the cobalt blue bottle sitting in the center of the coffee table. The shadows swirling behind the glass reminded me of oil mixing with water, but there wasn't any liquid inside. As weird as the thing in the bottle was, it couldn't hold my attention. My thoughts remained fixed on one topic. Aaron is Jolene's father.
What do you plan to do?
Bryson, God love him, broke the awkward silence.
Right now, I plan to have a beer and figure out what's in that bottle.
Aaron grinned, but it lacked conviction. He rubbed his hands on his thighs. I'll get you one. A beer or two wouldn't hurt. Maybe they'd loosen the stranglehold my emotions had on my brain. Bryson?
No thanks. Magic and alcohol don't mix.
Sure. Right. Okay. I smiled like a lunatic and walked to the fridge. Bryson, you don't seem surprised by the news.
I've suspected for a while. They have a similar energy pattern.
I held my hands out. And you didn't mention it?
It wasn't my place.
He scrubbed his hand over his face.
I came to tell you two the test results. I didn't intend for her to find out yet.
Aaron stared at his hands. Bryson clenched his jaw.
But she did find out.
I set the beer next to the blue bottle and gave Bryson a hard look. Have you talked to an attorney?
No, but I guess I should.
Aaron kept his eyes low. Bryson stood and walked to the window.
You told her you wanted to be her friend.
His forehead wrinkled, but he continued to stare at his hands as if they held the answers.
I'd like to get to know her.
He set his hand on the wall and bowed his head.
You aren't the man I thought you were.
Bryson! I covered my gaping mouth. Give him 5 minutes to sort things out. He turned and stared at Aaron.
How long have you known? 8 days.
Bryson glanced at me, nodded, and turned back to Aaron.
You would have stood by and watched our mate suffer.
Aaron's shoulders tensed.
I helped heal her.
Bryson would not be deterred.
You announced you were finished with the relationship while she was injured. You refused to return our calls and sat on this news for over a week. I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in myself.
Aaron stood.
Look, I'll be the first to admit I've been a jackass. I won't make excuses for my behavior.
He pointed at me.
And you don't get to either.
I held up my hands. No way would I get in the middle of this. These two had something to work out that, frankly, had nothing to do with me or Jolene's parentage. I was content to kiss, make up, and get on with our other 472 problems. Aaron lowered his voice.
When the topic of babies came up, I assumed you would be the father. I was jealous. It's not easy being the human in this relationship.
But he'd told me he wasn't ready to be a parent. He needed more time. I opened my mouth to speak, but thought the better of it.
The night Tessa was hurt brought back memories of the explosion when I thought we'd lost her. I felt so damned helpless.
Bryson nodded.
I understand. I felt the same helplessness. But you are my equal. The three of us are mated. That means something. I know.
The men stared at each other so long I thought I'd explode before one of them broke the silence. Bryson lowered his voice to little more than a whisper.
Do you want out of your commitment? No.
Aaron glanced between us.
No, not at all. Good.
Bryson's shoulders relaxed.
We have a bottle to uncork and a ghost to banish.
I blinked. Good? That was it? No hugs and tears, no promises and kisses? Aaron plopped onto the couch.
Before we do, I have some questions to ask her. Him. We need to deal with Ben Wagner.
Bryson chuckled. Now you two just wait a doggone minute. I shot to my feet, ready to fight. You can't just say all of those things and change the subject. Bryson cocked a brow.
You aren't happy with the outcome?
Yes, I'm happy, but that's beside the point. I motioned between them. I need to hear this won't happen again. I need reassurances. I need a hug, damn it. My men enveloped me in their arms.
I'm sorry, Tessa. Next time, we'll talk it through.
Aaron nuzzled against my cheek.
It won't happen again.
Bryson sounded far too amused for my tastes. It better not. I wiggled from between them. Aaron picked up the bottle.
This is the ghost feeding off my daughter? Do you know what it is?
He might not have planned to become a father, but the ease in which he referred to Jolene as his daughter told me he'd do just fine.
Not a clue.
Bryson seated himself on the couch. I have a hunch. It felt as if a hippopotamus had lifted from my shoulders. All was right in my world, or would be, once we had the spirits back on their side of the fence. Bryson and Aaron stared, waiting for me to speak. Now that I had their attention, I tossed my hair over my shoulder. Christina weakened when we cut her off from Jolene. That tells me she was feeding off the girl. She claimed she didn't know and said she wouldn't do it again. Aaron winced.
I don't understand how she got mixed up with Jolene in the first place.
Me either, but I intend to find out. Bryson leaned forward and took the bottle from Aaron.
She attacked Aaron at the crime scene and the hospital. How is she so strong when she's away from the girl?
My confidence faltered. I don't know for sure, but I think it's because she's so enmeshed with Jolene.
Perhaps.
Bryson shrugged.
And the thing in the bottle?
Christina felt it when I touched it. Aaron rubbed his jaw.
She's linked to it somehow?
Hear me out on this one. I sat between them and lowered my voice. The spirit child wouldn't leave Jolene, but that didn't mean she couldn't hear me from the bedroom. It's common for people to disassociate during times of physical and emotional trauma. She definitely suffered more than her fair share. Some researchers believe that extreme trauma can lead to breaks in personality. Bryson tensed beside me.
You said the shadows had never been human.
Yes, but is a second identity alive? Aaron said,
On the paranormal investigation shows, they talk about violent events leaving impressions on an area. Could they do the same on a person?
Bryson and I pulled back. I giggled before I could help it. You watch that stuff?
For research purposes.
He grabbed his beer.
I'll make some calls, see if any of the other medicine people have dealt with anything like this. In the meantime, I'm locking it up.
I nudged Aaron when Bryson left the room. You okay? Really? He slid his hand through my hair and cupped the back of my neck. I inched forward, and he closed the distance. The moment his lips touched mine, I lost control of the emotions that I'd fought so hard to ignore over the previous week. Aaron pulled back and wiped my tears with his thumb.
Hey, what's this?
Sorry, I'd just about given up hope for us. He pulled me close.
I'm sorry I hurt you.
Just don't do it again. I settled against him and let his familiar scent, cedar, sandalwood, and Aaron, recharge my soul. Bryson returned and kissed the top of my head.
Babe, if you're not up for more magic tonight, it can wait.
I pushed myself upright. Let's get it over with. Aaron motioned to the hall.
Are you sure it's okay to leave Jolene inside alone? What's to stop Christina from convincing her to remove the amulet?
Nothing, but she seemed horrified that she'd hurt her. I second-guessed my decision to leave the spirit alone with the girl. Bryson said,
It's almost 10. I'll call and ask Dottie to come a few minutes early.
Anxious to check on Jolene, I hopped up. Good idea. I'm going to speak to Christina. We could use her help. I'll meet you guys outside. The spirit stood in the same spot I'd left her, next to Jolene's bed. The ball of anxiety in my gut uncoiled. Christina, I was wondering if you'd be interested in settling an old score. She glanced over her shoulder. With Detective Burns. No, and I'd appreciate it if you'd allow Jolene to know her father. She smirked. I had to pick my battles. Right now, we had another fish to fry. We're going to banish Ben Wagner. Want to help? Her eyes went wide. To hell! I'd seen genuine fear in her expression. Perhaps she feared ending up in a lake of fire? She'd said something about not being good enough to get into heaven. I filed that little tidbit away for another time. To wherever he ends up. I've never seen hell. I'm not sure it's a thing. What would I have to do? Now that I had her attention, I softened my voice. You know him. I have some questions for him about the man in the blue car. You could tell me if he's lying. She looked at me as if I'd spoken in tongues. That idiot doesn't know anything about the man in the blue car. What about his brother? Do you know him? In typical teenage fashion, Christina rolled her eyes. Don't you think I would have recognized the man who did this to me? Uncle Rudy is a pervert, not a murderer. Crap. What about the landlord at the trailer park? Did you ever see him? She wrinkled her nose. All the time. He's a taxidermist. He used to scare Jolene with his stuffed roadkill animals. Double crap. I was fresh out of theories. Gross? Okay, but you can still help us. Wouldn't you like a chance to see Ben Wagner suffer a little? Hell yes. Chapter 41. Bottles of various shapes and colors hung from the branches of the live oak. The spirit tree was beautiful, eerie, steeped in tradition, and a bunch of hooey. I'd spent the majority of my life speaking to the dead, and they weren't in those bottles. I explained my conversation with the spirit while Bryson and Aaron set candles in a circle around the live oak. Had it not been for what we planned to do, it would have been pretty, even romantic. They stood bare-chested beneath the heavy boughs. I had no idea why they'd taken off their shirts, but I wasn't about to complain. Bryson sprinkled salt around the ring of candles.
Since there's no need to ask Ben Wagner questions, we don't need to hold him. Summon, banish, and call it a night. I'd like to know who killed him,
Aaron said. Bryson and I glanced at Christina. Shooting daggers at Aaron, the spirit paced around the edge of the light. I didn't blame her for not entering the circle, not after we'd tricked her with the last one. Aaron sucked in a breath.
Forensics was wrong?
No, they were right. There's no way a tiny 9-year-old girl could have inflicted the injuries. I still had doubts that Jolene or Christina had killed Ben Wagner, but I had to face the truth, as much as it pained me to do so. Aaron turned to the spirit.
When this is over, will you tell me what happened to Jenny?
She flipped in the bird.
Right.
He sighed.
Ready? We need to focus.
Bryson motioned to me and Aaron. The three of us held hands inside the larger circle and spoke in unison. Benjamin Wagner, we summon your spirit into our presence. Hear our call. We beseech you. Come. I opened the imaginary doors inside my soul and allowed my magic to flow freely. It filled me and spilled from my palms into the men. We repeated the summoning spell a second time. Aaron's fingers tightened around my hand, and a familiar yet new energy flowed from him. It stole my breath as it whooshed through me into Bryson. The magic ricocheted back and settled inside me. My back bowed as I struggled to maintain the connection. Bryson and Aaron tightened their grips and repeated the spell for the third time. I jerked my hands free and fell to the ground. Very solid Harley boots filled my line of sight. I looked up and into the eyes of Benjamin freaking Wagner. Christina shouted from outside the circle, "Hey, you pile of shit! How'd it feel to be slaughtered by a little girl?" Ben turned toward her. "Fuck you." Grabbing my arm and yanking me back from the spirit, Aaron whispered,
Why's he solid?
"He's been resting up, stewing in that trailer." Christina put her hands on her hips. "In your dreams?" Ben rushed toward her, hit the barrier, and fell onto his backside.
Where the hell am I?
"Tessa!" Dottie chased Jolene down the porch steps, but she couldn't catch the little girl.
Jolene, stay back.
Bryson's voice boomed through the yard.
Jojo, come here, baby. I'll take you to your mama.
Ben pushed himself to his knees. Aaron stepped in front of the spirit.
Like hell you will.
Bryson snatched the paper bag from the ground.
Tessa, give me a visual. Where is he?
Directly in front of Aaron. He shoved his hand into the bag and threw a handful of the grave dirt left over from our first circle. Most of it fell short. The bits that hit the ghost sparked and popped, but didn't stop Ben. He rammed his shoulder into Aaron's solar plexus. The air left the detective's lungs. "Say the spell!" I grabbed the bag from Bryson and rushed forward. Half in and half out of the circle, Aaron managed to get the spirit into a headlock. "Watch your feet!" I opened the bag and threw the contents on Ben Wagner's lower half. He howled like Satan himself was on his tail, but managed to tear out of Aaron's arms. Behind me, Bryson shouted for Jolene to stay back. The girl was screaming, but I couldn't make out her words. I turned toward her voice, and the spirit plowed into me, followed by Aaron's very solid and very heavy body. Pinned beneath the two of them, I struggled to get air into my lungs.
Shift, Tessa.
Bryson's magic crashed through the circle, along with a second energy I couldn't place. Responding to the call of her mate, my firebird surged to the surface. "No! Can't! Fire doesn't mix with death magic."
Do both.
Bryson chanted the banishing spell, but without Aaron and me to help, it would fail. Charlie's voice echoed through my head.
Trust your mates.
Before I could respond, Ben Wagner's fist connected with my face. The burst of pain broke my control, and the firebird broke free. Flames shot from me through him and into Aaron. The ghost screamed and rolled off me, though I doubted he'd felt the flames. Aaron took advantage of the distraction and pinned Ben to the ground.
Finish the spell!
I shook the dirt and charred grass from my feathers. Charlie. I had to find him. Brasson touched my wing.
Focus on the intention of the spell.
Brasson started. Aaron joined in, and I thought the words. White Raven, draw near. Hear our cries. Come from your resting place on high. O White Raven, we beg of you. Come now and take this man through the veil. Seal the tear and forever keep him from returning. Your people beseech you. Come. After the second pass, I shifted back to my human form. Your people beseech you. Come. As it is said, it is done.
It is done.
Aaron's body lurched forward.
He's gone.
Frantic to find my grandfather, I glanced around the circle. He'd come. I knew he had. I heard his voice. I laid back on the grass and tried to hold back my tears. Bryson! Jolene cried. I turned my head toward the sound of her voice. Grandma must have heard the commotion and come outside. She and Dottie held the hysterical child, while Christina and Achila, my mother, hovered over them. Brasson jogged to her while Aaron helped me to sit upright. What was he here? What was he here? Jolene sobbed. The man curled himself around her small frame.
He's gone now. He can't hurt you.
Aaron offered me his discarded shirt.
Are you hurt?
Charlie was here. Aaron nodded.
I saw him too.
I didn't see him, but he spoke to me. Aaron brushed my hair from my eyes.
Are you hurt?
Physically, no, but I feel like someone zapped me with a power line. I tried to stand, but my legs wobbled. He lifted me in his arms and carried me toward the house, much like Bryson had done with Jolene. We passed Grandma and Dottie, who both stared at us with mouths open and eyes wide. I'm okay. I forced a smile. Grandma shook her head. In all my years. Dottie touched my foot. Did you see him? I shook my head and closed my eyes tight. I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't. He'd come to me. He'd do it again. He had to. He just had to. Chapter 42. We'd survived the encounter with Ben Wagner, but we weren't out of the woods yet. Jolene had witnessed too much, including me turning into a big burning bird. Bryson sat in the chair with the girl curled in his lap, while Aaron held me on the couch. Grandma glanced between us with fire in her eyes. She clearly had something to say, and I doubted we'd like it. Dottie broke the silence. Tessa, if you're sure you're okay, May and I should get home. It's late. I eased away from Aaron. You aren't sleeping here tonight? She glanced between me and Jolene. Not tonight. It's best that you three stay with her, in case she has questions. Grandma took that as her segue into the conversation. I darn sure have some questions. What was that out there? I hesitated to discuss this issue in front of the child. Unfinished business. She gave me a look that would send a 5-star general packing.
I gathered as much.
What sort of unfinished business? Jojo sat upright. What did you do to him? Bryson kept his hand on her back.
We sent him away so he couldn't hurt anyone anymore.
But where? She turned to me as if expecting an answer. We sent him to heaven. I highly doubted the likes of Ben Wagner would ever walk through the pearly gates, but that wasn't for me to decide. The girl gave me a yeah right look and turned back to Bryson. Where did he really go?
That's between him and God. We just helped him cross over.
She seemed to think about it for a few seconds. Is that what you're going to do with Christina?
When you and her are ready. It's best for spirits to move on from our world.
I cringed. Bryson might have given the correct answer, but it wasn't something I wanted to hear, and I imagined Jolene felt the same way. All spirits? The hairs on my arms rose. At least one ghost in the house disagreed with his assessment. What Bryson means is some of them get stuck here. When that happens, it's best to help them cross over. Others, like your mama and Charlie, go back and forth. She giggled. Charlie says you're right. Graham May gasped. Well, color me surprised. Dottie pressed her hand to his chest. He's here now? Yes, ma'am. The girl stared off, as if listening. I can't say I'd grown used to the idea that my grandfather chose to speak to Jolene instead of me, but for once, I wasn't overcome with jealousy. Disappointment? You betcha. Miss Dottie, he says he's happy you found love again. He says he likes your new beau. My brain felt like a washing machine on the spin cycle. I'd gone from disappointed to shocked to a low-grade anger to resolved in 5 seconds flat. A new speed record even for me. Jolene nodded seemingly to no one, but I knew my grandfather whispered in her ear. Grandma, he says to tell you he's still your boy. My 86-year-old grandmother swore she only shed tears at weddings and funerals, but she came darned close then. And I'm still his mama. Aaron squeezed me a little tighter. I held my breath and waited for my message, or to hear the ones for the 2 men who'd stolen my heart. Jolene crawled out of Bryson's lap and walked to me. She motioned me close, as if to share a secret, and thumped my nose. The scent of my grandfather's cologne, old pipe smoke, and cedar wrapped around me like an embrace. Jolene whispered, He says it's not time yet. I had so much to say to him, questions to ask, news to share, but as usual, he was right. This wasn't the time. Jolene wrapped her arms around her middle. He's gone. Grandma wiped her eyes. We'll be going, but the 3 of you better re-sod the charred grass in my yard and clean up those candles.
Yes, ma'am.
Bryson stood and showed the ladies out. Jolene wedged herself between me and Aaron. Can I ask you guys something? Sure, baby. Anything. I kissed the top of her head. Why's there a shadow form in that bottle? I'd expected her to ask about the firebird or the ritual. It took a minute for me to shift gears. Bryson said,
Is that a term you made up?
No, silly. It's an actual thing. She wiggled free and held the bottle up to the light. He wore an expression somewhere between amused and stumped. I sat up and hovered close in case she dropped it. Do you know what they are? Sort of. She shrugged. You know how people have two sides, like good and bad? The three of us nodded. They're the bad part. Jolene set the bottle on the coffee table and turned to me. Can you show me how you turn into a firebird? I had to hand it to the girl, whether she did it on purpose or not. She was a master at verbal sleight of hand. You're not frightened of it? Nope. I knew already. I just hadn't seen it. Jolene turned to face Aaron. Tessa's a firebird. Bryson's the great hawk. Do you know what you are? He tensed.
I'm normal. I'm just a human.
Bryson leaned forward and placed his elbows on his knees. We'd wondered what, if any, magic Aaron had inherited when Bryson had shared a part of his soul with him. Oddly enough, Aaron had the ability to see spirits, something Bryson never had, but his daughter did. Jolene looked to her right, nodded, and said, You'll figure it out when the time is right. The adults in the room exchanged glances, but the little girl grinned like she'd won the golden ticket to the chocolate factory. I stood and stretched. All right, I think you've had enough excitement for tonight. Let's get you back in bed. Jolene said, You didn't answer me. Will you show me the firebird? I will, but not tonight. You need your beauty sleep. You have last-minute pageant prep tomorrow. Bryson stood.
Come on, Munchkin. I'll tuck you into bed.
Jolene kissed my cheek, hugged Aaron, and gave Bryson her best pouty face. I think I'll need 2 chapters of Harry Potter to go back to sleep.
I can do that.
He escorted her down the hall. I settled against Aaron. She's something else. He pulled me closer.
Yes, she is. Should I be worried that my kid is smarter than I am?
I think she's smarter than all of us.
What she said about shadow forms. It makes sense.
It does, but I'm not about to open that bottle until we know more. He tilted his face toward mine.
I missed you.
I missed you too. Now shut up and kiss me. And boy, did he. All night long. Chapter 43. Jolene sat strapped into the back seat of Bryson's Range Rover with curlers in her hair and red nail polish on her nails, fingers and toes. I, however, looked like a stampede of wild horses had trampled me, turned around, and mowed me down again. Don't be nervous. I chewed the cuticle around my thumbnail. I'm not. The girl flashed me her crown-winning smile. I grinned. I was talking to myself. I'm a wreck. She rested her head on my arm. It's your first pageant. It's okay to be nervous. Aaron turned toward the back seat.
How many have you been in?
She lifted her little chin and flipped a curler back. Oh, I lost count. Something like 1,000 or so. He and Bryson laughed. Did you remember both garment bags and the caboodle with her makeup? I'd run through everything on the list that Patrick had emailed to us 3 times, but I couldn't help feeling like I'd forgotten something.
Yes, dear.
Bryson winked in the rearview mirror.
Relax. It's supposed to be fun.
Oh, yeah, a regular barrel of laughs. I folded my arms and watched the scenery go by. 40 minutes later, We entered the Orange County Convention Center. Did you know there are over 2 million square feet of exhibition space, 6,000 parking spaces, and 8 food courts shared between the 3 buildings? My man and Jolene each gave me a bewildered expression. What? I researched the place to make sure we'd know where to go. That old saying, the best laid plans of mice and men, never ceased to prove true. We'd wandered most of the 2 million square feet of the convention center. We're lost. I hoisted the duffel bag higher on my shoulder. The thing weighed 3 times as much as its owner. Aaron pulled out his cell phone.
The Chapin Theater, right?
Yes, that's where the pageant is, but we need the dressing room. I turned a full circle in hopes of finding a sign or board or flashing arrow. Nothing. Who are you calling?
Checking the app.
Aaron motioned to the left.
It's this way.
Patrick Price met us in the hall.
Oh, thank God. You're late. Come with me.
I heaved a sigh of relief and followed him. He stopped at the door.
Which one is coming inside?
One? I glanced between the men.
Only 2 people are allowed backstage. Me and one of you. Which is it?
I want Tessa. Jolene made the decision for us. I'd have expected her to choose Bryson. Since the ritual in the yard, she'd hardly let him out of her sight. Bryson knelt and gave her a hug.
Break a leg. Aaron and I'll be in the audience with the rest of the family.
She hugged his neck and turned to Aaron. He picked her up and blew a raspberry on her cheek.
You're going to rock this. Have fun.
She wiped her face. Okay, but you can't do that once I'm in makeup. He pretended to look abashed.
Understood.
Bryson gave me a quick squeeze.
Let's go.
Patrick took the garment bags from Bryson and led me and Jolene down a long hall and into complete chaos. Girls ranging in age from toddlers to teens filled the room, along with their designated 2 adults, mountains of makeup, costumes, shoes, and chatter. My goodness, the noise level was unbelievable. I thought this was for 8 to 11-year-olds, I shouted over the noise.
That's her division. This is the big leagues, baby. All of the age ranges compete in this pageant.
I wanted to ask how long this shindig would go on, but bit my tongue. I'd wondered why his list included 2 sack lunches and enough bottled water to hydrate a Little League baseball team.
This is our station. Jojo, take a seat.
Patrick removed the costumes from the garment bags.
Where's the Born to Run outfit?
The what? I played dumb. After listening to Jolene sing the lyrics about 1,000,000 times over the previous 2 weeks, I never wanted to hear another Springsteen song.
Leather pants and halter top?
He rummaged through the dresses. Oh, we changed that. I avoided his glare and set the makeup caboodle on the table.
You.
He pressed his hand to his heart.
You changed it?
It's Springsteen, not Metallica. We changed it to blue jeans, white tank, flannel shirt, and a red bandana.
Oh, dear God in heaven.
He waved his hand.
Forget it. Too late to worry with it now.
I like the new costume. Jolene wiggled in the chair. Bryson said the leather was inappropriate. Patrick tisked me over her head.
Honey, this is glamour and glitz. Last year, a 3-year-old dressed as the prostitute from Pretty Woman.
Prostitute? Jolene turned to me. Not something you need to worry about. I shot Mr. Patrick Price a warning look. He ignored me and went to work on Jolene's makeup and hair. An hour later, he'd finished. Jolene looked like she belonged on the set of Dynasty as a miniature Crystal Carrington. How do I look? She made a duck face. Beautiful. My brain stuttered at the thought of her as a teenager. It was a very good thing she had 2 men looking after her, one of whom carried a gun. Let's get you into your tap costume. Patrick tossed the sailor suit over the back of the chair. Here? I glanced around and noticed several of the girls changing in the open. He gave me a weird look and proceeded to help my little girl into her first costume. I swore to myself that I'd go with the flow. We were paying this man a small fortune to take care of Jolene's pageant needs. I had to trust him because I was out of my comfort zone, but I wouldn't leave her side.
She can't wear that.
He pointed to the black leather cord around her neck. I should have had Bryson put it on a different chain. She has to.
It's against regulation. No jewelry except for stud earrings.
Several of the other adults turned and stared. I leaned closer to whisper, It's important, medically.
It's too late to request approval for a medic alert bracelet, and that hideous thing is no medic alert bracelet.
Jolene tugged his sleeve. It's from my dad. My heart did a handspring into a double twist with a perfectly executed landing. She'd referred to Bryson as her dad. Patrick's expression softened. He'd likely assumed she meant Ben Wagner.
Tuck it into your costume and don't let it fall out.
She hid the amulet down the front of her top, while he hid the cord under the star-spangled flap in the back. He handed me a laminated badge on a lanyard.
Go take a seat with the other moms in the front of the left section. It's reserved seating. Show security your credentials and they'll let you in.
No, I'm staying with her. I folded my arms.
You won't be able to see her performance.
I'll watch the $300 DVD we were required to purchase. He shook his head and ushered us to the line of girls waiting to go backstage.
They won't allow us to accompany her past the entrance. There are chaperones backstage, and she knows to follow the girls back here. Right, Jolene?
She gave him a fist bump. Right. You got this. I leaned against the wall as she disappeared in the line of girls speed-walking down the hall.
She'll be fine. I'm going to watch from your seat.
He hurried in the other direction. I returned to our station, plopped into her chair, and texted Bryson. She's headed backstage. He replied, Everyone's here. How are you? Nervous. She's ready for this. I can't see her. Tell me how she does. I held the phone to my chest. It felt like hours before he replied. She did awesome. Didn't miss a step. The phone dinged with a video message. Bryson had broken the rules and recorded the pageant. I owed that man a huge kiss. I hit play and sat stunned as the screen filled with JoJo's performance. She smiled, she waved, she tapped her little heart out, and the crowd ate it up. I stood and searched for Jolene as the girls filtered back into the room. I did it! My girl ran and jumped into my arms. I showed her the phone. I saw. Her eyes went as wide as her smile. I've never had such a big audience. You didn't look nervous at all. She whispered into my ear. I cheated a little. My mama counted, and Christina called the steps. Oh. I had no clue how to respond. No parenting book covered how to handle this situation. Well, I guess it's not all bad hearing them, is it? Nope. She wiggled down.
You rocked it.
Patrick gave her a high five and pulled out her Bruce Springsteen costume. Between the jeans, red, white, and blue flannel shirt, and the bandana, she looked like a little blonde boss.
We have to hurry.
I'm gonna come in second, Mr. Patrick. They told me. She shoved her feet into her red Converse sneakers.
Did they say who was gonna win?
Patrick made the bandana into a headband. Ava, she whispered. My mouth fell open. You know about her ability? He winked.
It took me a while, but after my third relative passed on a message from the great beyond, I believed her.
I gave her hand a squeeze. Second place is great, but the winner gets $10,000, then goes to state. Jolene shook her head. Don't worry, Tessa. Christina will fix it. What do you mean? I looked around the room, searching for a little girl who looked like an Ava. She always makes sure I win. She dipped her chin. Before my stepdad, he'd be real nice after I won money. I knelt in front of her. Jolene, listen to me. We don't need the money. Bryson, Aaron, and I have more than enough to take care of you. Pandemonium broke out on the other side of the room. A girl cried and squirmed around like a kitten stuck in a pillowcase. Her mother tried to calm her down, but the little red-headed girl kept screaming and flailing. Is that Ava? Jolene nodded. I'm sorry.
No, none of that. Frowning will ruin your lipstick, and don't get me started on what tears do to mascara.
Patrick dabbed her face with a tissue. I closed my eyes and counted to 10. It's not your fault.
Too late to worry about it now.
He finished fussing with her costume.
We have to go.
I watched him lead her away and texted Bryson. We have a problem.
Is JoJo okay?
Yes. Christina is helping her cheat.
Cheat how?
She hurt the competition. I glanced at the hysterical red-headed girl.
Is JoJo wearing the amulet?
Yes.
We'll talk to her tonight.
I couldn't tear my gaze off of Ava. She'd quieted down, but now her mother and coach were shouting. A few minutes later, EMS came into the dressing room. Bryson texted.
Do girls' voices change?
I bit my lip to keep from giggling. No.
Jolene's did.
Like she's sick? I tapped the phone to my lips. She had coughed a couple of times the night before. Hopefully she wasn't coming down with a cold.
No. I'll explain later. How's the girl? Where's JoJo?
Patrick set his hand on my shoulder and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I'd been so focused on Ava and the texts, I failed to notice the other girls from Jolene's division had returned. I haven't seen her. He glanced toward the paramedics.
She had a rough performance. She's probably held up backstage. I'll check.
I texted Bryson. Is JoJo with you?
No.
It took me 3 attempts before my shaking fingers hit the correct letters. How long has she been off stage?
10 minutes, tops.
Patrick appeared in the entryway without Jolene. He hurried from one girl to the next. Each shook their heads. She's missing. I told myself she was taking her time because she was embarrassed by her performance, but it felt like a lie.
On my way. Don't move.
Chapter 44. Other than the mayhem with the paramedics on the far side of the room, Pageant business went on as usual. Girls practiced, retouched makeup, changed costumes, pinned hair up, let hair down. Everything functioned like a well-oiled machine. Everything except my little girl was lost in the shuffle. The men arrived to the dressing room as EMS wheeled Ava out. Aaron wove through the crowd and grabbed my shoulders.
Where was the last place you saw her?
Going through that door. I pointed to the next round of girls lining up. Bryson gave me a quick hug. Aaron pressed into Patrick's personal space.
That leads backstage?
He took a step back.
Yes. Are you familiar with the layout?
Aaron had slipped into detective mode with one problem. He'd forgotten to slide into his just the facts man persona. Tension vibrated off him like music from a plucked guitar string.
Somewhat.
Patrick swallowed hard.
There's security back there. Take us to them.
He raked his hand through his hair and his gaze darted around the room.
I can't. The area is restricted. I've notified the backstage managers that she's missing. They'll find her. Take us now.
Aaron stepped close enough to kiss Patrick and flashed his badge. Smart move. Innocent people would take one look and cooperate. However, the guilty reacted in one of two ways. They got squirrely or ignored the badge altogether. Sweat broke out on the coach's upper lip.
Come with me.
Bryson followed, stopped, and pointed.
Stay here in case she comes back.
I stood helpless as they pushed their way through the line of girls and disappeared through the door. My phone rang. Hello? Tessa, this is Dottie. Have you found her? No, ma'am. Not yet. May and I are at the tables outside the auditorium. We'll keep an eye out for her here. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. Thank you. She said something else, but her words were lost on me. I disconnected the call and stared at the backstage door.
Jolene Parks.
I searched the room for the source of the male voice and found a group of 4 security guards.
The mother of Jolene Parks,
He said again. Me! I raised my hand and made my way toward them. I'm Jolene's mom. Please tell me you found her. The men exchanged glances. The one who'd called her name said,
Can you tell me what she was wearing?
Oh, God. I took a step back to keep my balance. I'd sat beside police officers while they conducted this type of interview with parents. I never imagined I would be on the other side of the conversation.
Mrs. Parks, we're doing everything.
It's Lamar. Miss Lamar. Her mother passed away. I'm her foster. I stopped explaining myself and got down to business. Jeans, white tank top, and a red, white, and blue flannel shirt. She's 9, but small for her age. She looks 6, about 42 inches tall, 48 pounds. Blonde hair, blue eyes. He jotted down some notes.
May we have a contact number?
I relayed my information as well as Bryson's. Her father and his friend are backstage now. He's a police detective. Her dad is. I work for OCPD too. They exchanged more glances.
We'll be in touch. Please stay on the premises.
Where else would I go? They turned and left without answering. I reached behind me for a table or a chair or anything that might keep me upright. It's real. She's not hiding. She's not chatting with another contestant. She's missing. A dark-haired woman hurried to my side. Is everything okay? My daughter's missing. I heard myself answer, but my mind had gone blank. Jolene, right? The woman guided me to a chair. I nodded, then bent at the waist to catch my breath. My lungs tightened as if in a vice grip. When I sat up, my pulse thundered and spots danced before my eyes. The woman put her fingers to her lips and whistled. "Listen up!" The room quieted. "Has anyone seen Jolene Parks? Little Miss Division? She did the tab number in the sailor suit. Blonde? Tiny?" Someone shouted, "I saw her come off stage after the second round of talent." People started to whisper, but the noise level quickly rose. The woman whistled again. "Anyone else?" Another woman shouted, "My daughter said she saw her leave backstage with a man." I stood. "Where's your daughter?" The woman looked down at a little girl in a pink tutu. "She's here." I hurried through the stunned crowd and crouched in front of the girl. "Do you remember what he looked like?" She shook her head and clung to her mother's legs. The gesture reminded me of another little girl, a little girl who was in serious danger. "Please, did she seem scared?" "She was crying." The child looked at her mother. The woman knelt beside her. "It's okay, baby. Do you remember anything else?" She shook her head. "Thank you." I stood and relayed the information to Bryson via text. He replied, "We found her necklace." My world stopped spinning.
On my way to you.
A man and a girl approached me. He said,
This is Kylie. She saw Jolene leave with a man in a black jacket.
I wanted to curl into a ball and fall apart, but I had to push on for Jojo. "Was he carrying her?" She shook her head. "No, but she was crying." I sucked in a breath. "I thought it was her dad or something." "Thank you for telling me." Bryson came through the door and headed straight for me. His magic seemed to suck all the oxygen from the room. He didn't seem to notice the humans scampering out of his path. The predator had more important things to deal with than prey. Another girl saw a man take her out the backstage exit. She went with him willingly. Maybe she knew him? Bryson crushed me against his chest. He might have looked in control, but his heart thudded against my ear.
Aaron called it in. We need to go.
My brain stuttered. Security told me to stay. He pulled back and met my gaze.
Dottie's going to stay here. We need to contact Christina.
Chapter 45. I took 2 steps for each of Bryson's as I trailed him through the parking lot. "We should fly."
Can't risk it. We'll need clothes if they find her.
He yanked the driver's side door open. "When they find her." I tried to sound brave, but memories of another little girl's body lying in a field tightened my chest. "Please, God, let her be okay." Bryson started the engine and backed out of the spot before I'd managed to shut my door.
Call Haley. See if there's any mention of a male in JoJo's records.
I'd read her file. Other than the wrongly accused father, there were no other family members mentioned. There wasn't.
Call her anyway. We have to start with the obvious.
He hit the gas. I reached for my purse at the same time he braked and bumped my head on the dash. "Slow down a little. We won't do her any good if we're injured or arrested."
Sorry.
His shoulders tensed and he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, but he slowed to an almost legal speed. I dialed Haley's number. "Tessa, hi. I'm glad you called. About the other day, sorry to cut you off, but was there any mention of a male relative or friend of the family in Jolene's records?" Haley paused. "Not that I recall, but most of the information came from the next-door neighbor." "Okay, thanks. Any chance you can go into the office and double-check? Jolene's been—" I couldn't bring myself to say the word.
Tessa, you're scaring me. What's going on?
She's been kidnapped. 2 girls saw her go off with a man. She was crying, but she went with him. My voice thinned until it gave out.
I'll go right now. Call the police.
Thank you. Aaron was with us. My traitorous brain conjured up images of decayed clothing and bones. What if we never found her? What if she was dead and buried in an unmarked grave? Could I hold out hope like the Kellers? Or would I die of a broken heart like Mrs. Hayes? Bryson motioned for me to hang up. I have to go. Call me if you find anything. I disconnected. He glanced at me.
Did Aaron follow up on Wagner's brother?
I searched my memory trying to recall if I'd said anything to Aaron about it. I couldn't remember much of anything before Patrick returned to the dressing room. I don't know. He banged his hand on the steering wheel.
She shouldn't have been alone.
I winced. Patrick said,
I don't give a damn what he said. Someone should have been with her.
I hugged myself and looked out the window. The logical part of me knew he was angry at the situation, but it sure felt like he'd placed the blame at my feet. Bryson touched my thigh.
I didn't mean to take it out on you. I'm sorry.
I know. I thought about what Haley said and dialed Samuel's. No answer.
Who are you calling?
He glanced my way. Samuel's, but he's probably with Aaron by now. I scrolled through my contact list and hovered over the chief's name. Roxy, the next-door neighbor, knew Jenny for years. She might be able to help, but I don't have her number. I'm calling the station. Bryson nodded.
Lamar, why are you calling on your day off?
His calm, cool cop voice provided something familiar to hold on to. I need a favor. It's related to the missing pageant girl. Second-guessing my decision to call him, I went into verbal diarrhea mode. Witnesses reported the girl walking out the exit with an unidentified male, but she was crying. I need a private telephone number for a neighbor, sir. For the only person I can think of who might be able to make an ID on this guy.
You know we don't give out that kind of information.
My hand tightened on the phone. I had to get that number. It was our best shot. Are you aware that the missing girl is Jolene Parks? The same Jolene Parks who erroneously confessed to killing her stepfather.
Shit.
He exhaled into the receiver.
I'll put out an APB, but that's all I can do.
I'm begging you. That little girl is important to me. My family is fostering her. He grunted.
We'll talk about that Monday. Give me the name. I'll have a detective follow up on it.
Something inside me snapped. I didn't care that he was my boss and could fire me at any second. We had to find Jolene, no matter the consequences. Jolene's 9. Blonde hair, blue eyes, the exact profile of the girls we've found dead. Do you want another murdered kid on your hands? Bryson squeezed my thigh. The chief's tone deepened.
I need a name to get the goddamned number.
I have a first name, Roxanne. She lives in the trailer next door to the Wagners, eastern side, sir. The clicks of a keyboard came over the line.
I'll forward the information to Burns.
These people don't trust the police. I've established rapport with her. Send me the number.
Monday, 9 a.m., my office.
He disconnected. I sank back against the seat. I'm so fired.
Did you get the number?
Bryson turned off the highway. No, he said he'd send it to Aaron.
That's a start.
The lines around his eyes deepened.
Jojo isn't wearing the amulet, which means Christina's able to possess her. She's stronger with the spirit, able to fight back.
I didn't want to think about my little girl in the sort of situation she'd need to defend herself. I didn't want to think at all, but my brain swirled with questions and scenarios that chilled me to the core. She didn't find. She went with the guy. Bryson, she's still squeamish around men. Why would she do that? He stared straight ahead, either considering or ignoring my question. My phone chirped. The chief had sent a text message with 10 digits. He sent the number. I took a deep breath and dialed. Hello? The woman sounded as if she'd chain-smoked 3 packs in the previous 5 minutes. Hi, is this Roxanne? The words came out in a croak. Who's asking? 'Cause if you're selling, I ain't buying. Roxy, this is Tessa. Please, don't hang up. I need your help. It's Jolene. My breaths came too quick, and I was sure she hadn't understood a word I'd said. What's wrong? She was taken from backstage at the pageant. Witnesses think she might have known the guy. Are there any male relatives or friends of the family that you can think of? She half gasped, half groaned. Ben's brother Frank is the only relative, but Ben had his pool hall buddies around the house most weekends. Do you know any of their names? The line went quiet so long I thought I'd dropped the call. Roxy? How long ago did this happen? Did anyone see what he looked like? She sounded scared. Normal under the circumstances, but something felt off. She'd whispered, as if she didn't want someone to overhear. I took Bryson's hand. 2 hours, maybe. One of the girls said he had on a black jacket. I listened to her breathing for a few heartbeats. Roxy, if you know something, please. No, I don't know anything. I'm in shock. I'll try to get a list of names for you. Thanks. Hoping she'd say more, I waited for her to hang up. Bryson parked the SUV next to the house and shifted to face me.
What's wrong?
She got squirrely on me. I think she has an idea who took Jolene. We should go over there and talk to her in person. He hesitated, likely debating our next move.
Let's summon Christina first. She's a better bet.
Okay. I climbed out of the vehicle and stopped dead in my tracks. We wouldn't have to summon Christina Hayes after all. The spirit waited for us on the front porch. Chapter 46. I set my hand on Bryson's arm. Christina's on the porch. She doesn't look good. Stay here. Let me talk to her. He opened his mouth as if to argue, but nodded and leaned against the SUV. The spirit child wavered in and out of view as I approached. Her eyes were swollen and puffy, like she'd been crying for days instead of hours. He has her. Her words knocked the wind out of me. I grabbed the railing for support. The man in the blue car? Looking everywhere except at me. She nodded. Do you know where she is? I forced my feet to move up the steps. In the woods. Christina curled in on herself, her form flickering. Stay with me. She needs you. She shook her head. This is my fault. It's all my fault. It's his fault, and we are going to make him pay. Which woods? Can you take me there? I was so scared. I saw him. It was like he could see me. I begged Jolene to take off the necklace so I could help her. The shadows that had fed from Jolene had somehow multiplied and hung close to Christina. Jojo had said they were the bad parts of a person. Were they increasing because Christina had done something wrong? Or because she thought she'd failed the girl? That was smart. She's not wearing it now. Could you go to her? Maybe we can track you. I had no idea how we'd go about following a spirit, but the idea of Jolene facing that monster alone terrified me. I can't. She stared into my eyes, and for the first time, I saw her terror. I'd asked her to face the man who murdered her. I understand. I tapped my fingers to my lips. Did you see the car? Same blue car. A spark of hope blossomed inside me. I turned to Bryson. Get Aaron on the phone and relay information. I need you to stay with me. I wished I could touch her or give her a hug. I feel so weak. I might be able to help you. I let down the barriers holding my magic inside and let it flow into my palms. Touch my hand. The hint of defiance in her expression told me the girl still had some fight left in her. She poked at the ball of energy with her index finger, and her eyes widened.
I've got him.
Bryson jogged to the porch. Christina took my hand and siphoned off the magic. While she didn't solidify, she did stop flickering like an old television screen. The serial killer has Jojo in the woods somewhere. I locked eyes with the spirit to confirm I'd gotten it right. Bryson sucked in a breath, but I couldn't face him. Not yet. Not when the anguish in his deep brown eyes would shatter my thin veneer of control. She nodded. He's still driving the same blue car, so it's an older model. How many doors does it have? 4. It's a Toyota. Oh, thank you, Jesus. I repeated her words. Did you see anything else? License plate, what he was wearing? Which roads he took? She bowed her head. Christina, any little detail might help. Not above bribing her for information, I pulled more magic to my palm. She absorbed the energy into her hand. Black jacket, jeans, and a cap like the security guards were wearing. He drove her past where they have the fair, the big fair in the spring. He took her past the Central Florida Fairgrounds, heading west. I repeated the description, and Bryson related to Aaron. Christina, can you go to where Jolene is and look for street signs or anything that'll help the police locate her? I'll try. Thank you. We'll wait. Please hurry. The spirit vanished. She's gone. I sat on the top porch step and put my head in my hands. My little girl's safety depended on a traumatized teen-aged spirit instead of the 2 magical creatures and police detective who should have protected her. Bryson dropped down next to me.
Aaron's putting out word about the car.
We have all this magic, and there's nothing we can do to save her. Rage bubbled up inside me, but they burst as quickly as they'd come. Anger I could handle. This emptiness was another story. He cupped my cheek and turned my face toward his.
You sent a spirit to her. That's something.
And a hell of a lot more than I can do.
You didn't see Christina. She was fading. I'm not sure. He pressed his fingers to my lips.
We will find her and bring her home.
I wanted to believe him, but a little voice in the back of my head reminded me of the reason I hadn't wanted children. I'd make a lousy mother, and my babies would suffer. Bryson stood.
I'm going to go through the spell books and make some calls. There has to be more we can do.
I'll wait out here for Christina. He gave me a half-hearted hug and went inside. I should have gone inside with him, just like I should have followed Jolene backstage. I couldn't find the energy to move or speak or shed a tear. What kind of mother doesn't cry when her baby's missing? The sun sank closer to the horizon. Bryson had come out to check on me a couple of times. He'd asked me to come inside and eat something, but I'd waved him off. I couldn't risk Christina returning to an empty porch, nor did I want to see Jolene's things. I'd packed my grandfather's things after he passed away. I couldn't go through that particular hell again. It would break me. Sometime after dark, Grandma and Dottie returned home. My great-grandmother gave me a hug and went straight into the kitchen, but my aunt lingered. Come sit with me on the swing. My knees are too old to get down that low. Dottie patted the spot beside her. I'm scared. She closed her eyes. Me too. Did you see Aaron at the convention center? She tilted her head and regarded me for a moment. This isn't your fault, you know. I blinked. She'd ignored my nice, safe question and went straight for the gut. Dottie took my hand and gave me the same look she'd given me since I was younger than Jolene. I know you, Tessa Marie. I know every smile and every frown. I know when your heart is broken and when it's full, even if you try to hide it. I should have been with her. I choked on the words. I let her go off alone. From what I understand, she wasn't alone. She was with a bunch of other girls, and there were other adults who were supposed to be watching them. I pulled my hand back and shook my head. But she's my responsibility. Tessa, no parent can be with their child 24 hours a day. She leaned forward and put her face in front of mine. I watched you with her. You may not have carried her in your belly, but you were as good a mother to her as I've ever seen. I opened my mouth to argue, but she shook her head. You and Bryson gave that girl a family when she had no one. It's easy to love an infant, especially your own. It's something special to love one that's half grown and comes to you broken. I let her words begin to stitch together the frayed edges of my heart, even though I feared the threads would split wide open again. Thanks, Aunt Dottie. She'd pulled me into an embrace. You're welcome, sweet girl. Bryson burst out the front door.
Aaron called. They have a lead.
Chapter 47. Dottie and I scrambled to our feet so quickly the porch swing clattered into the railing.
Security cameras caught an older model, blue Toyota, leaving the convention center parking lot. Out-of-state tag. They're working to get information on the owner.
He continued speaking, but I'd stopped listening. My hope died like a rose on the vine when he mentioned the tag. Aaron said the guy used stolen tags when he kidnapped Christina. He grasped my shoulders.
They put out an amber alert on the vehicle and tag. There have been 3 reported sightings near Monteverde.
That's not far from here. Dottie took my hand. Bryson pulled his shirt over his head.
I'm going to shift and head that way.
Adrenaline shot through my veins. She's close. We'll find her. I'm coming with you.
I need you to stay here, in case Christina comes back or Aaron calls with a location.
I hated the idea of staying behind and doing nothing. I should at least follow in the SUV with your phone and clothes.
Aaron had an idea.
He handed me his running armband with his cell phone inside.
I need you to strap this to my neck after I shift.
He dropped his jeans. Oh. My aunt turned around to give him privacy. You can't fly with this thing on. It'll strangle you. I tested the weight of it in my hand. It's too heavy.
Strap it to my leg.
He stepped out of his boxers and shifted, likely to stop me from arguing. I knelt in front of the great hawk and experimented with the armband. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, I wrapped the straps around his lower leg 3 times before securing the Velcro. I don't think it'll stay. He marched around in a circle, and the phone slid down. Dottie said, "Hook the band in your talons." Bryson dipped his head and took to the sky with the cell dangling precariously from his foot. "When things settle, I'm going to design a little backpack for you 2, big enough for some lightweight clothes and a phone." Dottie walked toward the front door. "Come in. We might as well get some food in our bellies." It's a nice thought. I stopped in the living room and stared at the desk Bryson had set up for Jolene to do her schoolwork. Purple baskets, pink sticky notes, every color marker imaginable. Which part? Food or bird backpacks? Dottie clanked around in the kitchen. Bags. We can't carry them on our backs. It'll throw our center of gravity off. They'd need to hang beneath us. The conversation was absurd, but it occupied my brain enough that I didn't have to struggle to breathe. How about a turkey sandwich? I'm not hungry. I'd seen mothers on television dramas proclaiming they wouldn't eat until their child could eat, sleep until their child could sleep, or laugh until their child could laugh. Until that moment, I'd chalked the sentiment up to overwritten melodrama. I was wrong. My cell phone rang. I fumbled to get it out of my pocket and dropped it. Thankfully, it continued to ring. "Hello? This is Tessa." The woman on the other end of the line sounded like she'd called from the bottom of a lake. "It's Roxanne. I need to talk to you in person, ASAP." I forced air into my lungs. "I can't come now. Please, if you know something, tell me over the phone. I might know who took Jolene, but I'm not sure. Please, just get here as soon as you can." She sounded like she was on the verge of a meltdown. "I'll be there as soon as possible." "Okay, please hurry. I don't know when he'll be back." "Who? When who will be back?" She hung up. I dialed Aaron and relayed the conversation as close to verbatim as possible.
I'm nearby. Wait for me.
He lowered his voice.
I mean it. Don't leave until I get there.
"I won't." Turning to Dottie, I said, "Aaron's picking me up. The old next-door neighbor says she might know something." The color drained from her face. "Take a change of clothes for you and Bryson." "Good idea." I hurried into the master bedroom and threw jeans and t-shirts into a bag. I thought about leaving a note for Christina, but what could I say? Stay here and wait for me? I'd rather her return to Jolene than sit on the porch. "I have my phone. Call me if you hear anything." "You do the same." She gave me a quick hug. Please be careful. I will. I'd paced around the front yard for 15 minutes before Aaron arrived. As soon as his car came to a stop, I yanked the door open and hopped inside. We have to hurry. He sped down the bumpy drive and onto the dirt road leading to the highway.
Here's the plan. You're going to wait in the car while I question her.
That's a bad idea. She doesn't even know you're coming. What if she clams up? We'll get nowhere. He ran through the gears in rapid succession.
Okay, but you aren't going in alone.
I'd expected him to argue. When he agreed, I found myself at a loss.
I mean it, Tessa. We don't know what we're walking into. I go with you, or I'm taking you home and going alone.
We go in together. I drummed a rhythm on my thighs. Aaron broke darned near every traffic law in the books, but we arrived at Roxy's trailer in record time. He parked on the street one lot down.
You do the talking. Don't let anyone get between you and the door. Anything happens, you run.
Got it. Aaron's long legs ate up the concrete and left me struggling to keep up. He scaled the steps, knocked on the door, and came back down. Roxy looked out the window. 2 seconds later, the locks clicked and she peered out through a slit. I thought I told you to come alone. No, you didn't. I motioned to Aaron. He's my fiancé. I don't care. He's a cop. Aaron placed his hand on the door.
I'm not here on police business. I'm Jolene's biological father.
I thought she might slam the door in our faces, but she cocked her head and stared.
Bullshit.
Aaron opened his jacket.
No badge. Please, if you know something that can help me find my daughter.
Roxy glanced up the street and ushered us inside. Can I get you something to drink? I had a bad feeling about this. No, we're in a hurry. She motioned to the couch on the other side of the room. Have a seat. I took a step, but remembered what he'd said about staying near an exit. Actually, can I use your bathroom? Roxy poured herself a half glass of whiskey. It's the last door on the right. I gave Aaron a quick wink and walked down the hall in search of a second exterior door. In Florida, mobile homes built after a certain year were required to have 2 forms of egress. I'd learned that little tidbit from one of Darlene's boyfriends, who happened to sell trailers for a living. The second exit was across the narrow hall from my destination. I stepped into the bathroom, checked to make sure the coast was clear, and unlocked the back door. It'd save us a couple of seconds if we needed to make a quick escape. Aaron's voice carried down the hall. He had Roxy talking. Maybe she'd open up to him. Lord knows she'd gushed about him when I'd first met her. I went ahead and did my business while I was there and took a few extra minutes washing my hands and face. I stepped into the hall at the same time the back door opened.
Rox, you left the damn door unlocked again.
The man looked as surprised to see me as I was him.
What the hell are you doing here?
I recognized him from Jolene's drawings, and I'd bet Graham May's life he'd parked a blue Toyota outside the trailer. Stammering, I backed into the restroom. Nothing. Walt, she's a friend of mine. She stopped by for a visit. Roxy appeared at the other end of the hall. He grabbed for me, but I slammed his arm in the door. At least I tried to. The door smashed inward and sent me backward against the vanity.
Put your hands up and step out slow,
Aaron called from the hall. I couldn't see past the man in front of me, but I knew my detective. He'd come armed. Walt, The man in the blue car, the man who'd stolen Jolene from us, moved quicker than I would have thought possible in such a tight space. Before I could squeak, he had my back to his front and his arm around my neck.
Put the gun down, pig.
Walt pressed something hard against my neck. I tried to communicate with my eyes. I needed Aaron to keep his firearm in his hand. I needed him to trust me. I needed him to take the damned shot. His gaze moved from me to the man and back again. Please, baby, just let them go. Roxy did the worst possible thing in this situation. She boxed Aaron in.
You called the police?
His breath smelled like cigarettes, whiskey, and desperation. She called me. I called the police. I stared at Aaron and mouthed, shoot him. Even if he missed and hit me, I'd rise from the dead. He shook his head a fraction of an inch.
Roxanne, go back into the living room.
I thought about headbutting Walt and taking the bullet to give Aaron the shot, but I hesitated to cause my own death. With my luck, I'd end up breaking some cosmic rule and forfeiting the ability to rise. I mouthed, do it.
Where did you take Jolene?
Aaron tightened his grip on the Glock's hand strap and widened his stance.
Screw you.
He pressed the barrel to my temple. Walt, please let her go. She's looking for a missing girl. She got it wrong, right? We don't know anything about no girl, do we, baby? I met Aaron's gaze and rolled my eyes to the side.
Shut up, Roxy. This is your doing.
He jostled me and pushed forward.
Roxanne, go out the front door.
Matching him step for step, Aaron backed down the hall.
You leave, she dies.
Walt's fingers bit into my arm. Turn her loose! The woman's voice grew more hysterical by the minute.
Shut the hell up, Roxanne.
His breaths came faster. I forced my body to go limp in hopes of throwing him off balance, or at the very least giving Aaron a clean shot. Holding me upright with my neck in the crook of his elbow, he slammed the gun against my temple.
Keep walking.
Aaron cleared the hall.
What'd you do to the girl, Walt? Tell me where she is, and this'll end.
Tell them where you took Jolene. Roxy stood near the front door. Twin streaks of mascara ran down her face. Just tell them.
I said, shut the fuck up.
The arm around my neck tightened. I held my breath, waiting for the chance to make my move. Roxy's voice rose. I know you took her. Tell them where she is. The gun fired inches from my ear. Chapter 48. The gunshot tore through my head. My right ear felt as if he'd shoved the barrel through the canal and into my brain. The acrid scent of gunpowder coated my nostrils and tongue. In those first few milliseconds, I thought the bullet had hit me. A second shot rang out. The man behind me jolted, and another gun went off. This time, a bullet, not sound, ripped through my skull. My body went limp, and I had the sensation of falling into a cold pool. A gun fired in the distance, far from where I sank beneath the frigid, dark water. Someone called my name. Aaron. I recognized his energy. I wanted to kick my legs and swim for the surface, but I'd fallen too far. I had no idea how long I'd drifted when another voice called my name. This one moved alongside and through me. I tried to turn my head, but at some point, my brain had become unplugged from my body.
The firebird must rise, my daughter.
Achila, my mother, came to me when I needed her most, but I couldn't remember why I needed her now. The water was cold, but not overly so. I felt at peace here beneath its depths. The fire inside me had stilled. It reminded me of what the preacher said a baptism should feel like. My troubles and sins had washed away. I was still and in the presence of the Almighty.
Tessa Marie, it's time. You must rise.
My grandfather's voice lacked the ethereal quality of my mother's. His had an edge of anger and urgency. Charlie? I thought I'd spoken aloud, but how could I speak underwater?
Wake up, child. Jolene is counting on you.
Jolene. Her sweet face appeared before me. She had Aaron's eyes, except hers lacked the weariness that came with age and experience. Is she alive?
Yes, but you must rise.
The ember of magic in my gut flickered. I imagined the walls inside me falling away and debris igniting the fire. The first flames appeared fragile and weak, but soon grew taller and hotter until they erupted from my skin. I came back into myself, and the earth careened to the right, sending me sliding. I had no time to catch my balance before it slammed to a halt. I flew forward and smashed against something solid.
Shit, Tessa!
A man shouted. The firebird recognized Aaron as her mate, but my human half struggled against the hands pulling me. I landed hard enough to bring me back to the present. However, I had no idea where or when that was. I glanced around to orient myself. Aaron looking freaked out. Side of the road, charred back seat. The smells and sounds came back first. I remembered gunpowder, bang, blood, screaming. Next, I remembered the pain. My hand flew to the side of my head. The bastard shot me. He's the one who has Jolene. Aaron wrapped his arm around my shoulders and helped me to stand.
Yes, he did. But right now, I need you to get in the car. We can't have you naked on the side of the road.
Oh, yep, I'm naked on the side of the road. Is it drivable? I nodded toward the car. Aaron slid into the driver's seat and started the engine.
Looks that way. Get in. We have to find Jolene.
I reached behind me and grabbed my still smoldering bag of clothes. Great. He rolled the windows down before pulling onto the road.
Salvageable?
I pried the melted plastic zipper apart. Mostly. Aaron leaned forward and scanned the sky.
Bryson's up there somewhere.
With the firebird swirling inside me, I could sense him in the distance. He's close. Straight ahead. Tell me what happened. Aaron kept his eyes on the road and hands tight on the wheel.
He shot Roxanne. I fired at him but got him in the shoulder. He shot you, and I panicked.
I pulled a shirt over my head. Weren't there 4 shots?
I fired again, but he got away.
And Roxy? I wiggled into a pair of jeans. Aaron shook his head.
Bryson showed up when I was calling it in.
That makes sense. He would have felt me die. I turned toward the window. I'd bit the big one before, but this time was different. I'd lingered on the other side rather than remaining in the physical world, aware and trapped inside my body.
I felt you die.
He narrowed his eyes. Yes, because we're mated now. We weren't the first couple of times it happened. Something hung on the edge of my brain, like an old song lyric waiting for a melody. We're following Bryson. I assume he's following Walt?
Yep, and I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch.
Do you think he's returning to where he left Jolene? Aaron took my hand.
Baby, listen. There's no way to know where he's heading. He could be trying to leave the state. I'm praying he's leading us to her, but we need to prepare ourselves. No!
I remembered the most important part. She's still alive. Charlie told me. He came to me when I was floating.
Alive? Floating? What are you talking about?
He turned and stared. When I died, I was in a sort of limbo. Charlie spoke to me. I gasped and pointed while the words traveled from my brain to my mouth. Watch out! Aaron cut the wheel, but it was too late. We plowed through the girl. Tires squealed and the car slid sideways. I grappled for something to hold on to. Dirt and debris blew in through the windows and stung my eyes. The car bounced, sending us airborne. We landed with the unmistakable sound of metal twisting, but we didn't stop. Branches scratched the sides of the car. Headed straight for a tree, I braced my hand against the dashboard. My arm snapped on impact. I heard it as much as I felt the bone shatter. Coughing the dust from my lungs, I turned to Aaron. Blood running from a wound on his forehead, he slouched forward over the steering wheel. I reached for him with my good hand and my magic. Aaron? He groaned and lifted his head.
Did I hit her?
I think so.
Was it Jolene?
Aaron's expression reminded me of Amy Keller's father, all business on the outside, but a cyclone brewed beneath the surface. Unable to consider any other answer, I said, no, it wasn't her.
We have to find her. You saw what he did to those girls.
He dipped his head and stilled. For a split second, I thought he'd passed out again. We will. I swear it. Cradling my arm to my chest, I opened my door and staggered out. Christina Hayes materialized a foot away. You have to hurry. Follow me. I took a step back. How did you find us? His energy is like a road flare. My brain waffled between making sense of what she'd said and the girl we'd hit. What? How? Wait, were you in the road just now? Yes, please. He's with Jolene. You have to save her. The spirit turned and headed deeper into the forest. Aaron climbed out the driver's side window.
Let's go.
Your head. Stay here. I'll heal when I shift.
Bullshit. He's armed.
Aaron swooned and motioned for me to go.
Follow her. I'll be right behind you.
Chapter 49. I flew above the treetops with my eyes locked on the spirit below, but my preternatural senses focused on the growing gap between the Firebird and Aaron's energy, as well as the location of Bryson's hawk. One made injured, the other too far away to help. It was up to me to find Jolene. Christina stopped and pointed straight ahead. Scanning the ground, I circled twice before I spotted the rusted rooftop. I'd assumed Walt would have Jolene outdoors. No matter how dilapidated the building, the cover limited my options. I'd need to lure him away from the girl before I could incinerate him. I dove toward the shack and landed on the metal roof with a heavy thud. Something moved inside. No voices. I threw my head back and screeched. The whimper of a child tightened my chest. She's still alive. I flew to a low branch to get a better look at the structure. One door and one window. I could smoke them out, but not without risking Jolene's safety. Then again, every second I wasted did just that. Judging from the condition of the wood, the place would go up in no time, not to mention the piles of dried pine needles covering the ground and the roof. The metal roof. The metal roof that wouldn't burn. I caught movement in my periphery and turned to find Aaron approaching with his gun drawn. Chirping twice to get his attention, I extended my wing and hoped he'd recognize the gesture as stop. He nodded once and stepped behind a tree. I launched into the air, circled back, and dove low. A few yards from the shack, I released my magic and let my feathers burn bright. The firebird skimmed her flaming wing across the roof to ignite the pine needles and leaves. Leaving a trail of fire in my path, I flew low to the ground and created a wall of flames to prevent Walt from running in any direction except straight to Aaron. I pulled my magic back and waited. And waited. And waited. No one came out of the building. At the end of my patience, I flew skyward and barrel rolled toward the metal roof. This time when I landed, it groaned like thunder under my weight. The front door opened. I eased back and crouched low. I'd fry him as soon as he stepped away from the entrance.
Walter Bingham, on the ground, hands behind your head.
Aaron stepped away from the tree with his weapon raised. A gun fired, and I dove for the man. I hit him between the shoulders, sending him to the ground. The firebird's mouth watered at the scent of fresh blood. While I saw a monster, she saw easy prey.
Get Jojo.
Aaron rushed forward and slammed his knee down on Walt's back. Shifting to human form, I turned for the shack. Dirty, scared, but alive. Jolene stared at me from the back corner. I lifted her into my arms and carried her outside. She coughed several times, but otherwise showed no reaction. Had she not tracked me with her gaze, I would have thought she'd gone into a catatonic state. I fell to my knees in front of her and unbound her hands and feet. Every piece of me wanted to pull her into my arms and hug the daylights out of her. But I was afraid to touch her. Are you hurt? She stared past me.
You have the right to remain silent.
Aaron read Walter's rights while he cuffed his hands behind his back. It's going to be okay, baby girl. He can't hurt you anymore. I placed my hands on her shoulders. Look at me. Are you hurt?
Is she all right?
Aaron stood and pulled out his phone. I think so. I hoped so. But we had no way of knowing what she'd endured. She still wore her little Bruce Springsteen costume, had no obvious bruises, no blood, but her haunted expression terrified me.
Do something about the blaze before it gets out of control,
Aaron shouted. The fire I'd started burned brighter around us, but Jolene continued to stare at the men. I put my face in front of hers. I need to put this out before it gets out of control. Stay right here. She stared as if she hadn't heard me, nodded, and returned her gaze to Aaron and Walt. My heart ached for her. She'd progressed into a happy, healthy little girl in her short time with us. I couldn't begin to imagine what that piece of shit had done to her, but at the very least, he'd scared her silent. I brushed her hair from her face. "I'll be right back." A hint of a smile lit her beautiful blue eyes, and my world righted itself. Keeping an eye on the child, I walked through the flames, absorbing them into my skin as I moved. I gave her a quick nod and rounded the corner to extinguish the fire behind the shack. Bryson's magic caressed me as he flew overhead. He cried out, circled once, and headed in the direction of Aaron's car. The gunshot stopped me dead. Much like the sinking feeling I'd experienced earlier that day, my entire body went numb. Had we missed something? Was there a second perp? Jolene. Oh my God. Was she okay? I'd left her again. I ran to the front of the shack. It took my brain a few beats to make sense of the sight before me. Jolene stood over Walter Bingham with a gun in her hands. Aaron stood a few feet away with tears streaming down his face. I stood, staring, unsure what to say or do. My feet refused to move forward. She'd committed murder. Or had she? Which girl had pulled the trigger? She dropped the gun and backed away from the body. My brain kicked into gear. "Is that your service weapon?" Aaron shook his head. "Walt's gun. She shot him in the back with his own gun." Oh, God. Bryson broke through the tree line, took in the scene, and scooped Jolene into his arms.
"Jojo, is that you?"
The girl said, "I had to do it." My knees threatened to buckle. "We're going to lose her." Chapter 50. Bryson set the child on the ground and knelt before her.
"Christina?"
She threw herself against his chest. "Yes, I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had to protect her from him." She motioned to Aaron. "And her father. It's my job. It's the only way." The detective snatched the gun from the ground.
"The only way to what?"
Bryson held her hands. Sobbing, she shook her head. "Forget it. You won't understand." "What are you doing?" I rushed toward Aaron as he fired the weapon into Walt's body. The forest went still. He dropped the gun.
"I can't let Jolene take the blame for this."
Bryson stood.
"Think about what you're saying."
I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly very aware of my bare skin. "Your promotion. Hell, this could end your career." Aaron held his hands out at his sides.
"She's my daughter. I'd give my life to spare her more trauma."
Bryson touched my shoulder.
"People are coming. You need to go."
"No. Give me your shirt." I wouldn't abandon them. Not now. Aaron smiled, a resigned smile that still managed to light his eyes, and I knew we wouldn't change his mind. He'd spoken the truth when he said he'd laid down his life for Jolene. "Okay. Call home and tell me where to meet you." I shifted into the Firebird and alighted on a branch above the scene. Bryson turned to Aaron.
"Uncuff him and listen to me."
Aaron did as he was told. Bryson lifted the girl into his arms.
"His car's parked not too far from where you went off the road. We wrecked while in pursuit. I was unconscious. You hit your head. Likely have a concussion, but you followed the suspect. The place was on fire when you got here. There was a struggle. You secured his weapon. He went for the girl and you fired. Twice,
Aaron ran his hand over the back of his head.
Yes, twice.
Bryson turned to go.
There's a creek nearby. I'm going to dunk her in it to remove the gunpowder residue from her clothing.
Aaron's mouth fell open. What do we tell them when they ask why she's wet?
You don't know because she ran off and I chased after her.
I chirped my agreement. It was a crazy plan, but it just might work. Bryson pointed at me and to the sky.
Go!
I hung around while Aaron gave his initial statement to the uniformed officers. He repeated Bryson's words almost verbatim, though he added one detail.
Jolene's my biological daughter.
On the way home, I finished the job I'd inadvertently started when I rose from the dead. I torched the heck out of Aaron's unmarked police car and, hopefully, any incriminating evidence. I met my family in the emergency department an hour later. Bryson and Jolene shared a room, while Aaron was next door with the chief and Samuels. I pulled the sliding door closed behind me. How's it going? He stood and embraced me.
As well as can be expected. He should have stuck to the script.
The truth would have come out sooner or later. I smiled at the girl in the bed, though I had no idea if the patient was Jolene or Christina. How are you feeling? She shrugged. Bryson released me and handed her a notepad and pen. Evidently, Christina had left. Have the doctors been in? Jolene wrote a happy face and, yes, we get to go home soon. Bryson resumed his spot next to her on the bed.
No signs of trauma. Any type.
She nudged his side and motioned for him to continue.
And we agreed she would decide when she felt ready to tell us what happened.
I sent up a silent prayer of gratitude. While the emotional trauma would take time and patience to heal, we were lucky. Things could have been so much worse. I think that sounds like a very good idea. Samuels rapped on the glass door.
Lamar, do you have a minute?
Sure, 1 sec. I gave them each a kiss and walked into the hall. What's on your mind, Detective? He pulled me away from the door.
Would you mind telling me what really happened?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I smiled as bright as a pageant queen.
No little birdies told you?
The corner of his mouth twitched. Nope. The chief walked out of Aaron's room, took one look at me, and frowned.
Lamar, I need a word with you.
Oh, crap. He wouldn't fire me in the emergency department hallway, would he? Sure thing. He folded his arms.
I understand you had a conflict of interest in the Wagner case?
No, I was never on the Wagner case. I gave him the same blinding smile I'd given Samuels. And, actually, sir, Aaron made a point not to come around my property while Jolene was there until after she was eliminated as a suspect.
So I've heard, but he continued to work the Wagner in the Bingham cases after he had confirmation of the child's paternity.
It's a good thing he did. Otherwise, we'd be visiting his daughter in a funeral home instead of here. My face hurt from holding my lips back so long. I motioned to Jolene's room. Have you met her?
I don't need to meet the girl.
He folded his arms. I took his hand and tugged him to the glass door. Jolene glanced up and waved. Imagine what the media will say about this one. Detective saves girl and learns she's his long-lost daughter. And look at that face. How can he deny her? They have the same big blue eyes. It took a lot to surprise the salty police chief, but I'd managed to do it. He lowered his voice.
You're not suggesting we lie to the media?
I pressed my hand to my chest. No, sir. I'm suggesting you give them the facts.
What exactly are the facts?
He narrowed his eyes. Samuels muttered under his breath.
Careful, Lamar.
I leaned closer to the chief. The department ruined that little girl's life by letting it get out she confessed to killing her stepfather. Are you aware she's being homeschooled because her former teachers are afraid to have her in class? The light bulb of understanding flickered above his head.
I see.
I'm aware she confessed, but anyone with eyes could see that a 4-foot-nothing little girl couldn't have taken down a man the size of Ben Wagner with a pair of scissors. I'd hate to think what a jury would do with such a case. His eyes narrowed until I wondered if he could see me at all.
Are you threatening me, Lamar?
No, sir. I'm giving you the facts. He took a step back.
I'll see you in 3 to 6 months.
I should have known better than to go up against the man. Snapping my mouth shut, I asked, "You're suspending me?" He clamped his hand on my shoulder hard enough to make me wince.
Not this time. I assumed you'd request the same family leave as Burns. You two are still engaged.
Oh, he was giving me maternity leave for a 9-year-old? I hadn't thought about it, honestly. He shook his head.
Marry the guy. He's going to need all the help he can get raising that little girl.
Yes, sir. I'll take that as an order. The chief turned and walked away. Samuel stepped back and looked me over. What? He smirked.
I'm wondering where you keep those giant balls of yours.
I'll never tell. I leaned against the wall. How much trouble is Aaron in? He gave me his go-to move, a shrug.
Ask him.
I left the detective in the hall and slipped into Aaron's room. Hey.
Hey yourself.
He lifted his arm.
Come here.
What'd the doctors say? I snuggled beside him.
Concussion. They wanted to keep me overnight, but I talked them out of it.
Is that wise? I turned my face toward his.
Probably not, but I've lost 9 years with her. I don't want to miss another day.
He brushed his lips across mine.
How is she? Have you seen her?
She's silent again, but there are no injuries or signs of abuse. He turned his face toward heaven and closed his eyes.
Thank God. How long do you think it'll take before I can be a real father to her?
You are a real father.
You know what I mean.
I did. We had a spirit to deal with, and Jolene needed time to recover before he could step into the role full time. We have a heart-to-heart with Christina Hayes and Jolene. Chapter 51. My little family gathered around the kitchen table. Jolene had chosen the chair between me and Bryson, and Aaron sat to my right. We'd reserved the seat at the head of the table for our special guest. Aaron held the blue bottle to the light and watched as the shadow form moved inside.
You sure about this?
Jojo played with the protection amulet around her neck and nodded. I lit the candles in the center of the table. Ready? We held hands, and the adults said in unison, "Christina Hayes, we summon your spirit into our presence. Hear our call. We beseech you. Come." The flames flickered. We turned to Jolene, but she shook her head. "Christina Hayes, we summon your spirit into our presence. Hear our call. We beseech you, come. The spirit materialized in the empty chair. This is it. You're going to banish me like you did Ben? Jojo closed her eyes tight and shook her head. Aaron whispered,
She shouldn't be here.
I squeezed his hand. They've been friends a long time. She belongs here. Christina laughed, loud and shrill. You still haven't figured it out. I covered my nose and mouth to keep the sickening perfume out and repeated her words for Bryson's sake. We haven't figured what out? Forget it. She tried to rise, but the spells we'd woven before the ritual kept her in place. What the fuck? Let me go. We can't until we talk. I motioned to Jolene. Would you like to tell her? Jojo pushed her notebook away and dipped her chin. We're best friends. You and me. I've protected you from those other ghosts. We've been through a lot, Christina cooed to the girl. Aaron tightened his jaw but remained blessedly quiet. Hoping to keep the tension at a minimum as long as possible, I spoke in a calm, even tone. You've been a very good friend to her, and you've been through a lot together. But there's something you should know about the shadows. Jolene chewed her lower lip. The spirit glared. What about them? I pointed toward the ceiling. Look, there's more. Many more. So? Where do you think they come from? Why are you asking me? You're the freaking ghost whisperer or something. She stared at the wall. Jolene told me what they are. She's actually far better at communicating with the dead than I am. Christina whipped her head toward Jolene. What did you tell her? The girl shrank back. Bryson pulled her against his side. I pressed my hand to my stomach to settle the growing unease. She told me they're shadow forms. Do you know what that means? The spirit huffed like I was the most ignorant adult who had ever walked the earth. We all have them. They are the dark parts of us. The parts that we're ashamed of. The parts we keep hidden from almost everyone. Sometimes even ourselves. Where did you pick that up? New Agers Anonymous? I ignored her comment and motioned to the ceiling. There are more because you're ashamed of what happened to Jolene. You believe it was your fault. She slammed her hands on the table hard enough to rattle it, even in her weakened state. That's bull. I glanced at Jolene. The girl met Christina's gaze and nodded. You turned her against me? I'd seen her expression before. Each time it had ended in violence. No one turned her against you. I'm telling you the truth. Christina reached across the table for Jolene. Remember what I told you about how we met? The girl glanced at Aaron, then dipped her chin. I saw you with your mom. She and Ben were happy. They were pushing you in a stroller. Then they saw him. I knew he was your real dad. I knew he'd hurt you like he did me. Aaron made a sound like something inside him broke. The spirit turned to him. I followed you when they took my body out. Do you remember how my mom screamed? Her heart stopped beating after I died. But you knew that, didn't you? Aaron curled his shoulders forward, as if her words had caused him physical pain. I swore I'd make you pay for hurting us. He drew a shuddered breath.
I'll never forget that day.
or what happened to you. But it wasn't me who hurt you. It was Walter Bingham."
The table rattled again. "Don't say that name. Don't you say it." I pointed at the ceiling again. "Look." The spirit folded her arms and stared straight ahead. Saliva pooled in my mouth. I'd vomit if the ghost didn't tone down her anger and the perfume.
"Are you okay?"
Bryson whispered. "I'll be okay. It's the Love's Baby Soft. It's making me sick to my stomach." The spirit tilted her head. "If it's making you queasy, we could do this another time. Preferably without him." Jolene motioned above Christina's head, but she refused to look. As much as I wanted to send her on her way and be done with it, my heart broke for the girl. She'd spent the previous decade confused and scared. We had to make her understand. "Christina, you'll never be free until you forgive yourself for the things you think you've done wrong. Why are there more shadow forms now? What are you hiding behind all that anger? Those are ghosts. They're not part of me. You felt it when I touched them." She shook her head. Jolene grabbed the bottle, ripped the top off, and emptied the inky substance into her hand. Christina's spine stiffened. "Put it back. They'll hurt you." Jolene made a fist, and Christina gasped. Aaron touched my hand and nodded toward the ceiling. The shadow forms swirled like a tornado above the spirit. I whispered, "Jojo, let it go." She looked from me to the darkness and shook her head. Likely sensing danger, Bryson glanced around.
"What's happening?" "The shadows are merging together."
Aaron pushed back from the table. Bryson set his palm on Jolene's arm. His magic washed over the girl in a haze of golden light. I turned back to the spirit. "I don't know what's happening, but I'm scared for you. Please, tell us the truth. What are you so ashamed of?" Christina's form flickered in and out, and she turned her face toward the ceiling. "Help me, Jojo. Please, help me." "Tell them," Jolene pleaded. Her voice broke. "I'm so tired. I know it's time for me to rest, but I can't. I'm stuck here. I thought if I killed him, I'd be free. You have to forgive yourself. What are you holding back?" I drew a ball of magic into my palm and offered it to the girl, but the shadow forms latched onto it. Before I could close my hand, they'd siphoned a considerable amount of my energy. When the man in the blue, when Walter Bingham took me, I'd snuck out. I was supposed to meet a boy, but I was grounded. Oh, Christina, you did nothing to deserve what happened to you. Nothing. Despite the revelation, the shadows grew darker and thicker. I feared they'd consume her before she found peace. What else do you need to get off your chest? The shadows descended around her. Jolene screamed and lurched for the spirit, but Bryson caught the girl around the waist. Christina's voice rang out through the room. "It's my fault Jolene's mother married Ben. I whispered how awful Aaron was to her night and day. I told her he'd hurt them both. Then I saw what he did for Jolene, how he took the blame for me shooting Walter Bingham. He should have been her dad. She wouldn't have suffered so long." Aaron and Jolene looked as shocked as me. Thankfully, the girl had words when the adults did not. I forgive you, but my mama couldn't hear you. She never heard my grandma or any of the others. Jolene wiped her eyes. It's not your fault. And I have my daddy now, 2 of them. Christina broke free of the spells holding her in the chair. She levitated 3 feet above the table, and the shadow forms encased her. One by one, the pieces of herself she'd refused to acknowledge disappeared inside her until her body solidified. Bryson whispered,
I can see her.
"What's happening?" Jolene stretched her hand toward the spirit.
Don't touch her.
Aaron, Bryson, and I said. Jolene had the good graces to grin before ignoring us. She grabbed Christina's hand and lit up like an angel atop a Christmas tree. The spirit stared at the ceiling as if awestruck. It's beautiful. I can see it. I can see heaven. My mom, she's there. I love you, Christina. Jojo's voice cracked, and she released the spirit's hand. White light filled the room. When it faded, Christina Hayes had gone. Excuse me. I bolted for the bathroom. Chapter 52. After a long shower and 2 rounds with my toothbrush, I'd rejoined the land of the living. Curled up in my favorite corner of the couch, I pulled the quilt to my chin. The perfume got to me. I'm okay now. Bryson and Aaron exchanged glances. We have more important things to discuss than my weak stomach. Jolene snuggled in beside me. Can I go first? It's important. My already worn-out gut clenched. While we needed to know what happened to her, I'd expected it to take weeks or months before she felt up to telling us. Sure, baby girl. You first. She chewed her lower lip. Bryson took a seat in the chair across from the couch.
Nothing you say will change how much we love you.
Aaron plopped down beside us.
He's right. We're a family, and families stick together no matter what.
She glanced between us. Okay, here goes. I hate beauty pageants. I coughed to cover my laughter. Bryson gave me a warning look and leaned closer.
Because of what happened?
The girl shook her head so fast her braids flew out to the sides. I've always hated them.
Why?
Aaron furrowed his brow. Christina liked them. Jolene dipped her chin. I liked the dancing part, but I mess up without the ghosts helping me. The detective bit his lip. I wasn't the only one who found the conversation amusing. Our mate, on the other hand, wore a concerned expression. Bryson rested his elbows on his knees.
You don't have to be perfect. All we ask is that you practice and do your best.
Jolene's chin quivered. Yes, sir. Her reaction seemed to stun the big guy.
I'm not saying you have to do pageants. If you hate them, then that's that.
I rubbed the girl's back. Do you want to continue dance and voice lessons? I'd rather draw and play with TJ. She flashed me a bashful smile. I understood. She'd spent most of her childhood in dance studios and working with pageant coaches. You just want to be a kid. Yes, ma'am. And I want to do art. She tilted her head. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. I gave her shoulder a little shake. I wouldn't admit it out loud, but I loved the idea of never setting foot backstage at another pageant. Right, guys?
Absolutely.
Aaron seemed as relieved as me. I could practically see the wheels turning in Bryson's head. The big guy seriously needed to lighten up. He sat back and rubbed his chin.
Jolene, which one of you did the singing?
Her cheeks turned pink. Christina? Huh. I thought back to what the spirit said about begging Jolene to take off her necklace after she was kidnapped, and Bryson texting something was wrong with her voice. It all made sense. Mumbling, Jojo shifted her weight. It was wrong to let them help me cheat, but the ghosts can't do my drawings. Bryson met my gaze and winked.
Art it is, then. I'll make room for you in the studio. Possibly build an addition to expand the workspace.
Oh, no, not until you finish our bedroom and second bath. I poked Jolene's side. You have 2 women in the house now. We need a giant bathtub. And bubbles, the girl giggled.
I have a few months off. I'll help get it done.
Aaron rested his arm on the back of the couch. He hadn't looked so relaxed in weeks. Oh, I'll be right back. Jolene hopped up and ran into her bedroom. Aaron squeezed my shoulder.
How are you feeling?
Better. My stomach roiled as if to remind me it was anything but better. He flashed me his world-famous sheepish grin, the one that had photographers clamoring to sign him up for the OCPD Hot Cops calendar every spring.
I'd ask if you were pregnant, but you just had your period.
Bryson half coughed and half choked. Aaron glanced between us.
What am I missing?
Seriously, these 2. I glared at Bryson. Laugh it up. He sat back grinning like he owned the world.
Tessa used the oldest excuse in the book to smooth things over with the chief. Oh.
Aaron ran his index finger over his lower lip. I tossed a pillow at him. How did you not know that? It was the night in the woods. His eyes widened, and he shot Bryson a look. The 2 stared, doing their silent bro conversation. When they'd finished, they turned and stared. Don't look at me like that. I told you, the perfume got to me, and the stress, and I haven't eaten a thing since yesterday.
Yeah, that has to be it.
Aaron ran his hand over the back of his neck. Thankfully, Jolene returned to the room and put an end to the nonsense. She stopped in front of Aaron and held out her hand. Here. She dropped one of Grandmay's rose-shaped soaps in his palm.
What's this for?
He sniffed it. She gave him the same look I had when he'd used the P word. It's to keep the spirits away. I sat up straighter.
Thanks.
He tossed the soap into the air and caught it several times before dropping it into his pocket.
It'll make me smell good, too.
I made a mental note to find more masculine-scented soaps to bespell. I couldn't have my detective running around solving murders smelling like roses. The house phone rang, and I pushed myself to my feet. Bryson stood.
Stay put. I'll get it.
Jolene retrieved her sketch pad from the desk and sat on the floor beside the coffee table. Aaron and I watched in wonder as she drew the outline of a face. Lost in concentration, she leaned closer to the paper and shaded what would become the nose and mouth. Aaron toyed with my hair, but his gaze remained on the paper.
She doesn't get that from me. I can't manage a stick figure.
Enjoying the feel of his fingers on my scalp, I closed my eyes. I get the spirits from you, Daddy. His hand froze.
I only recently started seeing them.
Jolene turned and gave him a patient smile, the kind she gave TJ when he acted like a brute. They've always been there. You just didn't know about them. Kind of like me.
Kind of like you, Aaron whispered. Jojo, now that I have you in my life, I'm not letting you go.
Bryson's voice rose in the other room, but I was far more interested in the conversation taking place before me. I'd wondered why Aaron had suddenly developed the ability to see spirits. It hadn't come from the magic Bryson had shared with him. The Nunnehi had never possessed the gift. I know. She leaned closer to the paper. The tip of her tongue moved from one corner of her mouth to the other as she worked. Aaron gave me a questioning look. I shrugged and curled against his side. This is nice. The four of us spending a quiet night at home. Bryson plopped down in his chair.
That was a reporter from Channel 9. She wants to do an interview with Aaron and Jolene. Absolutely not.
He squeezed my shoulder.
Nothing good can come of it, and we could all use some peace and quiet.
The publicity might help you with the promotion. I couldn't help but smile at his exasperated expression and the fact the phone call would prove my point to the chief should he change his mind and fire us.
I don't care about the promotion. My focus is on making sure this little girl is legally mine.
Jolene handed Aaron her sketch. The paper shook in his hands. I sat up to get a look at the likeness of an older woman with kind eyes. Who is it? It's my grandma. Jolene tilted her head and examined her handiwork. It's almost done. I forgot to add her freckles. I assumed she'd drawn Jenny's mother, but, judging from the glisten in Aaron's eyes, I was wrong.
It's my mom.
He spoke without taking his eyes off the page.
It looks just like her, Jojo. Thank you.
The girl glanced past Aaron and nodded. It won't be quiet around here for long.
Why do you say that?
Bryson stood to get a better look at the image. The girl shrugged. Charlie says babies are noisy. Epilogue. Autumn in Florida meant less rain, less humidity, less heat, and the prettiest blue skies in the country. It's when we turned off the air conditioners and opened the windows and spent long afternoons outdoors. Today was no exception. I sat at my handmade vanity in the new master bedroom that Bryson and Aaron had built. A breeze blew across my bare neck, cooling both my out-of-control hormones and my nerves. As usual these days, I was running behind schedule. We hadn't had a wedding on the property since I was a little girl. Thankfully, my guys had insisted we hire help for the big day, and, to my surprise, Grandma had agreed without a fight. Tessa Marie, take him so I can get into my dress. It's almost time. Darlene handed me Cole, my new baby brother. I had two choices, stand or set him on top of my growing belly. I stood. Mama, they aren't going to start without us. Darlene wiggled her way into the tightest dress I'd ever laid eyes on. She'd insisted that she'd lose the baby weight in time for the big day, but hadn't quite hit the mark. Oh, for the love of Pete! I can't get the zipper! I set Cole in his carrier and turned to wedge my mother into the dress. It took a wire hanger in my teeth and both hands tugging, but I managed to get it zipped. Hold still. Let me fasten the hook and eye. She sucked in short gasps of air. That little bit of metal isn't going to prevent a wardrobe malfunction. Trade me dresses. What? No? I backed away from her. There's no way that's going to fit over my tummy. She set her hands on her hips. Tessa Marie, I'm your mama. I'm old and fat. I need that dress. take it off." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and stomp my foot, the way Jolene had taken to doing with her father's. "Why you bought a new dress when you've had your eye on Dottie's gown since you were knee-high to a grasshopper, I'll never know. You know you'll never forgive yourself if you don't wear it." I did love the dress Dottie had worn to marry Charlie. I'd gone back and forth between a new gown and the old one for weeks, but decided to play it safe with pale blue flowing chiffon. "Fine. It's probably more appropriate for you to wear blue anyway. And you should wear ivory." She reached behind her, and the seam of her gown split from armpit to hip. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. I froze, unsure if I should duck for cover or make a run for it with my little brother. Darlene made a sound in her throat and bit her lip. A half-second later, she erupted in a fit of giggles. "Mama, are you okay?" I'd seen people in movies burst out laughing before they suffered psychotic breaks. Given the amount of stress the wedding had put on her, I wouldn't put it past her to go on a killing spree before eating the 4-tiered raspberry-filled cake. She laughed harder. "I'm so happy Stone and I eloped. Could you imagine if this were my day? I'm already a nervous wreck. I wish I could have been there with you. It had upset me when they came back from Vegas married, but I understood. In fact, I was second-guessing my decision to have a family wedding. It was my 4th time down the aisle. 5th, I deadpanned. Darlene stepped out of the ruined gown. 4th? It doesn't count if you divorce and remarry the same man. Turn around. Let me help you with those buttons. Are you two almost ready? The boys are getting restless out there." Grandma poked her head into the room. "Lord in heaven, what happened?" "Wardrobe malfunction," Darlene and I said before cracking up. Grandma jutted her chin forward. "Tessa Marie, you best not let me find out you've been drinking. I don't care if it is your wedding day." "I haven't, I promise. But could you get Dottie's dress from the closet in the office?" I would have gone myself, but I could sense Bryson and Aaron milling about in the living room. Darlene slid the pretty but not really my style dress over her shoulders, and I fastened the buttons down the back. Dottie came in through the mudroom door. "My stars, Tessa, why are you still in your undies?" "We've had a change of plans. I'm going to wear your dress." Seeing her all gussied up on my special day made everything feel too real. I reached behind me and grabbed the vanity. She rushed forward. "Are you all right?" I nodded, though I could no longer deny the hollow spot in my chest. "I still can't believe he's not here to walk me down the aisle." "He's here in his own way." She patted my shoulder. "I'm thrilled you'll be wearing my dress when you marry Bryson and Aaron. May it bring you as much happiness as it did me and Charlie." Grandma hurried into the room with the garment bag. "Here it is, but we don't have time to press it." "It's perfect." I ran my hand over the antique lace. "I just hope it fits." 15 minutes later, I peeked out the living room window at the yard full of friends and family. The spirit tree blocked my view of the altar and made it impossible to catch more than a glimpse of my grooms. My great-grandmother fastened the veil beneath my curls. "You look beautiful. Remember to breathe." "Thanks, Gram." Holding back tears, I embraced her. Like most little girls, I'd dreamt of my wedding day. As I grew into a woman, I swore I'd never get married. Yet here I stood, in Dottie's dress, flowers in hand, and veil in place.
I'd hug you, but I'd end up ruining my makeup.
Darlene shoved a bouquet of hydrangeas and white roses into my hand and opened the front door.
I'll see you at the altar.
Dottie ushered Jolene and TJ toward the door. All right, TJ, you're up.
Do I have to wear the tie? It's choking me.
He pulled at the collar of his tuxedo and made gagging sounds. Jolene set her hand on her hip. Yes, until after the ceremony. Besides, you look handsome in your tux. The boy stood a solid inch taller.
You look pretty, too. You look pretty.
Dottie escorted him to the porch.
Go, but don't run.
TJ walked down the path like he worked a runway. Jolene twirled, sending cream-colored tulle and icy blue ribbons out around her. I bent down and embraced her. You look pretty. Bryson did a good job on your hair. Thank you. You look like a princess, Mommy. All righty. It's time for the flower girl to walk down the aisle and the bride to take her place outside. Dottie's grin reminded me of Christmas mornings. She'd worn the same expression every year when she handed me a special gift. Jolene and I walked to the porch. I'd expected my heart to pound or my palms to sweat, but none of that happened. More than anything, I was ready to say my vows, kiss my grooms, and start our lives together. The girl stared past me and smiled. Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Jojo.
His voice rang in my ears as clear as the others around me. I stiffened, afraid to turn and find that I'd imagined it. Dottie whispered, Jolene, it's your turn. Don't forget to sprinkle the petals. A hand rested on my shoulder.
I always knew you'd wear that dress one day, but you're more beautiful than I could have imagined.
My heart beat like a ceremonial drum, clear, loud, and fast. I glanced at Dottie, who stared behind me. Is he? Her entire face lit. Yes. You didn't think he'd let you walk down the aisle alone, did you? I whirled around and everything stilled. Charlie, my grandfather, smiled.
Hello, little flame.
The porch tilted, but he set his hand on my waist to steady me.
Easy now.
His laughter filled the empty places inside me that had formed the day he'd died. You're almost solid. I glanced at my family and grooms. Can they see you?
Some can, some can't.
He hooked his arm in mine and squared his shoulders.
We shouldn't keep your man waiting.
I wanted to pull him inside the house and spend the afternoon talking like we used to. I wanted to hear his corny jokes and his old stories and his laughter. I wanted to lock him away and never let him leave me again. I'm not ready. Can we sit on the swing for a bit? I hardly recognized my voice. The airy quality of it reminded me of my mother, Achila. He turned his head and met my gaze.
It is time for you to marry. We'll have plenty of opportunities to talk soon. I promise.
I could have stared into his deep brown eyes for hours, but I knew he was right. I had kept Bryson and Aaron waiting long enough. The first step is the hardest. Take it with intention and never look back. Dottie kissed my cheek and hurried to take her seat. Charlie chuckled.
I told her that on our wedding day.
I glanced between them, and a flood of memories threatened to sweep me away. But that's all they were. moments I'd already lived, sweet pieces of the puzzle that made me. I glanced over the crowd. Everyone I loved waited for me to take the first step. Jolene, my sweet girl, Haley and Scott with their son, Dottie and Dr. Alexander, Stone with my new baby brother, Lulu Rose holding Tank's hand. Members of the tribe, including the elders, had come, along with every cousin in the family tree. My gaze fell on my grooms, Aaron to the right, Bryson to the left. Aaron grinned like he'd won a blue ribbon at the county fair, while Bryson dipped his chin and swallowed hard. The future stretched out before me, along with new moments that would shape me into the woman I would become. I took a deep breath and stepped forward.
You've been listening to The Spirit Child, Book 3 of the Tessa Lamar novels, written by Kathryn M. Hearst, narrated by Holly Adams, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2018 by Wyndham House, production copyright 2023 by Wyndham House. If you've enjoyed this audiobook, look for The Spirit Dancer, Book 4 in the series.